fucking Twitter. It's the gayest soy thing you can do. Shut the fuck up, you little tater tot bitch. We are 2 minutes and 35 seconds into this video. I'm just as gay as the rest of us, motherfucker.
Feels just the same. Another sunny day in LA. Everything is fun, so they say. Wonder what the news is today. Cause I know that every day I'm at this fucking job. Her son is streaming. Watch him on the clock. Oh, this doesn't like end.
Listen, bro, the Lyra does not need this.
Some people love playing Hearts of Iron 4. Eating pussy is the basic bare minimum thing you can do.
Where did they find these people, dude?
And women want to have sex. Your job is posting. You're gay. Okay.
God, I hate women so much.
But is he really a socialist? He's such a himbo, I can't handle it. He's got a kid, I sit here like everything's fine. That's just me being a fucking hog. Azan is streaming. Watch him on that clock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Hour broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. We are alive. We are live. It's a beautiful day. I'm right on time. God damn. It is Monday, August 12th, 2024, 11:16 a.m. It's 83 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, which is the real heartland of the United States of America, the real heartland of the United States. We are not bi-coastal elitists here. We are basically operating with Midwestern Democratic People's Party and Democratic Peoples and the farmers and the land, not no landlords, the farmers and the Labor Party. What am I fucking saying? Jesus Christ. Whoo! My hair is so wet right now. Looking wet, King. Yeah. In the heartland of America, Los Angeles, California, baby. As an Australian, I find it hilarious how you unironically wear that Collingwood jersey. It's also my team I support, lol. You might be an asshole. Sorry, no disrespect, but that's what I've heard. Everybody always looks at me like I have killed their parents if they know what Collingwood is. So, not gonna lie, I've heard very bad things. Okay, it's like wearing a fucking Patriots jersey, I feel, in other parts of the United States of America. Anyway, folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassanabi Piker. Let me tell you, okay? Iran is preparing to attack, says Global Eye News. U.S. officials say Israel put its military on high alert. Okay, bro, like, chill out, okay? We'll get to that in a little bit. Iran, calm down, okay? We got personal news right now. Only America to the AFL plays for Collingwood. All right, well, regardless, we're not talking about Collingwood right now. Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. For all of you who are just tuning in, maybe you are unfamiliar with how this process goes, let me tell you. This is how it works. I tell you a little bit about what's going on for all the parasocialists out there who may have been wondering. So Boston sports live rent-free in your head. No, man, it's called racism. Okay, it's called white supremacy. It's something that is at the heart of American societal development, societal formation. It's something that I will never turn a blind eye to. I am an anti-racist. And as an anti-racist, I have to be honest, okay? I have to be open. I have to be honest. Boston teams, if you're a fan of a Boston team, if you're a fan of a Massachusetts team, I'm probably going to look at you differently. It's okay. You know, it's all right. It is what it is. It is what it is. Anyway, folks, we are live. Personal news wise, I ended the broadcast yesterday after another 8-hour stream, which is like on a Sunday. What are we doing? Half day, obviously. Duh. You already know what it is. Just awful. This guy doesn't work hard. Everybody knows this. Okay. Least hardworking streamer in the game. Only fucking 9 hours, only 8 hours. It's bullshit. Well, relax. I was born here. I'm black, but I get you. Yeah. If you're born in Boston and you're black, you know this better than anybody else. Okay. Let's be for real. So you say this every day, Lamau. I know. What? Someone you know went on a rant 30 minutes ago about how Western culture is superior and he doesn't want other cultures in America. Is there a 4-letter word to describe this person? Yeah, there is. It's silly, which is not a 4-letter word. Chud. I know you're looking for another 4-letter word, but a rube. Dumb. Anyway, your baby hairs are laid. Yeah, no, I know. I gotta fix this shit. Personal news. Ended the broadcast last night. Went to bed. Didn't really do much. I did have the extra cakes that were left here. My mom is cooking me. My mom is literally my biggest enemy, my biggest op in terms of my diet. I do feel like she's out here. She's got shooters. She is team big boy all the way. She operates like an enemy of mine. Okay, I'll be honest. Turkish moms, it's hard. It's hard out here to keep being fit when you got a Turkish mom who is also dieting herself, mind you, but like she just literally loves fattening me up. Anyway, so I had some cake last night, so I had to cut out my dinner and just keep my macros. I had some cake on the broadcast. Actually, you guys saw it. So I had to cut out my macros, or I had to tighten my macros rather. But it turns out it actually worked out for me because this morning I did upper body push pull day. Didn't want to do any kind of deadlifting. Normally I do deadlifting. It's normally a pull day, straight pull day on Mondays. But honestly, this time I did push pull because I don't have the same lifting regimen this week. Anyway, and also my lower back was like kind of sore, I don't know how to describe it. My back has just been, it's not in pain or anything, but sometimes it just feels a little tight, you know? And I think it's my knees, it's my lower back, and it's mostly because as a 33-year-old man, I'm putting my pussy on the pavement on a daily basis playing basketball. It's not good. It's not a herniated disc or anything, but it's just not good to like tweak it too much. So it is what it is. No way you can hit 225 on the bench for 10. I used to be able to rip 225s on the bench press for 15. It was not a big deal, but currently I cannot. So you're right. You're correct. Hasanabi mentioned. What is this? Dude, eBay's crazy. Who actually be watching these live streams, bro? Hassan haters are a different breed. Hassan bottom 3 all time, found one. I don't hate Hassan, I just know he consistently preaches false info to his fans and is fairly toxic. There are Hassan fans. Can't believe my boyfriend Hassan made it to this list. I'm so proud of him. I've never met a Hassan viewer. I don't like Hassan, but it's not because of Aiden. It's because he likes Kamala. Are you going to cover the protests happening in Turkey on the ban on Roblox? Yeah. Yeah, people actually mauled pretty hard. Is so funny. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is, boys. It is what it is. It is what it is. There's not really much we can do about it. As the internet has made people progressively dumber, we're going to have more anti-Hassan dummies out there, some of which will shock you. Not all of them are going to actually have anti-Hassan views because of like ideological inconsistencies, because they're like right-wing as shit or whatever. Some of them will just be duped. at the end of the day, most people, I got ops on every side of the political equation. It's because I'm pretty honest, I'm brash, I'm loud, I'm in your face. But most importantly, like I said, I'm brutally honest about how I feel. I will not compromise on that front. So, because of that, I'm going to have a lot of enemies, political enemies, who will work overtime to make it seem like I am just the biggest demon of all time. And what is my biggest, what is the most demonic thing I've ever done? Buying a house so that I can live with my family in it, that I stream out of every day. Buying a car that most dentists drive. I didn't even buy it. I fucking leased it. Being anti-pedophilia, being anti-Nazi, being anti-gambling. Did you write off your house on your taxes though? Bro, I don't think you understand how this works. You can't do that. Like, chatters are getting their fucking accounting advice from TikTok business influencers. Like, there's a certain level of this house that I live inside of that I am legally eligible to write off, but like, and it's perfectly valid to do so, but it's not like you can write off the entire house. Like, this is not a thing you can do. It's not like, I think people just literally watch a lot of these like content creators online that talk about how you should do tax fraud. Yes, you can write off portions of it as an office space, but it was a joke. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, there are people, okay, this guy was just kidding, but there are people who literally think that they can do stuff like that. And I think it's because of TikTok. The only place I see people give financial advice or tax advice like this is literally TikTok and like Instagram shorts. Just open 15 LLCs and write them off to pay for Bugattis. TikTok is saving millions. Yeah, I've seen a lot of like really funny tax fraud.
Business.
Wait, what is this?
Stole the Kraggle, the most powerful object in the universe.
Blah, blah, blah. Proper name, place name, backstory stuff.
Is the special.
I'm so pretty. I like you, but I'm angry with you.
Okay. Did you write off Kaya? Yeah, I did. I wrote her off. Look at her. Look at this. Look at this fucking baby, bro. Look at this baby. She is so passed out. It's crazy. Anyway, audio from the Lego movie. Oh, that's where that's from? I have no idea. I say write off your internet, but there's no way the IRS will believe that someone is still on dial-up in 2024. Hey, chill. Listen, why do you think I'm so pro Hezbollah, bro? Why? Like, where do you think this comes from? Where do you think my pro Hezbollah attitude comes from? Those motherfuckers. As soon as I found out that Hezbollah has its own fiber network, I was like, oh, it's done. Okay? Hassan Nasrallah, you will never make me hate you. Okay? I'm sorry. I like a leader that gives me things. Okay? If I was living in Lebanon right now, and Hassan Nasrallah got me fiber, that's it. It's over. Why else? Why else would I turn around and be like, I am not committed to your cause, sir? I would be like, nah, I'm fine with all the other shit, dude. You're doing a great job, sir. Thank you for giving me fiber optic internet. Your fish would be dead, lol. Okay, I won't have an aquarium, but I will have fiber cable. I see you wearing the tank tops almost every day. You deserve to flex your progress, lol. No, it's because it's hot as a motherfucker in Los Angeles, even with Hassan admitting on stream to being susceptible to terrorist recruitment. Yeah, bro, I know. And by the American standards, what I'm talking about is terrorism, but it's also quite literally like an active political party. So, it doesn't really matter, does it? Not only am I joking, but also simultaneously like, oh man, America considers them terrorists. Oh, I guess like I can't do commentary on that front. Hot. You don't understand hot. Take a step in Arizona and understand hot. I will never take a step in Arizona. Okay? I will not be taking a step in Arizona. Don't come at me. Don't demand. Like, it's like saying, walk a mile in my shoes in Arizona and we'll see, is like saying go to hell. Oh my God. A second JD Vance drag pic has hit the timeline. AZ is cold right now. Oh yeah? What is it, like 120 degrees today? Is that what it is? Man, shit's chilly. I need a fucking sweater, dude. It's like 1:30. Anyway, let's blast the frig off, okay? Let's blast the frick off. JD Vance gets absolutely embarrassed by Dana Fash. They're calling her Ashley Furniture. Oh God, that's so lame. New drag pic. He also did drag. JD Vance gets dragged. Yeah, kids in Turkey are protesting Roblox getting banned. And respect to them, honestly, you know, keep doing it. Turkish kids protest Roblox ban. Trump in panic mode comes back to Twitter. Elon X Trump later. It's Monday news day. Get in now. Okay, that's good. That's good enough blast off, I think. Okay. Oh, personal news wise, I also I did upper body push pull day today, and then I very quickly had to do a DNC conference call. Oh my God, I wanted to die. I will tell you guys a couple things about DNC, Democratic National Convention. I will be there in Chicago. I have a bachelor party beforehand, and then I'm gonna stream on Sunday, and then I'm gonna fly out, right? And the thing is like, the DNC is interesting because, like, it's a convention. I go to conventions all the time, but I go to fucking anime conventions. I go to Twitch conventions. I go to video conventions, VidCon. Like, I've been to political conventions, Politicon. But the problem is with the DNC, I have no way of, like, communicating to these people what I do because it's so far outside of the scope of fucking reason that, like, it would be difficult to explain what I do to people who are in the know in terms of, like, people who deal with online creators, right? So for me to try and describe, I thought you said you were not going to the DNC because of Gaza. I've literally never said that in my entire life. Okay. Those are words that have never come out of my mouth. So the problem with it is that the people that I'm talking to on the DNC front, like they think they think I'm like a Harry Sasson, right? Whereas like they think I'm like a TikTok influencer or some shit. I don't think they understand what I do. I know that there are people that are in positions of power within the Democratic Party who obviously know what I do because they used to watch, maybe they still watch, but like the people that I'm currently talking to, I get the idea that they just don't know. They think that I'm like a fucking, like a YouTuber or something, right? So which is good. It's beneficial. Like, good. That's great. But the problem is because I'm in between this space where, like, the way that I operate, like my operation basically is like a 8-hour a day, CNN style live broadcast. But I also do have that influencer tendency to just like do random shit. I'm in between both. So they did not offer me like a studio space, like a permanent studio space at all, right? So I'm actually stealing studio space. Well, not stealing, but like I'm actually graciously, Dropsite News has offered me their press space because there's like a press junket table. So I'm basically going to be using their table for my main base of operations. Problem is, I don't know what kind of internet I will be able to get there, right? Because I need like consistent Ethernet in order to be able to like have a base of operations. So like my goal is to have a table where I will have my remote desktop setup. I'm also going to bring my IRL backpack, and I'm just going to walk around with March with the IRL backpack and, experience the DNC, maybe go to some like events or whatever, meet some fucking people. Who knows? I'm just freestyling it for the most part. But what they don't realize is like, I don't need to fucking be at the DNC. I will just set my ass up at the hotel room and just stream from there and rip the live ABC CNN stream if I have to. As a matter of fact, if I'm in the DNC and they don't have a space for me, or even if I do have a space inside of the DNC, I'm most likely still going to do that. I'm most likely still going to be playing like, CNN feed and shit like that. So that's the thing. Like, that's one thing. That's one issue that we haven't been able to like fully figure out. The other issue is I don't think I don't know what it's gonna look like, but when I went to DreamCon, I thought personally that I wouldn't have a lot of people, mobbing me up, right? Especially if I'm like IRL streaming. The issue is that I was wrong. Okay. We still got mobbed up. There was a lot of areas where we were crowded. Luckily, I had not one, but 2 security guards with me the entire time. I don't know. I don't think they understand. Like, if that happens at the DNC, which I don't think it will, but it could, right? I don't think it will, but it could happen. I've tried to explain to them, like, hey, I might need security if I'm doing this. And I don't know how to describe this to 40-year-old marketing executives who don't fucking understand what I do. You know what I mean? Are you going to have the NMP LOL IRL setup? My IRL setup is pretty close to NMP's IRL setup. We're trying to get the same mics as well. But yeah, what the fuck does the demographic for the DNC look like? I don't know. We'll see. Dude, you can afford security. Please be safe. Yeah, brother. My situation is that I don't have money for security. What are you, crazy? No, man. It has to be fucking Secret Service clearance credentialed security, bro. What are you talking about? I can't it's not because I don't have money for security. It's that I don't I need credentialed, the convention has to offer the security. So that's the situation there as well. So we'll see who's allowed to go. Did they pay? Did you have to pay to go? No. I have influencer credentials. I don't have press credentials for this. I have influencer credentials because that's the avenue that we approach the DNC on. I probably should have gotten press credentials as well. We'll figure it out. I think the influencer credentials will give me access to many places. I hope. If that's an issue, that's going to be fucking annoying. But there is not really a person at the DNC that I can talk to beyond the point of contact being outside marketing agencies. So I just don't know. Are you getting compensated? Fuck no, bro. What do you mean? I'm not getting compensated. I'm not paying to go. That would be insane. I would never do either of those things. So I heard a rumor you're doing a push-up contest with Biden. Can you weigh in on that? Yes. Is both you and Jesse Ventura go to the DNC? You better have him on the stream or on a pod or something. Oh, if I see Jesse Ventura, I'm kissing him. Getting paid in the sense there should be a lot of content, hypothetically, Lamau. I mean, I'm excited for it. Like I said, I'm excited for it. I do. Yeah, I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see. And it's also going to be fun to show you guys an entire generation of people that have no fucking clue how any of this shit works. The 18 to 35 demographic that doesn't fucking tune into CNN unless they are watching CNN through, my stream. I think that will be fun for them. That will be interesting and entertaining and educational for them. And that is the major reason. So my plan is, I've never been to a convention before. My plan is either plan one is I get a fucking nice little permanent studio area given to me by some of my friends in the press that are not using their press area. Hopefully that has consistent Ethernet cable and internet access, and I could just sit there for hours without having much issues. So I do that. That's my base of operations. And then I roam around with the IRL camera whenever I feel like it, and just show you guys the background and stuff like that. I probably should be. Another issue I have is I don't have Twitter on my phone, and all these journalists that I talk to that are going to be there, they all hit me up on Twitter, and I just have no way of communicating with them in real time. So I just got to figure that out too. Convention cues for you. Stoked. Donny, my main man Donny. Will you be wearing a suit? Are you the only solo political streamer going there? I don't fucking know. Just download it for the event and delete it after. But yeah, I just watched the Fear and podcast. You come off so different on it, Lamau. No, that was an off episode. I'll admit, that I was a little off on that episode. It was right after the fucking Aiden Ross shit and my phone was getting blown up. That's why I was a little bummy. Will Jank be there? Hell yeah. Is this the first DNC you've ever been to? Yes. What is this? I brought my dog to swim in the ocean a bit today for the first time. He's never been swimming at the beach in his life. Before I lowered him near the water, his little arm started patting the air. It got me thinking about third world immigrants and rape. There's a primal instinct in all animals that teach them the things they do. Bro, this dude needs to be lobotomized, okay? Is this a real tweet? He tweets shit like this so frequently, so I don't even know. Austin will be there as well, by the way, yes. This guy is such a fucking whole-ass weirdo, bro. He really needs to stop. He really needs to stop. To save the Republican Party, he needs to stop appearing. He needs to stop being. He needs to stop doing what he's doing. Austin's going to be clapping for 4 days straight. Yeah. He's never going to stop clapping. There's an app that works to do messaging only for Twitter. Not sure how secure it is. No, it's fine. Oh, yeah. This is Joey Marabibo getting his hairpiece fitted. Look, never forget. Hey, Joey Baba Booey, how you doing? Fuck you. I had to get an earpiece fitted. I hate Tim Walz because he hates Italians. How the fuck are you doing? Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Hey, fuck you. Why doesn't fucking Tim Pool do this shit? Honestly, do you pay Icy Vert to push socialism on Twitter? Yeah, you know I got shooters now. Like they're not. I mean, I'm not like like they're not directly related in any way, shape, or form. But like we got our own version of the fucking power farmers on Twitter. You got that Brandon account, you got the Icy Vert. There's a bunch of fucking shooters on the good side on Twitter, which is great. It's just two. It's two people from what I've seen. Anyway, he has hair. He just loves his beanie even when it's 100. The real anti-Italian sentiment is advocating to rename the country and continent because who gives a shit about some random fucking Italian? Amerigo Vespucci. Full tweet, it gets worse. Wait, what? Oh my God, he tweeted more than that? Rape, murder, criminality. These are the things that are deeply embedded in the DNA of a third world migrant. Can these things be trained away? Perhaps for the truly intelligent ones who make an effort, but your average one, they'll resort to primal instincts every single time. The only true solution to third world migration is to reduce it to zero and have no tolerance whatsoever for it. Bro, I know I've been an advocate for like re-education, okay? I know I've been an advocate for re-education, but honestly, I'm now an advocate for lobotomies, you know? Some people you just simply can't re-educate, bro. If you have a beautiful moment with your dog on the fucking beach and you're like teaching your dog to swim for the first time and your mind is going to how like, you know, third world migrants have a primal instinct to rape and kill, you need to be lobotomized. Like there's not much else you can do, you know, straight ice pick style. Like what the fuck? I was defending you for some guy who said you were a terrorist supporter and a content stealer. Then I found out they were 15. Makes me feel stupid. Always remember, in most circumstances, you feel like the person that your interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas on Twitter, online especially, you think that they are your age. Okay? They are not. What is this? Oh, people think I'm actually paying him? Our boy. That's a Twitter bot engagement farming account. He admitted to Hassan I've been paying them to push socialism on Twitter. It's like the left's version of Feared Buck and Scuba Ryan. These guys are being paid by stake. I noticed the account is also doing digital blackface. Their PFP is a black person, but they're actually a white man, a Caucasian man. Feared Buck and Scuba Ryan also participate in the same kind of digital blackface. Sadly, digital blackface is a prevalent trend rising on both sides of the political spectrum. Edit. Why are y'all downvoting me? Do not censor the truth. Open your eyes. Free yourself from the Matrix. Feared Buck is not actually Giannis Antetokounmpo, small forward from the Milwaukee Bucks. That's a white man. So like Brandon and Icy Vert are the only two accounts. Brandon and Icy Vert are the only fucking two accounts on this platform that are doing like what Feared Buck and shit does, but for good, you know, for like actual reasonable, like they're meme accounts that are also not brain dead. So it must be that like I'm paying them. Is that what they're thinking? Mike has some kind of feedback. Yeah, the landscapers are here. Oh, Airbagged is another one. Kate Bush's husband. Yes, Airbagged is another good account, meme account. Anyway, definitely would trust Bootleg Supreme on this information. Yeah, Christy Yamaguchi, man. I mean, that's like a podcaster at that point. They're not just like meme accounts on Twitter. They've moved beyond that. You know what I mean? Oh, this is some desperado shit too. I love this. It rocks that Elon's clearly trying to tip the scales with fake trends. 2 million people are not celebrating Trump's return to Twitter by calling him the Don. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I am actually doing that. Like, I am actually doing that. I am celebrating his return to Twitter. I think the Don is back. Okay. Maybe the don't buy iPhone 16. Oh, there's just they don't know any other shameless low IQ society. The don't touch me. Oh my God. So when you click on the Don post is just like random people that have nothing to do with Donald Trump. That honestly, I don't even know if that's Elon trying to tilt the scales. I think it's just because it's a shit site. Like at this point, that's just like, I'm not gonna lie. I think a lot of that stuff that happens on Twitter is just like partially a consequence of like Elon trying to desperately tilt the scales to like pump out right-wing content. But a big chunk of that is because the platform is like literally running on a skeleton crew. It is on the verge, like every single day, it's on the verge of complete collapse. It basically barely fucking functions. There is no moderation whatsoever. It's just completely broken. It's just busted. That's what it is. Yeah. Anyway, dude, can we please get to something else? No. Very cool we have the most divorced Nazi doing false trend pumping, though it has some veracity to it. No, I just like I said, I think it's partially him trying to tilt the scales and partially him just fucking sucking.
Now, more on this.
Anyway, let's get to the DNC boys, girls, MBs 2024 DNC. Obama, Biden, Clintons. Why? Why is the Democratic Party doing this? Why? Bro, bring Jesse Ventura up there. Bring Megan Thee Stallion up there to fucking twerk. What the fuck? The Republicans cannot have a more fun convention than the Democrats. The Democrats literally own Hollywood, bro. What the fuck? You got Clinton? You got the Clintons. Not just Hillary, but Bill too. It's like we want both of Jeffrey Epstein's friends on there. Not just one, but both of them. Fucking goddamn it, dude.
State of the race. NBC senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson's here. Hallie, good morning. So they finished off the Battleground Tour, the first rollout of Harris Walls. Give us the state of the race on the Democratic side, then we'll talk about former President Trump's campaign.
Sure. On the Democratic side, Savannah, the Harris Walls team is feeling like they have some wind at their back, some momentum here moving forward for a couple of reasons here. It's that new battleground polling that we talked about here, showing that she is inching ahead within the margin of error in some of these key swing states. And when you look at independents, those numbers are interesting, too. There's some good news in there for Democrats showing that Vice President.
Bro, swing state polls are cooking right now, dude. Oh, my God. Loyal Blue Vanguard up in this bitch. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Wisconsin, 50% Harris, 46 Trump. Michigan, 50% Harris, 46% Trump. Pennsylvania, 50% Harris, 46% Trump. I got more polls, okay? We got more swing state polls. The only thing that shows Trump not underwater is Trafalgar and fucking Rasmussen, bro. They are so goddamn cooked. You might as well just make the numbers up at that point, okay? It's so bad. Trafalgar and Rasmussen are obviously like incredibly cucked right-wing bias polls. They are consistently wrong. No, not Trafalgar Law, you fucking nerds. Shut up. Even the Trafalgar poll was terrible for Trump. I mean, Trafalgar is also like right boosted. But yeah, Wisconsin showing Harris up 9 points on the Bullfish Group independent swing states poll. 9 points. Michigan showing Harris up +5, 48 to 43. Obviously, that is not great, in my opinion, for Harris. That should be, I mean, that's outside of the margin of error, but like it should be higher than that for Michigan. But I do think that maybe Gaza is playing a role in that, and it might get worse for her in Michigan. Things might change. Overall, Pennsylvania, 49% for Harris, +4, Trump at 45. So this, once again, shows momentum swinging in the direction of the Harris Walz ticket. Okay. You also have approval ratings. Coming out of all the states that Walz and Harris have actually attended. And Tim Walz is fucking cooking. Okay. Tim Walz is fucking cooking. All right. Here's how the dynamic has shifted so dramatically. I mean, not dramatically, but national polling average started off not so great. July, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom. Made a major flip on around August 4th. And it is now seemingly going to start trailing. Okay. It will inevitably reach a plateau unless they keep up the momentum. But you also have the with Kennedy numbers, which is phenomenal. There it is. Kennedy taking more of the Trump support than the Harris support as well. Okay. Yo, there is a non-zero population that would let Trump babysit their child. Yes. This is the sign of an unbiased pollster, by the way. Kamala Harris has opened up a 6% lead over Trump. LOL from Rasmussen. I mean, yeah. It's a shame Walz is too old to ever run for presidency after Kamala. I mean, who knows? But anyway, whatever. Dude, fuck these polls. We all know it's fake. Yeah, yesterday I spent a lot of... Wait, what? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And some of you like to steal that glory from me. Some of you like to steal the one time of the day, once every hour, where I like to have fun and dupe you and just take that away from me shamelessly and selfishly, and then serve the 3-minute ad break in my stead. I recognize when I have been bested. This is a moment where I have been bested. AI must be stopped. I think that it's time. We've officially gone too far. This is obviously AI footage. I was not at the Kamala Harris Michigan rally with a top of the hour ad break poster. Fuck. Anyway, that's a good one. I'll give it to you. Lilith of the South, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Aiden Kami, thank you for the 5 gifted. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted. Data Pixel, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. New Trump vid / tweet. Bro, he is posting, dude. He's back. He's back. He's back, but unfortunately not as good as he used to be. Walz is going to address a union. Walz will address union members in first solo campaign stop. Oh my God, my goat. He's going solo dolo, my king. It really is 2016. Yeah, the problem is role reversal occurred. What's your take on the Armenian genocide? I wonder where this guy's coming from. I wonder why he's asking me this. Here, there's a command for it in the chat. Okay. ! Armenian genocide. Bibi's office just called Gallant anti-Israel after Gallant said total victory is bollocks. Bro, the drama in the Knesset right now is crazy. Yeah. Do you think a Tom Bradley scenario can happen? What? I only think of this when I realize that Kamala is black and a woman. What? This is my favorite Trafalgar poll ever. Murray won this race by over 15 points. This is who they are relying on for copium at the moment, if chatters don't know who these people are. Yeah. Trafalgar in 2020 was so off base, dude. This is part of the reason why Real Clear Politics, I say, like, there's poll aggregators out there. You got 538, you got Real Clear Politics, you got a bunch of them, right? RCP, unfortunately for people who love RCP, I think weighs Trafalgar and Rasmussen differently than some of these other pollsters. Other poll aggregators. So that's the reason why they're almost always incredibly fucking almost incredibly right-wing boosted. This was the Trafalgar Washington Senate poll showing incumbent Murray still holding a small lead, but the challenger Smiley gaining. Okay, 48.7% for the Murray campaign, 46.5% for Smiley, Tiffany Smiley. Murray ended up winning this fucking race by 15 points. So overall, you know, you got to take a lot of what they put out there with a grain of salt. Also, this is an insane thing that I've seen as well. Do you lean closer towards the Republican or Democratic position on abortion? Plus 19 for the Democrats. Environment plus 17 for the Democrats. These are obvious gimmies, right? That number should even be higher. Who the fuck is like, I don't know, maybe the Republicans have it right on abortion. Healthcare plus 16 for the Democrats. Election integrity plus 13 for the Democrats. Economy plus 8 for the Democrats. Inflation plus 4 for the Democrats. I do not know what is happening. I do not understand what is happening. I don't even get why people have completely removed Kamala Harris from the fucking equation. This is not the only poll I've seen, by the way, that shows that the Democrats are leading on the economy. Okay. I think it's because they are leaning into populist, progressive policy positions. Okay. Immigration R2 also seems kind of surreal. I don't know how fucking valid this poll is. I really don't know, but I have seen a bunch of other polls where Democrats are like either close or leading on the issue of the economy, which is crazy. Seems that Americans are single issue voters. and the issue is the candidate being alive. I mean, that was a major role. Yes, that played a major fucking role. But I told you motherfuckers time and time again, it's not like the Democratic Party's platform is unpopular. Okay? They can make this unpopular. They can. If they run away from popular prescriptions to problems that people foresee in their day-to-day lives. But as I told you, the platform is good, is solid. Lean into it. Stop fucking running away and being like, I'm not a radical. No, you don't understand. I want to do like the most complicated tax equation in an effort to make sure that you can like, you can get like maybe tax credits. This is also the type of shit that actually is phenomenally popular. I've also talked about this stuff too. The White House has proposed a new law requiring the subscription services like gym memberships can be canceled with a single click. This is genuinely really good quality of life policies, okay? That kind of shit works, bro. If the Dems ran on like eliminating spam mail, like if they just added that in, if they added that into their fucking if they added that into their platform, like that's the type of stuff that actually plays really fucking well, okay? Like this is the type of shit, I'm gonna be honest with you, the FCC pushing the click to cancel rule for phone, internet, and cable companies, that, I'm not even joking, that is like +1 in a key state, okay? You end up improving your chances so dramatically. You know what I mean? That's one extra point in a place like Michigan. That's a gimme. One of the major issues here, of course, is how they communicate it, okay? How they communicate this progressive platform. If they run away from this shit, if they don't actually publicize this kind of stuff, I'm telling you right now, it's not gonna mean anything. It will be meaningless. This is a bad policy. Yeah, oh, shut up. You're trying to fucking serve a 3-minute ad break or something. That's why you're saying this is a bad policy. We already ran the ad break. Did you see EU is telling Elon Musk to censor Trump? I have not seen that, but honest question, wouldn't some corporate donors be against this? Fuck the corporate donors, bro. What are we talking about? You got an election to win, okay? Corporate donors can only take you so far. Corpos, I think that there are a lot of corporations, a lot of corporate donors that are completely vested in Donald Trump, especially Silicon Valley, okay? They're deep in the Trump pocket right now. They think J.D. Vance is a great choice. But obviously they are at odds with like real humans that go out and vote. Now, they can only move the needle so far, right? They can only move the needle so far. All the money in the world is not going to work if you have genuine fucking momentum. Donald Trump proved that in 2016. Hillary Clinton got a shit ton of money. Hillary Clinton had the backing of liberal media. And everybody was constantly ripping into Donald Trump, but he was a significantly more dynamic, more charismatic anti-establishment pick for a lot of people who was able to make it seem like he was a more moderate person than the average Democrat on a lot of issues that were popular with the base. That's how he fucking won. Also because Hillary Clinton sucked at campaigning and thought that she wouldn't need to campaign in key states. But overall, that's what happened in 2016, where Donald Trump kind of had the juice. He had the momentum. He could overcome the massive amount of spending against him. On the other hand, Democrats now have that momentum. Democrats have that momentum, and they should not fucking cast it aside. You want to see real panic from the Republicans? Looks like they're being forced to dump 100 million ad bombs originally planned for late September to stop the Trump bleeding. That's what I'm saying. MAGA Inc., the pro-Trump super PAC, is plowing 100 million into ads that will air before Labor Day. The ads will air in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. The ads is messaging that Kamala Harris is soft on crime radical who's too dangerous for the White House. In a memo obtained by Politico Alex, the super PAC strategists say Americans might vote for a liberal, but they won't vote for a lunatic. And that's hilarious because Kamala Harris is a fucking prosecutor and Trump is a convict. So like, even if they thought that this was going to be an issue that they can move people on, it still doesn't fucking work. It literally didn't work in 2022. They are trying a tactic that failed in 2022. What are you doing? It's even harder to fucking make this. It's even harder to make this narrative stick because Crime is literally down. Okay. Most Americans say that their cities are safe. It's other cities that they're worried about in terms of crime. And everyone in the media recognizes that crime is down across the board. Homicides are down as well, which was the only thing that was up regardless in the post-COVID bump. Everything else was still going down. And they have no way to make this narrative stick. They couldn't make it stick in fucking 2022. Okay? If they couldn't make this stick in 2022, how the fuck are they going to make this stick in 2024 when everybody recognizes that crime is down? Especially when you are a convict running against a fucking prosecutor. They just keep lying about it till it sticks. No, you have to understand, like, this kind of shit is great for Twitter. It's great for the MAGA cultists, but those guys are already voting right now. Because Donald Trump is completely maxed out on name recognition, you have to somehow magically bring people back to your side. He already lost an election. He lost an election to an objectively weaker candidate, Joe Biden, in 2020. Do you understand? He lost an election already to Joe Biden. Joe Biden was a fucking carcass, far from like just a generic Democrat. He got shot and it didn't fucking move the needle. You cannot, especially if you're Donald Trump, you can't just like keep trying to pump out the same old narratives that have literally failed in the midterms when it should have been a massive lock for you. GOP should have been running the fucking table in the 2022 midterms. Literally, real negative wage growth, okay? Negative wage growth in the midst of an inflation crisis, in the midst of people actually feeling the heat. They still could not defeat Democrats in key states, in key districts. It's crazy. Why? Because they hyper-focused on culture war shit. And they're doing that again. And it's in terms of culture war shit, there's one issue that is not, that isn't just culture war, but there's one issue where their legislative agenda actually went through after this 40-year project on abortion restrictions. That came down. People saw what it's like. People know what it's like when the Republicans get their wishes across in terms of some of these culture war issues. It's just fucking, it's done. It's done after that. You're hemorrhaging your base of support. People fucking hate you. People do not think you're good. People do not think you're competent. People don't want to pay attention to politics. And worst of all, Democrats did one thing that they normally always do. Democrats did something that they never have done before. They demonstrated basic, bare minimum competence. They did that. They were like, oh shit, our guy is dead. He's rotting. We can't carry him across the finish line. We should swap him out. Then they followed through and went with a candidate that was a vice presidential pick that would lock them in for a radical, supposedly radical, progressive policy platform. So unless Kamala comes out today or tomorrow, I think her campaign policies are going to, like, the agenda is going to come out soon. Unless she comes out and is just like the most dog shit, like centrist, soft pedal, baby shit, hyper focus tested nonsense. Okay. Unless she does that, which would be a full fucking reversal of like the Tim Walz decision, which I don't think they will do. And I hope they won't do that. Okay. Unless she does some shit like that, they can keep carrying this momentum forward. I think overall, the other side of this equation is that while Trump has certain key sectors on lock, like tech, maybe some defense contractors, ultra Zionist, whatever. Democrats have their own version of this as well, obviously, in terms of big donors. A lot of other industry leaders are also still worried about the instability in terms of like big ticket donors, like big money donors. A lot of industry leaders are also worried about what a second Trump term looks like in terms of the instability and the volatility. If you're just hyper focused on short-term benefits, maybe you're looking at it and going, the deregulation and the extra tax cuts will be good. But a lot of other key sector leaders probably look at this and go, Democrats are going to give us that too. And I'd rather have like maybe some regulation and stability rather than deregulation and complete instability that will defeat long-term benefits, long-term profits, that will destroy long-term profits because it will probably cripple America's standing. It will probably cripple the global economy. So like ultimately, those guys are making lesser evil choices from their own perspective. And I think that that is the reason why the Democratic Party has more leeway to operate within this progressive space, to captivate a progressive audience, to show Americans that, like, yeah, no, they can actually own these supposedly radical policies. Can you steal, man, a positive thing for a Trump second term? From whose perspective? Positive from like the average person's perspective, or positive from like industry? Because both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are always going to be beholden to their corporate donors. Okay. Like they will always be beholden to their corporate donors. They will always like move the needle marginally in one direction. But even if they get like one step, if the Democrats take like one tiny step in the direction of like populist economic agenda items that will be truly beneficial for the American population, they'll still take like 3 steps in the direction of corporate donors. Republicans, on the other hand, will take, 10 steps in the direction of corporate donors, and openly. Is he drinking piss? Yeah, dude. Arizona fucking green tea, brother. Holy shit. Yeah. This is, by the way, one big thing. America's crime reset. Omaha, 30% decrease. Miami, 20% decline. Philadelphia, a big fall in homicides with a 42% decrease. Which, by the way, that happened under the fucking progressive reign of a supposed George Soros DA, by the way. What happened? I thought George Soros DAs were literally releasing convicts left and right. Every single fucker was talking about this, including my goddamn uncle. What happened? Are they not releasing the criminals any longer? What happened? What the fuck happened? It's crazy to me. No, not Sam Cedar, my biological uncle, Jank. What's responsible for the crime reset? There is no fucking real, legitimate fucking increase of crime. That was all media narratives concocted. There is no real reset. Crime was always down. There was a big bump in the immediate aftermath of COVID on homicides. That's it. Everything else, oh shit, that's a massive earthquake. Yo, it's still going. Yo, Kaya, you are fucking not even remotely interested. Come here. Come here. That was crazy. That was a big one, boys. That was crazy. There have been a lot of earthquakes that have happened. Hello. Get up. Up. Good girl. There have been a lot of earthquakes that have happened, but that was definitely a big boy. That was a big, or at least like the epicenter must have been close. Wait, it's only 5.2 in Bakersfield? I fucking felt that shit. Last time it happened, or 4.7 in Bakersfield? Oh, it's south of Pasadena. Holy moly, that shit is close. That's why I felt it. It was right in LA. Fuck. East Coaster here. This is an indication of the big one's coming soon. That was the first time in a while where I was like, damn, that's a big one. Kaya, place. Good girl. Did you get alerts on your phone? No. I'm in West LA, felt it, but it looks like it hit you harder. Yeah, no, it was crazy. I heard it. I think one of the scariest parts of the earthquake is that obviously shit starts shaking. That's it. But it's the noise. There is this like very weird noise that you hear that I find particularly scary. Like there's this presence. It's like there's like this nefarious, scary, ominous rumble. You go like, I don't know if you can hear it from my fucking mic, but it's actually like I think one of the scarier parts of it. Everything else, oh shit, that's a massive earthquake. Yo, it's still going. Yo, Kaya, you are fucking not even remotely interested. Come here. Massive Lamau. The wall shaking and the air moving in that frequency when the doors and windows are rattling. Yeah. The instinct to go full cam, you clip farmer. Sorry guys, I just sat down. I love that you checked the Zin Tower. What? I didn't check the Zin Tower.
Earthquake! Yo!
It's still going. Oh, I did. Oops.
Yo!
Kaya, you are fucking not even remotely interested. Come here. That was crazy. 4.6 is actually not that big, but I think it's because I was very close to the epicenter this time that I felt it that much. I remember when that earthquake hit on the East Coast a couple months back, I was in bed and that shit felt good on my back. 4.6 is actually huge. Thank you very much. Nah, not for California. We get that shit on a daily basis. There was another one in Bakersfield that was 5.2. I didn't even fucking feel that shit. I think that's the reason. Yeah, it's because it was like close to us. Keizo attacking you for not for telling everyone that he's not a real big boy. Yeah. 4.6 is fucking massive. Wait, no. For California, 4.6 is not that big. Like, it happens. Dude, last week there was a 5.2 in Bakersfield, like a couple days ago. Oh, you guys are making penis jokes. Oh, I thought y'all, man, y'all are so dumb. Anyway, let's continue with what the fuck I was talking about. God damn it. Let's continue.
President Harris is doing better than President Biden with independents in some of those critical swing states. You've also got the money factor. The Harris camp has raked in tens of millions of dollars in a relatively short period of time. And then look ahead at what's happening a week from today. The Democratic National Convention begins in Chicago, and that is a week of primetime coverage for the Democrats. We're learning more about who some of the headliners will be. Two sources familiar with the planning tell us that former President Obama will speak, along with former President Bill Clinton, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and President Biden will be one of the headliners as well, in what seems like a nod to his leadership after he withdrew from the 2024 race. In a new interview just recently, Savannah, his first since he decided to step off the 2024 ticket, he says he did so partly so as not to be a distraction for Dems.
Let's talk about the Trump campaign still adjusting, it seems, to this new race and this new candidate they're facing at the top of the ticket.
Yeah, there's a sense from senior advisors that this is a so-called Harris honeymoon that may not last all that long. They see the fundamentals of the race as still being fairly consistent here, and that is a real focus on two big issues, the issues that we've been talking about for months now that voters care about, the economy and immigration. On both of those issues, battleground polls show that former President Trump actually polls better than Vice President Harris on that. So there is a desire, I think, from those I've talked to in the Trump orbit for the former president to focus on that, to focus on policy. What we've seen from him, though, over the course of the last week, several weeks, if not longer, has been a focus on nearly anything but. He's been litigating this issue of crowd sizes, making false claims on that front, suggesting that President Biden may try to, with no evidence, reclaim the nomination at the DNC. There's nothing that would support that happening here. Of course, Vice President Harris is looking to combat on both of those issues, going on offense on both the economy and immigration. Savannah.
All right, Hallie, much to discuss. Thank you very much.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz completed their first swing through battleground states. As new poll numbers show them pulling ahead in some of those key states, drawing false attacks.
Dude, the Beyonce release was so clutch. Like, I can't, it's just, it goes way too fucking hard. The Freedom song, it really does. Like, Kamala Harris kind of low-key doesn't deserve that level of hype. You know what I mean?
From Donald Trump about the crowd size at their rallies. Rachel Scott is tracking the race from Washington. Good morning, Rachel.
Hey, George. Good morning to you. This is an entirely different campaign. 1 week out from the Democratic National Convention, and a new poll shows that Vice President Kamala Harris is gaining traction in those critical battleground states. All of that really not sitting well with former President Donald Trump, who has resorted to pushing conspiracy theories about the crowd size at her rallies and questioning her racial identity.
This morning, Vice President Kamala Harris gaining momentum in the race for the White House.
Another thing that I did not like, and I brought this up already, was like Kamala Harris doing the fucking like classic Dem thing, I guess, but in a new format where she looked at like something that Trump had suggested that is like a pro-corporate policy and not a pro-worker policy that masquerades as a pro-worker policy, no tax on tips. And I think that ProPublica senior editor Jesse Eisinger is absolutely right on this, where he says no tax on tips policy is an ominous sign. Pandering matches half-baked, bald Trump pander. Regressive. Most tip workers don't pay income tax and get EITC. Unfair. Why should a bus driver pay taxes but not a waiter? Relieves pressure on corporations to raise wages. That is a key part of this that I have an issue with. Reasons is ominous. Suggests Harris doesn't have a serious economic policy circle that can respond to idiotic Trump blather. Suggests she doesn't have good enough political instincts / communication skills to explain why doing the thing that sounds good isn't actually good. I am a little fearful that she just blurted that out. I'll be honest. But it played in Nevada. Brother, what are you talking about? She's in front of the Culinary Union. You know the Culinary Union already has a policy in place that they are advocating for. It's called abolishing sub-minimum wage. That's it. You don't have one guy on your team in your immediate orbit that could have communicated that to you? The union workers there already have a policy that they are advocating for. It is the abolition of sub-minimum wage. Americans on the consumer front fucking hate tipping culture, right? And there's a nefarious reason as to why tipping culture is bad for the workers as well. And a lot of people, I think, don't realize that it is a very effective, I would say, cowardly way to make it seem like you are trying to make it seem as though you are trying to appear pro-worker while simultaneously not appearing pro-worker at all or being pro-corporate. The biggest problem for service workers right now is the reality that they have to rely on the gratuitous nature of the customer in order to fucking survive. And the way in which the tipping structure is designed in the United States of America allows corporations, allows restaurants to offer what is known as sub-minimum wage because the tips make up for it, right? As in, you get paid sub-minimum wage at like $2.35 an hour, and then the rest of it is being made up with tips anyway. So your bosses, the restaurant, doesn't have to give you like an honest, livable wage. They don't have to offer you an honest, livable wage. It's crazy. Many tip workers like Tiz because they can get like $500 a night. Not all, but many. No, I understand that. I do. I get it. I know why it comes across as a popular policy. I know. Here's the statement by the Culinary Union Secretary Treasurer Ted Papa George regarding elimination of the sub-minimum wage and taxes on tips. The Culinary Union calls Nevada elected officials to support the federal ban on sub-minimum wages and taxes on tips. Nevada stands as a model where workers receive a fair minimum wage without relying on customer tips to cover wages. Currently, 34 states maintain minimum wages above the federal standard of $7.25, but tipped employees in many states can still earn as little as $2.13 per hour. According to BLS, Bureau of Labor Statistics, approximately 1.1 million workers in the United States can earn below the federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour. In Massachusetts, the tip minimum wage is $6.75 an hour, while the state minimum wage is $15 an hour. A lot of you who have not worked on this, worked in the service sector, I think, are kind of oblivious to how unimaginably cruel the sub-minimum wage structure works. But it is, regardless of what people think in the short term, I think it's a very nefarious policy to design. The no tax on tips aspect of it is very nefarious policy making in the sense that like it basically moves the blame away from those who are most responsible for people suffering, like most responsible for their workers not getting the honest wages that they deserve, livable wages that they deserve unconditionally, and changing the dynamic by basically beefing up tipping culture, which consumers across the board hate as well. But a lot of people don't think about that immediately, or they don't think about like, oh, well, they have taken off taxes on tips. Like most people don't think about it in the short term. They don't think about what kind of most people don't think about what kind of incentives you are creating here and what that might look like down the line. Okay. No tax on tips proposal is a bad idea on the merits, but I don't mind pandering to win the election. Please don't pass it, Senate Dems, but this is an opportunity to pander with good policy. Take it. Rumors on economic Twitter. is Harris' policy will include raising all forms of minimum wage, including the sub wage. Several hope she does exactly what the culinary union wants from it, like she did for the taxes on tips. Yeah. Prices will go up, suggested tips will go down. It will get votes, but crap policy. Servers already don't claim our tips anyway, so what does this change? Can you elaborate? Can you please give us examples for us restaurant workers? I think what is beneficial for restaurant workers across the board isn't necessarily to cut taxes on tips, but instead to move to a model that makes it so that restaurants have to give you an actual fucking wage rather than having you rely on the magnanimous, gracious nature of the customer. Then you have the present brain on the other side. It's hugely expensive and economically distortionary, so much that I highly doubt it will ever become law, which also makes this promise less likely. No, I don't think this is present brain. I'll be honest with you. I think this is one of the only instances where Globe Twitter is right. One of the things that Americans are so fucking warped on is like taxes for middle income Americans. Taxes for middle income Americans basically fund the entire government because there's so many fucking people in that bracket. It's basically the entire nation that's in that bracket. So no, I am not anti-taxing the middle class. And obviously you can't say that in America if you're running. You certainly try to avoid talking about that at every point, but they're not wrong. It is actually, when he says it's hugely expensive and economically distortionary, what this person is saying is not entirely incorrect. What this person is talking about is funding the government. Like you're adding on, you're basically taking away like a massive chunk of taxable revenue from the government coffers. And I don't necessarily think that that's a good thing. I think that the way that the middle class is currently taxed is decent enough. But, you know, the way that we spend is completely out of whack. People should be able to get more social safety nets for the taxes that they're paying currently. And then there are obviously plenty of areas where people are not taxed at all, especially if or not taxed appropriately, especially if your entire net worth is in the stock market or on assets that are taxed at a lesser percentage than the regular straight income tax brackets work. And most of the super wealthy operate on that boundary. That's why we have people like you. You can afford to tip 100% each time. I know, but nobody does that shit. And you cannot rely on, like, I've always been the type of person who says, like, you're never going to extract concessions by being nice. Okay? You can't just expect people to be nice to you. You have to forcibly change the rules and the laws. Okay? It is a foolhardy endeavor to rely on the magnanimous nature of the wealthy. If they were magnanimous to begin with, we wouldn't have such severe income inequality. We would not have billionaires. Okay? They clearly are not. I don't think it's like appropriate to design an economy on having the entirety of the service sector be over reliant on people being gracious and basically seeing the working poor at the whims of their mercy and maxing out, like basically creating a GoFundMe like structure for every interaction in the service economy is insane to me. And that is basically what we're doing with moves like this. Like, give people consistent, honest income that they deserve, a livable wage. You are talking like the pubs have empathy, Lamau. No, I'm saying that nobody has empathy. Everyone is very selfish, which is why you have to design a structure that leads to more egalitarian outcomes, because no one is going to fucking do that. Also, the culinary union saying that they want no taxes on tips is one thing. The culinary union leadership and many union leadership can oftentimes push for policy that is not inherently good, that is not ultimately a good policy. Okay? This is something that you learn with, throughout your time dealing with unions in general. If you remember, sometimes there's also a mismatch in what a union communicates and what the desires of the rank and file are. Culinary union is a great example of this. But this is one of those issues where the rank and file probably also, in short-term thinking, assume that this is a good idea. technically not a good idea. It's one of those things that it is populist to say no taxes on tips, okay? But if you're looking at it with the lens of, being an adult about it, it's not necessarily a solid idea at all. If you're gonna use the populist aspect of this, you have to also, at the very least, tie it to an increase in sub-minimum wage. Does that make sense? So do nothing. Did I ever say so do nothing? I actually told you what to do instead. Why don't they go further and ban or increase sub-minimum wage? No, that's what I'm saying. They should. If they want to keep that, if they, let's say, want to keep that fucking sub-minimum wage part of the equation afloat, they tack it on with like this populist policy. Are you arguing that relying on tips to support the service sector is unsustainable and unfair, effectively turning every transaction into a form of charity? Yes, that is precisely what I said. That's literally what I said. Wouldn't it be more to ensure workers receive a stable, livable wage instead of depending on the generosity of others? Yes, you understood exactly what I was saying. Are you suggesting that the tax burden on middle-income Americans is disproportionately high and that their contributions are essentially funding the entire nation? That is also what I said. Holy shit, this guy's awesome. Thank you for summarizing my points. The reason why sub-minimum wage is devastating is because there's plenty of people who are also fucking broke. And when they're fucking broke, they also are, for a multitude of different reasons, refusing to fucking pay tips. Okay? So then the person in front of you is suffering as a consequence of that. They just served you for like an hour and they got nothing in return, and now they made $2 in that process. Like, that's insane. Relying on customers to keep the business afloat, to keep the lives of these servers sustainable is craziness. And I think there's also a pretty solid counter to it, which is that everybody, including servers themselves, when they are customers, don't like fucking the 25%. Don't like seeing 25% at the checkout line. You know what I mean? People are like, what the fuck? Anyway, let's continue.
Wrapped up her first major campaign blitz with her new running mate, Governor Tim Walz.
You are battle-born, and if Donald Trump wants to pick a fight over our most fundamental freedoms, we say, bring it on.
A New York Times Siena poll shows Harris has a 4-point edge on Donald Trump in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, within the margin of error. And enthusiasm for the Democratic ticket has skyrocketed since President Biden dropped out of the race. Walz addressing a crowd of 15,000 in Phoenix, making this dig at Trump.
But Arizona just couldn't leave it alone, could you? It's not as if anybody cares about crowd sizes or anything. So.
Trump has long boasted about the size of his rallies, just days ago claiming nobody has spoken to crowds bigger than me. And now the former president pushing conspiracy theories on social media that Harris used artificial intelligence or AI to create images of fake crowds, falsely claiming there was nobody there. David Plouffe, a senior advisor for the Harris.
This part is so funny. I think this is a major fucking L for the Trump camp. Like, this is a risk, okay? You are assuming a risk. And the risk is, are there enough people in the margins, not in your base, but in the margins, that will actually get brain diseased by this kind of rhetoric and believe it, okay? Every step that the Trump administration takes going forward is supposed to be moving the needle in the opposite direction. They've already maxed out on name recognition. Most people have already decided, they've made up their minds about Trump. They had also made up their minds about Biden as well. But now with the Kamala Harris Walz ticket, that's an entirely different ticket. So they stand to gain a lot from people in the margins. Trump, on the other hand, is completely maxed out. He already was the fucking president. He was a telegenic figure. On top of that, people already have these opinions. They've already calcified their positions, right? So every step they take, they are gambling, okay? Every step they take, they're like, will this move the needle with moderates that are Republican leaning? Will we be able to bring these moderates back to our side? Now, before you say they are believing that it's AI, you are wrong. the people that look at that crowd and go, oh, that's AI, are already Trump supporters. I'm sorry, man. You're out of your fucking mind, okay? You're not thinking about like old people that are not spending all their goddamn time on Twitter. You're spending all your goddamn time on Twitter. You're spending all your goddamn time on Twitch. So you think a lot of the Republican Party's base of support, or those in the margins, like the more moderate, the more independent voters and whatnot, are also spending every waking moment on Twitter, okay? The average American with a fucking job or a business that they own is not as brain broken as like Joey Manorino or whatever. They're not as brain broken as the End Wokeness account, okay? They're going to look at this and go, what the fuck is this guy saying, okay? And a lot of you probably have relatives that are perma online too. So you think like, oh no, every person is like this. My blue collar Republican boss doesn't think Trump will win because he's too controversial. That one incident may not move the needle, but isn't there a collective impact on the constant barrage of misinformation? Yes, but a lot of people still pay attention to the news, okay? As it stands currently, especially in the demographics that actually go out and vote, you have the entirety of the Republican constituency locked in on Fox News. They're doing the brain broken shit on Fox News. But you have the rest of the country that also looks at a variety of different news outlets, from local news all the way to ABC, NBC, CNN, and the like, NPR, New York Times. And those people see this shit and they go, what the fuck is Trump doing? Do you understand? It's also one of those things that is like immediately disproven with your fucking own two eyes. It's one of the worst things that you can lie about, okay? One of the worst things that you can lie about is something that you can disprove. If you were to run around and be like, Trump is super sexy, actually, right? If you were to run around and be like, you don't understand, I love Donald Trump because he's hot. I love Donald Trump because he's an incredibly fit man. He's incredibly physically fit. He's very dynamic. Like, if you say that, people can just look at that and go, what the fuck are you saying? Guys, stop memeing for a second, okay? Please stop memeing, please. I know I like to say Trump is hot, but like, ultimately you have to remember, like, things that are immediately disprovable will not work well with a group of people that you are trying to bring to your side that aren't already completely locked in, okay? It will look like the conversation that I had yesterday with that one hater from Ohio. The dude who was like, I'm double your size, pussy. You are a pussy, you're soy, you're weak. I could fucking beat your ass if I wanted to. And then we fucking pulled up his photo and it demonstrably was not the case. It was like hilarious that he was even like presenting this as an argument. Okay? Some of you guys might have missed that part. But he was just like falling apart and still running on this delusion. Anyway.
Harris campaign writing, these are not conspiratorial rantings from the deepest recesses of the internet, adding the author could have nuclear codes and be responsible for decisions that will affect us all for decades. Trump has been struggling to pivot to a new Democratic ticket, doing everything from questioning Harris's racial identity to mocking her intelligence and lashing out at new polling.
Kamala is grossly incompetent and, in my opinion, has a very low IQ.
He's now taking her on her pledge to make tips tax-free, something he has promised for months, calling it a Trump idea. The former president also putting immigration at the center of his campaign, vowing the largest deportation effort in American history. Our John Carl pressing his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, for specifics.
I think it's interesting that people focus on, well, how do you deport 18 million people? Let's start with 1 million. That's where Kamala Harris has failed, and then we can go from there.
This also is a way, finally, the media is actually like offering a little bit of contest to this argument and not letting shit slide on this front, which is crazy. Where the fuck was the media for the past like 8 months? It's like, where the fuck were you guys? Like, what? I can't believe that finally the media is asking this question. Like, I've been saying this. I have been saying this for literally months. Someone should ask a fucking Republican what mass deportations looks like. they should get them on the record being like, I'm fine with a couple million people getting forcibly deported from their fucking homes. Okay? It's shocking to me that now they're saying, only now, they're fucking finally being held to account for this goddamn position. It has gone on for far too long. The fact that people have not been asking this question for months at this point, and it's gone untested, uncountered as a narrative, that is the reason why it has led to 60+% support, okay? Mass deportation. It's fucking ridiculous. JD Vance did say that, though, in the interview you covered. These people are gross. Yes, these people are gross. And let me tell you, many people in the fucking MAGA cult are definitely on board with this. But you have to remember, those aren't the only people in this country, okay? We're talking about like 30% of the... We're talking about the 30% of eligible voter population. There's 70% of the eligible voter population that's not on board with all of these narratives and might actually think that these narratives are fucking insane. These ideas are Hitlerian, because they are. They are Hitlerian. But they'll never come to that conclusion if someone doesn't turn around and go, hold on, did you just say you want to deport 20 million people from this country? How the fuck are you going to do that? How the fuck are you going to do that? Okay. POTUS account calling for a ceasefire again. Yeah, bro, that doesn't mean shit. Okay. You have the power. Do it. You can get 30% of Americans to agree on anything. Exactly. Anything. 30% of Americans can agree that there's no top of the hour ad break. Okay. At the top of the hour at the Hassan Abi broadcast. But there is one. There is. It's crazy how the majority of illegal immigrants pay taxes. Yeah, of course they do. The reason why, however, 30% of Americans are delusional about the fact that there is no top of the hour ad break is because they are subscribed. They're subscribed to the Hassan Abi broadcast at the top of the hour, and therefore they don't see it. If you want to be a part of that 30%, all you need to do is subscribe as well for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Rob is Coffee, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Anyway, don't 50% of Republicans support bombing Agrabah? What? Only 8% of Americans believe that chocolate milk comes from brown cows, though. Okay, there are some things that are, I guess, too insane for even the 30%. I've said this before. You can get the classic outside of a quote is you can get 20 to 30% of Americans to believe anything. You see how pathetic Barack Ravid is? Bro, we said it. We saw it in real time. We saw this in real fucking time. Agrabah is a city in Aladdin. Point is they support bombing in places that doesn't even exist. Yeah. I got it, chat. I got it. I understood the meme. Okay, let's continue.
And in another twist this weekend, the Trump campaign claimed that it had been hacked by Iran. It pointed to a report from Microsoft that said that the Iranian hackers sent a phishing email to a top campaign official. Microsoft did not specify which campaign that was, and the Trump campaign has not provided any further details, George.
Yeah, we've seen foreign interference in our elections going back to 2016 at least. Rachel Scott, thanks very much.
The enthusiasm around the Harris-Walz campaign is seen at their rallies, no doubt. It's also showing up in new polling that we want to bring to you today, showing the Democratic ticket has made some gains in some battle.
I said this yesterday. JD Vance had a fucking horrible interview with Dana Bash. Dana Bash actually cooked his ass up and down, like embarrassed him, thoroughly embarrassed him. Okay. And part in that process, and in the interviews that JD Vance has given since then to ABC, NBC, and CNN, the liberal media is like finally starting to ask these fucking questions, like, how do you suggest a incredibly right-wing psychopathic policy such as mass deportation of all migrants currently living on U.S. soil, which is like around 10 to 20 million people? Okay. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing to ask. Baba, yemek yapar mısın? Yok hayır şeyde saat 3'te tavuk var mı?
Ground states. What does momentum look like in the polls? Harry Enten is here. What are you seeing?
What am I seeing? So these were these New York Times Siena College polls that came out over the weekend. And look, this is Democrat versus Trump margin. This is May, Biden versus Trump. You see plenty of red on this side of your screen, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, of course, that quote-unquote blue wall. This was back in May. You saw Trump up by 3, Trump up by 1 in Wisconsin, Biden up by a single point in Michigan. The trend line here is what's so important. So let's jump ahead from May to August. We go from some red on this side of the screen. Look at all this blue on this side of the screen. Pennsylvania, Harris by 4. Wisconsin, Harris by 4. Michigan, Harris by 4. So you're seeing those comments on Trump on social media kind of going bananas, and you're wondering why. It's because he's looking at polling data like this, which shows clear momentum from Donald Trump to Kamala Harris as Joe Biden's got out of the race. I'll note still no clear leader up here, but you would much rather be Kamala Harris.
Why is no one talking about amnesty? I suspect Kamala Harris will be talking about it. She briefly brought it up. So Democrats in the past used to play this weird song and dance where they would do a little push-pull, okay? Democrats used to do this push-pull where they would be like, here's a really fucking broadly popular, phenomenal fucking idea. Let's make people who were brought, like kids who were brought into this nation by their undocumented parents when they were like literally fucking 4, 5, all the way 12, up to the age of, I believe, 18. Let's offer them a pathway to citizenship, or let's actually create a process where they can at least like operate, maybe not with the full-blown citizenship, but like have some level of like protection, okay? This originally was something that the Republicans were completely against. This is called Dreamers, okay? Deferred action on childhood arrivals. This was an idea that Republicans were against. Democrats made it happen under the Obama administration. However, by the way, Dreamers still do not have full-blown citizenship, and the idea or the policy of giving Dreamers full-blown citizenship, okay, has always polled at 90% consistently. So that is one aspect of the immigration equation that encompasses, hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions of people. I forget what the actual number is, but it's just like completely unacceptable that it was even contested. And to this day, it's still contested by the Republican Party. However, because it was so overwhelmingly popular that the Trump administration was not able to actually cut it off entirely and shut down the program entirely, because 90% of approval rating is something that you cannot cast aside. Now, how do we get here, though? Democrats did that, and Obama also was the deporter in chief simultaneously. More aggressive immigrant detention processes, but also Dreamers. Under the Biden administration, however, we saw something different. In 2020, when Biden was running against Donald Trump, he ran on a overtly progressive, pro-immigration platform. Okay? Overtly progressive pro-immigration platform. His first 100 days in office, he said he's overturning all of the previous Trump border, all of the previous Trump immigration restrictions, and will offer a pathway to citizenship to all immigrants, all this stuff. He didn't do any of it, okay? He basically kept in place the what's the fucking name of the legislation? It's like Remain in Mexico Act or whatever. He basically also kept Title 42 in place. There were some hurdles. There were at times when the Remain in Mexico, he basically kept, and Title 42, Title 42 he completely kept intact. So that was pretty devastating. But it doesn't end there, okay? What he ended up doing after that was allow the Republicans to fucking counter message on immigration for the entire 4 years of his administration, and consistently pull on the immigrants are doing crimes, they're rapists, they're fucking drug dealers, they're murderers nonsense, without any sort of effective counter messaging on it, by bringing people back to reality on the matter. And in that process, people became fucking crazy over it. Okay? So then the Democrats turned around and responded in the worst way possible, which was to lean into the xenophobia, to lean into the right-wing narratives. Immigration in this country for years was seen as an economic burden. Okay? It was an economic policy. Now, I can argue on that front about how that was also false and that was also incorrect, but that's not what we're talking about now, because the Republicans moved from they're taking our jobs to they're raping our daughters. Okay? They moved further right on immigration and successfully turned at least the conversation in American media to immigrants are an issue that needs to be dealt with as a national security problem. That was new, okay? And they were able to successfully change the narrative, and they turned it into a crime issue. It's no longer a labor issue. Now it's a crime issue, okay? Now, this is Hitlerian to begin with, okay? It's just completely Hitlerian. It's born out of nothing but right-wing hysteria and white supremacist attitudes towards people that don't look like you. That's it. Because if you look at the actual data, undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens are. Okay? If you look at the actual data, when they try to tie the fentanyl crisis back to like brown people, that's also built on falsehoods. Okay? Donald Trump runs around the entire country and keeps saying that undocumented migrants have killed hundreds of thousands of Americans. He says that in campaign stops left and right. He said that at the RNC. This number is insane. It is completely made up. Okay? It's completely made up. The actual number of homicides, according to Customs and Border Patrol, that undocumented migrants have committed in 2024, this past fiscal year so far, is 23. 20-fucking-3. 023. Okay? Not 23,000. 23. Okay? And that is what is so unimaginably cruel about the way that these guys have been able to just openly lie about this without any contest whatsoever. Okay? Now, Donald Trump will try to play fast and loose. Republicans do this all the time when it comes to undocumented, undocumented citizens and the way to communicate with them, where he will try to package the fentanyl deaths with the migrant crisis, which is not a crisis at all. When you look at the actual data from the Department of Homeland Security, and this is incredibly consistent throughout the Trump years, incredibly consistent throughout the Biden years, it's just the reality. Drugs that are coming over the border are apprehended at regular points of entry, okay? Ports and like actual border crossings inside of cars. Drugs are not shipped over the border in the ass cheeks of a fucking migrant, okay? That's not how this works. People are not just like smuggling drugs in their fanny pack as they cross the fucking Rio Grande Valley, as they cross the goddamn desert. That is inconsistent with reality. It doesn't even make fucking sense when you think about it. We're talking about metric tons of fentanyl and chemical compounds necessary to cook up drugs, okay? Why the fuck would that be a consistent, reliable way to traffic drugs when those guys are getting fucking apprehended at the border, okay? All of the drugs that are coming over the border are stopped at regular points of entry, okay? 90%. And they're not undocumented citizens that are trying to traffic these drugs over the border. They are American citizens, okay? American citizens. 90% Lamau, mules exist, dude. I love you, Chatter, but you're wrong. And I know that it sounds insane because you have been led astray because nobody talks about the actual facts. But this is the Department of Homeland Security. Less than 10% of drugs are actually caught but go off king. Brother, think. The mules are American citizens inside of their cars with American license plates. That is the easiest way to sneak drugs across the border. What do you think is a more successful strategy? Giving random people who paid a jackal like 10 grand or whatever some drugs to cross the border with drugs and then get apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol, or to chop up a car and put the fentanyl inside of the fucking car? What do you think? Not a jackal, a coyote. Sorry. Fuck. I never said it was all migrants. No, you said 90% Lamau and also said mules exist, dude. Yeah, mules do exist. They're just American citizens, but that goes against the narrative that you have been taught, so it doesn't matter. 90% of drugs aren't caught. Okay, brother. So do you think if 90% of drugs aren't caught, but 90% of the drugs that are caught, okay, 90% of the drugs that are caught at regular points of entry, do you think that all of the other drugs are actually secretly being trafficked over the border through undocumented immigrants? Is that what you think is going on? Or do you think it's more likely that 90% of the drugs that are not caught are still also crossing through regular points of entry? I agree with that. Okay. I mean, he's not only moving the fucking, not only put the goalposts on a motor at this point, motorized goalposts up in here, but he's also coming to terms with my argument, I guess, even though he originally approached the subject matter as though he was in disagreement. I don't even know where he got the 90% of drugs are not caught or less than 10% of drugs are caught over the border. I don't know where he got that information from, but it doesn't even fucking matter because the ones that are caught at 90% are caught at the fucking regular points of entry. They only find a small percentage is my point. I know, but you can't suspect if the data is readily available that 90% of the drugs that are apprehended are actually coming in through regular points of entry and only 10% are through like random migrant crossings or people slingshotting over the fucking border wall or whatever, okay, or building tunnels under the fucking border or whatever, okay? Why would you ever make the assertion that, why would you ever make the false assertion that actually secretly these guys are all trafficking the drugs through the pockets of Guatemalan abuelas, okay? Because that's the assertion that the Republican Party is making. That's what they try to lead you to believe, okay? According to the USSC, in 2020 fiscal year, 80.1% of all drug traffickers are U.S. citizens. Of course they are. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense for them not to be U.S. citizens. They are less likely to get additional scrutiny. That's the point. Wait, what the fuck? Oh no. This overheated and started leaking. We're at the final. We got to the final stage of this. This one worked. I used this cable for years and years and it was very reliable and it was very good. But we have officially come to the end of this cable. This cable's lifespan. I was like, why is my fucking arm so warm? And why does it smell like there's something gone? Something's like cooking a little bit. It's done. We've come to the end of the lifespan of this fucking cable. Rest in peace. R.I.P.
Up by 4 within the margin of error, then Joe Biden down by 3 in Pennsylvania, down 1 in Wisconsin, and only up by 1 in Michigan within the margin of error. These are 3 to 5 point movements towards the Democratic ticket. Clear momentum, and it's clearly angering Donald Trump.
But take us inside the numbers. Who is Harris appealing to that Joe Biden was not when we had these numbers?
Yeah, so, okay. Is it that Harris is getting Republican voters? No. It's not that she's getting Donald Trump voters from 2020. What is she doing? Number one, she's coalescing the Democratic base. So look, in Biden this spring, he was getting only 90% of the voters who voted for him back in 2020. Look at it now. What do we see? We see Kamala Harris is getting 93% of those voters. So we see that momentum. The other thing that we see is those untraditional voters. Those voters, there's all this talk that Donald Trump was going to get these voters off the sidelines and get them to vote for him who didn't vote in 2020. Back in the spring, look at that. Joe Biden was only getting 28% of the 2020 non-voters. Look at where Kamala Harris is now. She's getting 43% of those voters, a 15-point jump. So Kamala Harris is doing two things here. Number one, she's getting more of those untraditional voters. And number two, she's coalescing that Democratic base.
Are you seeing signs in other polling of the Harris momentum as well?
Yeah, okay. So if it's just one poll, I'm not that interested. But take a look here. This is among those certain to vote. This is the Democrat versus Trump in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. This is an Ipsos poll that came out last week. Look at this, the June margin, Biden versus Trump. We see Trump was up by 2, very similar to what we saw in those New York Times Siena College polls. Look at where we are now in this August margin. Look at that, +2 for Harris. So again, a 4-point movement towards Harris, again within the margin of error. And the last thing I'll note, look at this. If Harris just wins up in the Great Lakes, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she can lose Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia, and she gets to exactly 270 electoral votes.
All right, so momentum it is today.
Momentum it is.
Thank you, Harry.
Thank you.
CNN's Isaac Dover is here with the very latest. How does the Harris team view things this morning, Isaac?
Well, look, John, they obviously are glad to see good poll numbers following a good couple of weeks for the vice president since she got into this campaign. Remember, we're only talking about 3 weeks here since Joe Biden dropped out. But they're trying not to get too ahead of themselves. Harris herself was in San Francisco yesterday at a fundraiser, and she said to donors there that she's never been one to really believe in the polls, whether they're up or they're down. What we know is the stakes are so high, and we can take nothing for granted in this moment. And look, what the Harris campaign is focused on here is making sure that people don't get feel like the race is done, feel like they don't have to do a lot of the work here. There are very few people who believe that this race won't come down to a couple of 100,000 voters at most between a couple of states, and that's the sort of thing that could even, it doesn't matter where the popular vote goes, could end up swinging the Electoral College.
It's amazing to think about Democrats talking about complacency when just 3.5 weeks ago it was Republicans talking about complacency there. So what does the week have in store in terms of a policy rollout? And I guess the first ever appearance between President Biden and Kamala Harris since he has left the race.
Yeah, we saw them briefly on the tarmac when that prisoner exchange happened at Andrews Air Force Base, but this will be an event on Thursday in Maryland, right outside D.C., with the two of them there together. It is put out as an official government event, not as a campaign event exactly, but they clearly are going to be doing it in the sense of passing the torch. What the White House has told us so far is that it will be focused on lowering costs for Americans, and what that is important is because not only is it Harris and Biden talking about economic issues, but it's the two of them staying very closely connected to each other. And that is something that we've seen since Harris got into this race, even as the Republicans in the Trump campaign have tried to say that Biden's record is bad and Harris is tied to it in a bad way. That's not the approach that they're taking.
Isaac Dover, great to see you this morning. Always great to have you on in the morning. Appreciate it. Sarah?
All right, here we go again. False claims about crowd size from Donald Trump, and even more talk about Kamala Harris's race and childless cat ladies from his running mate, J.D. Vance. Just a few of the new and familiar lines of attack we heard this weekend as Donald Trump tonight sits down for an interview with Elon Musk. Let's bring in CNN's Steve Contorno. Steve, some Republicans want to see a more disciplined, as you heard from Isaac Dover, message from Trump going after Harris. But is that what they're getting?
Certainly doesn't seem so far, Sarah. I think scattershot is probably the best word to describe what we saw from the former president over the weekend. He made fun of Senator Jon Tester's weight, the Democrat in Montana. He called Tim Walz, quote, very freakish. He said Harris Walz supporters were pink-haired Marxists, looters, perverts, flag burners, Hamas supporters, drug dealers, gun grabbers, and human traffickers. And he also continued to be
solid. I think it's going to be awesome when he has, like, in the words of, who was it? Fuck, I'm forgetting now. In the words of that one Joe Rogan guy who was being interviewed by Joe Rogan, never mind, this bit doesn't work. He's going to have one of the most neurodivergent adults on the planet try to have a conversation with fucking Donald Trump on a website that is notoriously finicky. It's going to be great. It's content, okay?
fixated on the crowd size of what Vice President Harris is getting versus his own. In fact, in a series of social media posts...
Who was the guy who said full-blown autism? How am I forgetting that? Oh, it was Robert F. Kennedy. Yeah, RFK, my favorite scientist, who said, you never see an adult with full-blown autism.
He shared debunked footage and claims that Harris was doctoring her crowd size. These were AI images that they were sharing. He said that she should be disqualified because they faked their crowd sizes when these photos were easily debunked. Meanwhile, his running mate continues to be answering questions about some of his past statements and trying to focus the attacks more on what they say are the anti-family policies of the Harris-Walz ticket. Take a listen to what J.D. Vance told our CNN over the weekend.
I think that what it is two people, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who aren't comfortable in their own skin because they aren't comfortable with their policy positions for the American people. And so they're name calling instead of actually telling the American people how they're going to make their lives.
This is such a funny line. The Democrats are resorting to name calling because they said you're weird is my favorite fucking bar so far. It's up there with the Democrats really need to stop with this violent rhetoric. What's the violent rhetoric? Saying Trump's policies are Hitlerian. Democrats need to stop with the violent rhetoric. They've really tuned it up a lot. Democrats really need to stop with name calling. Bro, you're running on the name call ticket. What the fuck?
It's better. I think that's weird, Dana, but look, they can call.
Like, name calling is what Trump is good at, or used to be. Not as much anymore. Now he says Kamala, and that's it.
Me whatever they want to.
Do you believe Kamala Harris is black?
I believe that Kamala Harris is whatever she says she is, but I believe importantly that President Trump is right that she's a chameleon. She pretends to be one thing in front of one audience.
Now, still not much campaign action from Donald Trump this week.
He still has bangers every now and then, like New Scum. That's a banger. Like, I recognize that. Real recognize real, okay? Gavin Newscomb, banger. Undeniable, okay? He still got it every now and then when it matters, in moments that matter. But overall, much worse than before.
Though he will, as you said, Sarah, speak to Elon Musk later today. J.D. Vance, meanwhile, will be more active on the campaign trail in the coming days.
Steve, just curious what you can tell me about the Trump campaign saying that they have been hacked. What do we know on that front?
Yeah, there's still a lot we're still trying to figure out about this. The Trump campaign claims that a, quote, high-ranking official in the campaign was hacked from Microsoft by Iranian hackers. Now, Iran, we should say, has so far denied this and is unclear if Iran was responsible. Microsoft has so far declined to comment. The U.S. government has sort of not shared any details that it has had at this point. This is all stemming from Politico reporting over the weekend that it had received emails including internal communications and a research dossier on J.D. Vance that the campaign had put together. The campaign in a statement saying these documents were obtained illegally from foreign sources hostile to the United States.
New poll, 55% of voters in swing states thinks that Donald Trump is weird.
This is registered voters across the U.S. And I think this also gives you an indication that the Kamala Harris campaign.
Bro, I swear to God, I'm seeing the dominoes fall, dude. I have personally never fucking seen like the Democratic Party actually lean into some good shit ever. They always run so goddamn scared. Oh my God, I'm so happy. It's just, there's still so much more that the Democratic Party needs to do, especially in terms of like the ongoing genocide. But overall, it does feel weird to see them actually do things that I've been begging for them to do for fucking years. It feels great to have this vindication at the very least. Like, I'm not exactly pro-Democratic Party by any means, as you guys know, and actively criticize them. Some of those issues that they criticize them on is this shit. So, it makes me feel a little happy in spite of all of the awful, other awful stuff that they have not moved on at all. In spite of the reality that, like, on immigration, they're doing a horrible job. The fact that the Tim Walz choice and what that spells, the fact that they're like running on the Republicans are weird. We want to feed children. They want to fucking talk about children's genitals. They want to do genital inspection day in every state. It's fucking awesome.
Is working. So this is registered voters across the 7 closest states back in the 2020 campaign: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Earn their position. Kamala Harris, 45% of voters say that she earned her position. Compare that to Donald Trump, just 42%. Donald Trump and his campaign is losing the messaging war right here. How about they are weird? This is not where Donald Trump wants to be leading it, but 55% of voters in those 7 states say that Donald Trump is weird, compared to just 39% for Harris. So the Harris campaign...
Bro, that is a dagger, okay? That is a dagger. And it actually pairs well with what I was talking about because it is something that Donald Trump despises, right? Here's the Atlantic article. This is the most important part of the Atlantic article. Something else, and something quite important, has changed. The whole landscape of the campaign has been transformed. The rise of Harris instantly cast Trump in a new light. He formerly seemed more ominous and threatening, which, whatever its political drawbacks, signals strength. A thing that I've been saying over and over again. That's why the weird thing is so much better than just saying he's scary and a racist and a dictator. Now he seems not just old, but low energy, stale, even pathetic. He has become the political version of Fat Elvis. You feel me? I told you guys, it is a perfect way. It is a perfect way to capture the attention of moderates, those who are not paying super close attention to this race, because the Democrats, I think, are correct when they say the Republicans have Nazi-style policies, but obviously consistently saying they're racist is not hitting all of the avenues, all of the fucking demographics that it's supposed to hit. When you call them weird, on the other hand, you basically deflate the entirety of their culture war narratives that they run on. They're weird. They have this like pathological obsession with trans people. They have this pathological obsession with like children's genitals. They have this pathological obsession with like women being breeders. Like they have to be bred. Women have to be bred. It's obsessive. It's gross. But most importantly, it neutralizes it. Because if they were fucking talking about this on the if they were talking about this as like as though they're scared, Republicans can run on a message of being strong, right? Ooh, the Democrats are scared of us. It's because we're strong. But when you call them fucking weird, all of a sudden they're not strong. They're just gross. You no longer, it's like being in an argument with someone and they say that your breath stinks. That's actually fucking awesome. I never even thought about that. That's like the nuclear option. Reducing Trump to a figure of ridicule is very similar to Mel Brooks' treatment of Nazism and Hitler. Rather than give them a sense of menace and strength, Brooks reduces them to a joke too ridiculous to ever be taken seriously. Would this stuff have worked as well in 2016? No. Because in 2016, Donald Trump was new. He was an unknown entity. He had the capacity to run as an anti-establishment figure, going up against a very unpopular establishment figure. But after 4 years of him being president, you can't really do that anymore. You can't be like, oh, I'm an unknown guy. I might do something crazy. You know? Anyway. Üçteki reklam olur mu amına koyayım? İyice para göz olmuşsun. Korkma, sen görmüyorsun zaten reklamları. Türkiye'desin. Size vermiyor reklam büyük ihtimalle. Box CEO Kamala Donor weighs in on Trump's AI takes, raises a good point. This should rightfully weird out the crypto AI bros who have been following take advancements with a fine-tooth comb. Wait, what? Dude, I don't think that, like, just so I'm clear, this is the guy we think should be driving AI regulation policy. I'm sorry. Nobody gives a fuck about what, like, the AI CEOs and crypto bros think, okay? There's precisely one guy, and his name is Megaphonics. Yeah. My point is they're voting, donating to, and they're uniquely positioned to call out Trump's bullshit. Yeah, I don't think they care about it that much, man. I'm going to be honest.
Their messaging or the messaging against them is not working for the Trump campaign, and the messaging from the Harris campaign is working against the Trump campaign. And I think this...
So, going along with the weird narrative, we talked about how, like, deflated that makes the Republicans feel. Here's some more positive notes, okay? Kamala Harris at a San Francisco fundraiser says, let's not take anything for granted. I know there's a lot of enthusiasm out there. I've never been one to really believe in the polls. What we know is the stakes are so high and we can take nothing for granted in this critical moment. Solid approach. Kamala Harris at the SF fundraiser. I just love Gen Z. I know it may be complicated if you have Gen Z in your family, but I think they're terrific. When Gen Z starts voting in the numbers, a whole lot of this is going to have an absolute sea change in terms of leadership. But yeah, not taking polls for granted is actually pretty solid. Some important lore about Kamala. When she ran in her first election for public office as DA in San Francisco, she started off at 6%. She would go on to defeat the 15-year incumbent with a 56% of the vote. Do you think along with Harris coming into the picture, do you think that the nail in the coffin is Trump picking JD as a running mate? I mean, the guy's a douche. I think it doesn't help. Is Gen Z actually more progressive? On some issues. Anyway, let's continue.
Trying to sow chaos throughout our democratic process. I should note, Sarah, that Donald Trump was the recipient of this kind of foreign interference back in 2016, he actually encouraged Russia to go after Senator Clinton's emails and then continue to talk about them well into the race.
Gen Z grew up in a world where it's not even a fucking question that like someone can be openly gay. Okay. So on that front, they obviously are not going to be anywhere near as aggressive as like a 60-year-old person is on LGBT rights and stuff. Like, even if they're right wing on other shit, they are still going to be more progressive on things that they take for granted, the social norms, right? Gen Z also is obviously very, very pro-Palestine in comparison to other generations in the United States of America. Having said that, however, I am not one to believe in generational political divides. That's not how that works. There are still there's a massive gender gap in Gen Z. Like Gen Z women, girls, women, they are very progressive. Gen Z boys are still very much incredibly reactionary as well. So by and large, the idea that like this next generation will save us is the tale as old as time. Everybody fucking loves talking about it. It's bullshit. It's just not a real thing. Yeah, Gen Z boys are the Tate generation. Gen Z boys are the Aiden Ross generation to a certain degree. It just always, like, the dominoes fall, and at the end of the day, when they get to, like, a voter eligible age, they end up swinging in similar, in a similar distribution of the vote. Did we already talk about JD Vance being a hypocrite about drag? A little bit. Bro, we all know how this goes. Dems make promises they can't keep and fundraise out the same issues at the next election because a few bad apples voted out of line. It's the same shit, except they've been in power for years now and done none of it. Why do we keep simping for them? I'm not simping for them. But I can only respond to what they're saying that they're going to do, especially when, at least on the messaging front, they have dramatically changed the way that they operate. I'm comparing this to 2016. In 2016, they literally would not even message appropriately. They were just like, you got to take our vote for granted. Shut the fuck up. You have to vote for us. Do I believe that they will commit to a broadly popular progressive agenda when push comes to shove and they're actually in office? I do not know. I do not feel that they will. But then again, they've never been this responsive to social pressure, public pressure before. So who knows? I can only look at what they've done and what is different than what they've done in the past and analyze off of that.
Communication strategist Frank Luntz just held a focus group. Watch this.
How many of you were supporting Joe Biden 14 days ago? Raise your hands. None of you. How many of you, if the election were held today, would vote for the Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris?
I would.
Okay, that's all of you.
None of you to all of you. And Frank Luntz is with us now. Frank, so thank you so much for being with us. Let me just
Hassan Abihed reply guy Frank Luntz.
Ask you, if the election were held today, who would win?
She would win. And I want to emphasize, it's not just about momentum. And I thought your commentary just before this was dead on. It's also about passion. It's about commitment. And Harris voters are even more eager to vote for her than Donald Trump voters are to him. We've not seen that in the entire campaign. Call that intensity. And her campaign is generating the intensity. And another key component is exactly why this is happening. She's talking and emphasizing her persona.
Hassan, I'm curious. My mom says her tax money goes to abortions and she doesn't like that. Is that true? It's not, but it should be. It's not true, but it should. Yes. Her tax money does not go to abortions, even though it should go to abortions. It's a medical procedure. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh, I'm really mad that my tax money sometimes goes to like veterans being able to get insulin. I think they should fucking die of diabetes. See how stupid that sounds when you say it like that?
Attributes, her character traits. And that's where Donald Trump has been commenting. And the fact is, the American people do not want to hear the same kind of negativity, the same kind of attacks that he's been delivering. His strength is on issues, most particularly the two issues that matter most, inflation and immigration. But instead of speaking about those two issues and talking about the failures of the Biden administration, he's been making these personal attacks, and it's frankly turning the voters off. that he needs to reach. Now, I want to emphasize one more thing.
Hang on, Frank.
That
Hang on,
focus
Frank.
group
'Cause
was-
I want to actually break down some of the things you just said there into pieces. And before we get that, though, again, if the election were held today, you say that Harris would win. If the election were held 4 weeks ago, who would win? Who would have won?
Donald Trump would have won, and I was very careful when I said it. And the reason why, threefold. Number one, he's winning those 3 states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Number two, he had the intensity, so he'd have done actually 1% better than his polling showed. And number three, frankly, he was on the issues that people cared about.
Let's talk about the Harris side for a second, because you talk about the excitement and enthusiasm. One of the things that she and her running mate are leaning into is this idea of joy. How does joy rate in your focus groups? Is there anything you can see where that's having an impact?
It's not joy. It's the absence of meanness. And I want to be specific about this. It's not that she's so energetic and so, which is part of it. The people in the focus groups appreciate that. It's that they've stopped appreciating the same kind of attacks again and again, year after year, that Donald Trump delivers. Frankly, and now let me upset everyone here, it's not that she's winning this campaign, it's that Donald Trump is losing the campaign. And I'm starting to wonder, how does he not see this? How does he not see the polling decline that he's had? How did he not?
No, he sees it. He absolutely sees it. That's why he's like swinging. He fucking sees it. That's why he's swinging in the wildest directions. Delivery geldi. Hayır. If he hadn't noticed it, he wouldn't be lashing out this aggressively.
Read and understand that people were fed up with a 93-minute convention speech that was really great for the first 30.
You know his ass is fucking desperate. He started posting on Twitter again. Come on, dude.
30 minutes and got really awful at the end. We are different people than we were when he was first elected. We are a different country in 2024 than we were in 2016. And I don't think that he understands it. Last point, I don't think it's his campaign, because I see the stuff that they put out. I think it's actually the candidate that's responsible for this.
Look, at all the reporting over the last 3 days has seemed to indicate that the leaks, the likes of which we've seen, generally speaking, are to send the candidate a message. You've got to see this. You've got to see the problem you're in. Ezra Klein, this wasn't an article, this was a column in the New York Times today. He's an opinion writer, but he writes, quote, Biden's communication strategy was designed to make Trump bigger. Harris's strategy is to make him smaller. And then Klein continues, the result is that Trump is starved for the resource he craves.
Last try. Have you talked about the interview with Elon Musk and Trump? Are you guys fucking insane? Do you think that, like, this interview, I will not actually cover the interview when it's happening in real time? What do you mean last try, bro? It's in the fucking title. I'm gonna cover it. It's about annem. Evet, okay.
His most attention, and as is often the case when he loses control of the headlines, he's making loonier in more self-destructive arguments. How do you feel about that?
I think I never thought I would say this, because Ezra and I have disagreed on a lot. I think he's dead on, but let's talk about the impact on democracy in the end. The key moment here is going to be the debates when Harris and Trump stand side by side and give the alternative points of view. I still think he has a reasonable chance of winning, because in the end, the issue agenda favors him, but not if you're so angry that you've stopped reflecting the people you're trying to reach.
Frank Luntz, great to speak with you this morning. Thanks so much for your time, as always.
See you.
He's cooked, bro. He's fucking cooked. The only thing that can save him right now is Israel. Israel going into fucking full-blown war, and then Iran torching fucking Saudi oil refineries, which puts the entire globe into a panic, which increases prices instantly. Our supply chains are super fucking super efficient. So like a minor mishap can lead to catastrophic results in prices. A major mishap like that will lead to massively consequential economic problems, with the exception of Israel, bringing the entire planet, like torching the global economy by behaving like the mad lads that they are. It's pretty fucking cooked for Trump. I'm telling you right now, they're going to fucking pull the immigration button again. Right now, border crossings are down. Okay. They're going to try to do another like Guatemalan migrant refugee caravan is coming into the United States of America come close to the election. Maybe 1 or 2 high profile undocumented migrant murders or rapes they will fucking posterize as though they are running rampant throughout the country. Okay. But ultimately, the most significant weakness, the most significant, most consequential opening for the Democratic Party is Israel. It doesn't seem like it right now because we're so invested in the Kamala momentum. We are so incredibly invested in how well Kamala is doing and how much everyone is excited about her and how she's not a carcass. But that shit's right there, dude. It's right fucking there. Those are the two. I mean, when we say we, you know what I mean. Shut up. I'm talking about like most people in our generation, like people that are paying attention now, they're seeing this change of pace. But while the Israel equation is still just sitting right there, that leaves a massive opening.
Jeff Zeleny leads us off this hour. He's joining us now. So, Jeff, for Harris and any campaign, really, the mission number one is create the momentum.
What do you think the odds are? Wouldn't that mean the Dems are a wartime administration which historically favors the incumbent? What? No, not at all. No, 9/11 is very different. We were attacked on 9/11. It was a unique moment in American history. America has rarely ever, due to its position on the globe, America has rarely ever withstood direct attacks. Like, no, that's not the case at all. Most people don't actually get stoked on more war. As a matter of fact, like I've shown you a bunch of times at this point, majority of Americans actually don't want American soldiers to be deployed to protect Israel. Okay?
And then keep the momentum. For the Harris campaign, what does that mean? What does that look like now?
The chatter is correct. Historically, being an incumbent during wartime, voters were inclined not to change commanders in chief mid-war. However, this wouldn't qualify as one of those situations. Yeah, but there's also, there is not like any sort of direct association in this circumstance. If anything, our direct association is subject to much criticism. Our association with Israel is not a popular one. It is a negative one right now. And then on top of that, turning our indirect association in the forms of like weapons transfers to a direct association in the form of fucking 4,000 Marines, and also experiencing only the negative consequences of a proxy war in the form of like oil shock, like ticket shock on the price of a fucking oil barrel. That would be the absolute worst thing that can happen to the Democratic Party in terms of this election. Donald Trump keeps running on, I'm going to finish the job. Look at how much war, death, and destruction Joe Biden has brought forward. I'm going to finish the job. I'm going to be the fucking anti-war candidate. He lies about it, which is a lie, by the way. He's not an anti-war candidate at all. But he's just going to fucking keep saying that over and over again. Holy shit, dude.
Well, Kate, it simply is keeping the momentum alive that they've had for about 3 weeks or so. You saw that rollout last week of the vice presidential running mate. That is, a week that happens only once in a campaign. Now, of course, it's back to some of the basics, actually saying what she would do as president. So we are going to look for that later this week. But look, this momentum is something that clearly, as you said, has gotten under the former president's skin. I was at that Detroit rally where he was talking about there was no crowd. There was a crowd, a very large crowd. Thousands of people were streaming out and streaming in. But look, what the Harris campaign is trying to do is not respond to every one of these sort of outrageous claims from their rival and really try and focus their base and keep.
In 1968, America was deeply divided over the Vietnam War, and the Democratic Party was caught in the crossfire. Vice President Hubert Humphrey found himself in a tough spot. He was closely tied to President Johnson, whose policies were increasingly unpopular among liberals and young voters. The policy he's talking about is the Vietnam War. Okay? Humphrey was often sidelining key decisions, especially on Vietnam. As anti-war protests grew louder, the youth and liberals in the Democratic Party demanded change. A change they didn't see in Humphrey. Said him. At Portland Civic Arena, hundreds of college students shouted, "End the war" and "Murderer" before walking out en masse. In Seattle, protesters disrupted his speech with cries of Vietnam is a scream of death that does not end. Humphrey, bewildered and desperate, shouted, "Shut up!" at anti-war protests, but the tension within the Democratic Party coalition was palpable. His campaign had hit a low point in Seattle, where the New York Times reported an air of sadness hangs over his campaign. Bad vibes. I'm going to read it. The vice president seemed bewildered by his youthful enemies and a desperate and angry figure, New York Times columnist Robert Semple reported, and an air of sadness hangs over his campaign. Later, Humphrey would write that although Seattle was his campaign's low point, public outrage over his mistreatment began to turn things his way. But it was not public outrage that turned his campaign. It was his willingness to at last to distance himself, if only in a small way, from Johnson on the war and to demonstrate, as O'Brien had pleaded, that he was his own man. Now, the situation here is a little bit different. Obviously, it's not like on the fucking, it's not as top of mind. This is why I always say, like, Israel is not as top of mind as Vietnam was at the time. But it's something that you have to remember. This is why I said that foreign policy does not lead elections. It's a cliche in American politics. It's a rule, it's a trope. Foreign policy does not lead the collective consciousness of Americans when they're going out to vote until it's the only thing that they think about. And Israel, as it stands, is a massive weakness for that reason. Okay? Simply differentiating yourself from the branded administration when you're the VP is not enough. Okay? It's not enough. You literally have to apply public pressure to the administration that you are a part of, if necessary, even if you don't care about the cruelty and the morality of the ongoing genocide. You have to do it if you want to make sure that you shut off a potential massive pressure valve that will most likely throw the election in the favor of the person who is not responsible for bringing American troops into war. Okay? People are not thinking about this. I do not know why the Democratic Party is not thinking about this, or even if they are, they're too fucking scared. There's literally historical precedent for what you're saying. In 1973, Israel started the Yom Kippur War and the United States supported it, leading to OPEC issuing an oil embargo on the United States. Prices and unemployment both soared, causing stagflation. This led to the crisis of confidence that killed the incumbency chances of Ford and Carter. Yeah, obviously that was a little different. That's when there was a little bit more backbone from OPEC, especially Saudi Arabia. That will not happen. We have definitely packed that shit up completely. But it still doesn't change the dynamic of Iran potentially retaliating to Israel, and then Israel forcing the United States of America to go in and defend Israel. Okay? I think that Israel is top of mind right now, even if it's only for a short time. Immigration has died off. The only other thing would be the economy. No, most Americans don't think about Israel at all. I don't think. And the Americans that do think about Israel all the time are either seen as annoying nuisances and squishy pinko commie libs that are spoilers, or ultra Zionists who have significant more, and this does not mean Jewish, by the way, Christian, Jewish, any fucking background, ultra Zionists that are rabidly in support of Israel that seemingly get the only fucking airtime in mainstream media. Okay? Anyway, having said that, however, college students are going to get back to school soon. Protests will start up again, I suspect. That will put this issue in the forefront again. It is not one that I believe Kamala Harris can run away from. It is not one that I think Kamala Harris should run away from. I hope that students protest on college campuses immediately. I hope that they start the encampments again immediately. Okay? I fear that the administrations, state administrations, school administrations will react in an incredibly violent manner to these college protests. And that will most likely, once again, refocus the attention from the media on the college protests. And it will continue to erode the confidence that people have in the Biden administration and in the Kamala ticket as well. Why don't you protest? I do. What the fuck? Why do you come in here and say silly ass shit? Why is it? Do you want to protest at the top of the hour? Is that what it is? Is that what you're going to say? When? It's not even a two-parter. It's like one of those fucking idiots who like literally does not care about anything and simply is in here to just be like, when did you go? Yeah, dude. Not only do I protest, maybe I care about the top of the hour. Okay, take a week off, dummy. No two-parters. Random and rare, Hassan, this caught me off guard. Oh, the 365 days of click, that's a Hassanabi head.
Family fully loaded. We got Potato fully loaded. We got me and Marley. We got Blade in Manhattan. We got Blade Vamp in the city.
He always puts me in his videos.
We got I Am Vaccinated. We got Dread Claws. We got Hitch. We got Hitch. We got Hitch. We got Family. We got Home Depot Lost in the Lumber Aisle. We got House Alone. We got Cussy. We got Cussy fully loaded. We got House. We got Marriage Smashers. We got Will Smith's iPod Shuffle. We got 305. We got Mean Chef. We got You Can't See Me. We got Saving Private Rogan. We got P.S. I Love U-Haul.
Yeah, he does that all the time. Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. At the top of the hour, as you know, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free. Who will damage themselves the most in this Trump-Elon interview? That's a great question. That is a great question. 0 out of 10? What the fuck do you mean? I already responded to that one person trying to do a two-parter.
So there's a potentially election-swinging number of people who are not vote for our candidate because of her position on this one issue, an issue that we also disagree with her on. So given that our top #1 priority is getting her elected and keeping her opponent out of office, I feel like we should be spending all of our energy and resources on getting her to change her position on this policy so that she can be someone that people actually want to vote for instead of someone they feel like they're obligated to vote for, and those people who weren't going to vote for her based on this wedge issue will vote for her over the other guy. Like, if we want to keep the other guy out of office, bringing her attention to the fact that this one issue has a very good chance of losing her the whole election should be like our #1 priority so that she actually becomes a viable candidate and has a much better chance of winning.
People don't see it like this. People don't analyze it like this. That's why I keep saying that like Israel might not be top of mind now, but it has the capacity to become top of mind at any moment with all of the potential student protests that will inevitably come back, with the fact that like just you're leaving a massive opening on an issue that will make Trump look good just by the virtue of not being in a position of power while it's happening. That absolutely. The newest New York Times poll shows the 1% list is an issue they're concerned about. What? Though it was nationally? Oh, Israel-Palestine? Yeah, I know. I don't know if it's at 1%. It's not something that voters are taking into consideration at all. As new semester looms, students and colleges brace for more protests. To many pro-Palestinian campus activists, it was a crushing coincidence of the calendar. Just as nationwide protests over the Israel-Hamas war were coming to a crescendo, the spring semester ended and the students cleared out. The sounds of bullhorns and chanting suddenly went silent. It was definitely very jarring, says junior Marie Adele Grosso, a student organizer at Barnard College. I wanted so badly to still be in New York. I wanted to be there organizing. Hundreds were arrested at the encampments, including Gross, who was taken in twice. Like many students, her criminal charges have since been dropped. Okay? Foreign policy is not top of mind for people. I know I'm saying top of, and you guys are getting fucking triggered with your ad PTSD. Foreign policy is not a major motivator for the ticket until it's the only thing people are thinking about. Okay? You get all these student protesters on the campuses. My worry is that the trajectory Israel is on is one where it will only become less politically smart for Kamala to come out in favor of an arms embargo. If they start getting into war with other nations, the popularity of supporting Israel's defense will only come stronger instead of weaker. No. That's why I'm saying they need to nip this shit in the bud before. That's why I am saying they need to nip this shit in the bud before this becomes a major issue. It is so fucking stupid for them to leave it on the table thinking that Kaya, Place, you know better, little lady. Yes, that's exactly my point. If they wait too long, it becomes even more radical of a position to support an arms embargo. If it gets to that point, they're done. That's what I'm saying. Like that is the point of no return. If it gets to a point where American soldiers are now defending Israel, if it gets to a point where American soldiers are now defending Israel and Iran is retaliating, Hezbollah is retaliating, Iran is maybe even fucking, like I said, torching oil refineries, it's done. That's the only way that Donald Trump could fucking win the election, is if he is, luckily, not for his, luckily for him, not the person who is responsible for all the chaos. But you really think we're invading Iran with boots on the ground? No, I never said that. What the fuck? It's not about invading Iran with boots on the ground, dude. The fuck? I still doubt Trump would win? Nah. No way. No way, dude. Come on. Stock market crash. October surprise in the form of like stock market crashes. Massive hyperinflation as a consequence of not being able to fucking massive hyperinflation as a consequence of not being able to afford gas. Everything goes up. Every price of everything goes up. We have no effective way of dealing with that. Brother, he got shot and no one gave a fuck. Okay. I think that's fair. I'm not saying it's a lock. And I have told you over and over again, that's on Biden, not Kamala. It absolutely will reflect poorly on Kamala Harris. You are crazy. Like, what I'm saying is obviously an insane situation, right? What I'm talking about is like complete global chaos. Why is chat so sure Kamala is going to win? Because she's up 2% PA 80 days before the election at her peak mass delusion event? I know. Even Kamala Harris doesn't agree with you guys, by the way. She does not think that this momentum will continue. And that's the reason why she keeps saying, sorry, Hassan, but it won't be hyperinflation, a phenomenon that only occurs when you try to buy international debt held in a foreign currency by printing money. Otherwise, it's superinflation. Sorry, superinflation, not hyperinflation. Given the Biden admin pushing the ceasefire this week, coming out for a position Biden doesn't endorse right before the DNC, I don't think it'd be smart at the moment. Party divided narratives and anti-Semitism from the right. Better to wait till Israel kills the talks first and then go more like embargo. I don't think it's gonna. I think if Israel kills the talks, there is. Even if Israel doesn't kill the talks, right now the talks are already on shaky ground. And Iran says they might retaliate any moment. You have fucking John Kirby, literally, here it is. The U.S. is prepared for what could be significant attacks by Iran or its proxies in the Middle East as soon as this week, White House National Security spokesperson John Kirby said on Monday. We're already there. That's why I'm saying the call needs to happen now. The call needs to happen yesterday. I believe we're already there, even if this administration or Kamala decided to do a 180 on Israel is coming, brother. I think the only thing that stops that from happening is either, one, Iran demonstrates restraint once again. Iran demonstrates restraint for some reason that I do not understand. Or the Biden camp is able to get Israel to come to terms and do something that they haven't been able to do with their bear hug strategy. And no, it was not the Hamas leader that pulled out. You got duped by Barak Ravid's reporting on that matter. Anyway, let's continue with this story that has nothing to do with the current situation in front of us. Okay? Let's continue with this story about Humphrey. Okay? At Portland, Larry O'Brien, key advisor, urged Humphrey to make a clean break from Johnson's Vietnam policy to show that he was his own man. Unless you change direction, you're finished, O'Brien said. Humphrey hesitated, responding, I don't know. The press sought to create a rift between Humphrey and Johnson. Humphrey acknowledged this tension, stating, the press wants to divide us, me and the president. That makes their stories. Johnson weighed in, asserting that it was not proper for the VP or an ex-VP Nixon or an ex-President Eisenhower to play commander-in-chief. He emphasized that war policy was a matter for the incumbent president to handle until July 20th, 1969, not for campaign speeches. Humphrey's hesitation to break from Johnson reflected the complexity of his position, caught between asserting his own path and maintaining loyalty to the administration. This delicate balance would continue to define his campaign strategy. Finally, Humphrey decided to distance himself from Johnson's Vietnam policy. When asked by Senator Fred Harris whether he would seek Johnson's accord before delivering the speech, Humphrey firmly replied, hell no, I'm not going to ask. I did that once. Humphrey's speech, given without the White House seal, positioned him as a citizen rather than a vice president. Humphrey called for a timetable for troop withdrawals within the next year, including a ceasefire, troop withdrawals, and free elections, including the communists. After the speech, Humphrey said, stating, I feel good inside for the first time. While the speech was carefully worded not to upset any major stakeholders, it did chastise war protesters and subtly position Humphrey against Nixon without directly opposing Johnson. Humphrey went ahead in the polls against Nixon. The protest signs that had once targeted him were replaced with messages of support. If you mean it, we are with you. And hecklers for Humphrey, we came back. Johnson, feeling betrayed, warned, if you don't want it in the front pages, you better quit it, and instructed Humphrey to avoid mentioning Vietnam before the election. This boxed Humphrey in, a strategic move to prevent Nixon from gaining ground. As the North Vietnamese delayed agreeing to American demands in peace talks, he fumed, fearing Humphrey's speech jeopardized negotiations. He called Harriman a damned fool and worried Humphrey had given away too much. In the final days before the election, Johnson made a desperate move to announce bombing halt just hours before the election without formally recognizing the NLF. This decision, aimed at swaying the electorate, only added to the chaos, leaving Humphrey to manage the fallout. Nixon's campaign capitalized on public dissatisfaction with the war. Secretly, he worked to delay the Paris peace talks, undermining both Johnson and Humphrey. He encouraged South Vietnam's leaders to stall, promising them a better deal if he won. Kissinger, yes, you are right. Thank you for this. Kissinger, who was actively working with both campaigns, leaked information to Nixon team and South Vietnamese to sabotage peace talks with the North because Nixon campaigned on ending the war. I don't know why. It just sounds like history is repeating itself. Ronald Reagan did something similar as well with the Iranian hostage negotiations, by the way. This is not like a new thing that Republicans have never done before, to have allegiances with foreign vassal states, foreign allies that they directly cut against the Democratic Party on when they're in positions of power, to specifically undermine them. Seems kind of fucking illegal. It is, but nobody does anything about it. So why the fuck should you care? If you're a Republican, why wouldn't you? Evet geldi. Nixon's behind-the-scenes efforts aimed at preventing any breakthroughs that might help Humphrey by stalling peace talks. Nixon ensured Humphrey couldn't claim progress in ending the Vietnam War. In the end, Nixon won the presidency by a slim margin. The lesson for future leaders: timing and tone matter. A candidate tied to an incumbent must signal change early enough to mobilize disillusioned voters. VP Kamala Harris finds herself in a similar situation. Tied to Biden's backing of Israel's assault on Gaza, like Humphrey, Harris will continue to face disruptive protests at rallies and the return of student encampments that could ruin the vibe of the party. Nixon seized the moment of chaos, branding himself as the candidate of law and order. As Democrats fractured, Nixon appealed to those uncomfortable with protests and unrest, drawing crucial support away from Humphrey. The lesson for Harris on Gaza: act decisively and early, or persuade the incumbent administration to act first. Humphrey's delayed shift left him scrambling to win back voters who had already lost faith and trust. Humphrey's late attempt to distance himself from Johnson by advocating for peace came too late to resonate with voters. It appeared as a desperate, cynical political move. America has a million different ways to manipulate foreign governments, especially foreign governments that are reliant on American ammunition to continue waging their war of genocide. American help, American money that keeps their economy afloat in times of need. Israel is very different than the South Vietnamese government, especially on that front. Not very different, but very similar in many respects. But in this circumstance, if Benjamin Netanyahu refused to bend to the will of the American government, if Joe Biden made that phone call and said no more weapons transfers until you fucking come to terms with this conditional ceasefire / unconditional permanent cessation of hostilities, the three-phase program that Hamas brought to the table in February, that Hamas actually said yes to in both March and also again in July, that the United Nations has actually put forward in a resolution, 2735, if I'm not misremembering the actual number. If you don't do that, no more weapons. If you don't do that, sanctions. Okay? That right there would stop the Israeli government dead in its tracks. And if Benjamin Netanyahu still continued to wage this war for his own pure political motivation, that could literally lead to like a genuine collapse, okay? That could lead to a genuine collapse in Israeli politics. It's like holding together by a fucking string. Time Without an Owo just mentioned that their fucking credit got downgraded again. A few hours ago, a hostage was murdered according to Hamas. Settlers are holding a prayer on the border with Gaza. Journalists weren't allowed in. Major drama between Gallant and Bibi A chatter said, where will the Jews go? Madagascar. That's crazy. Like a 50-month subscriber. Where the fuck did it go? Did you guys delete it? Am I crazy? Bro, are you insane? Forcing Israel is referencing the Hitler guy. No, I know. Forcing Israel to stop conducting his genocide is good for Israel, okay? It's not bad for Israel. It's good for Israel. Anyway. Humphrey's late attempt to distance himself from Johnson by advocating for peace came too late to resonate with voters. Harris must ensure anger over Biden's support for Israel's war in Gaza doesn't spoil the vibes of her campaign. By laying out a distinct Gaza policy separate from Trump and Biden, she can shift voters/media attention and focus from protests to her key issues, abortion, jobs, and democracy. It's obvious the parallels aren't exact. There was a draft for Vietnam after all, and there weren't many Vietnamese American voters losing loved ones to U.S. bombs. But there is some rhyming. VP POTUS dynamics and the party's response to disruptive anti-war protests. There's also another fucking dynamic that will make it identical, which is if Israel continues its multiple front war and forcibly brings America to defend it. At that point, now you also do have a massive global crisis. Stock market's taking a fucking nosedive. Inflation, which is like seemingly inflation that has like seemingly been a little bit more controlled at this point, all of a sudden comes to the forefront once again. Kamala Harris not distancing herself from Joe Biden on this front and consistently leaning on Joe Biden and saying, oh, me and Joe are trying to fix the situation over and over again is actually very foolhardy. Okay.
Keep their base energized and excited. The vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, he's out fundraising all week long. Vice President Harris is back here in Washington after her swing last week. They simply are trying to keep their base energized, of course, leading into the Democratic convention next week. But it is about policies and proposals that we are expect to hear later this week, because she really has not answered questions at all or say why, in fact, she is running for president.
Dow Jones about to hit an all-time high 40K, is not taking a nosedive. Brother, I said, not right now. Things are good right now, but they have the capacity to be very bad. They have the capacity to turn seemingly overnight into a massively consequential problem in terms of the re-election chances of the Democrats. As in, if, like I said, Iran retaliates, okay, and then Israel goes nutty mode, and then American troops that are in the region now are called into combat to defend Israel, something that is broadly unpopular with the American electorate, that will be even less popular once they actually do start putting themselves in harm's way in defense of Israel. The stock market will take a fucking nosedive if oil refineries start getting torched. A lot of people don't understand that Saudi Arabia is in striking distance of Iran in terms of its oil refiners, in terms of like global oil production being completely disrupted. Everything's prices are tied to that.
For what she wants to do as president in her first term of a Harris administration. So, of course, they have to put some more meat on those bones, Kate.
Well, let's talk about the meat on the bones. Republicans are attacking Harris.
Sure.
We heard that.
Why are people mad at Israel for being brutally attacked? No, that's a great question, Chatter. They clapped you because you're most likely a troll, and it's a question that I've asked, a question that I answered a million times over. Is Car Keys says, why are people mad at Israel for being brutally attacked on October 7? Israel has democratic elections, rights, and citizenship for everyone who isn't a terrorist. Yet Hamas in Iran hangs gays and burns women alive who don't cover their hair. Israel is an apartheid state. It's illegal by international standards. As a matter of fact, the International Court of Justice has also declared Israel to be an apartheid state recently. You might not have heard about it because the media didn't really cover it, but it doesn't matter. The International Court of Justice recently found a month ago at this point, found that Israel was actually in an illegal occupation in all the territories that it currently controls in the West Bank and also over Gaza. Having said that, however, Israel also is not the wonderful democratic nation that you presented as such. You might have been deluded into thinking that. They quite literally had pro-rape protests. A major point of contention in Israeli society currently is whether or not Israeli prison guards have a right to rape Palestinians under detention to death. Palestinians under the Sidi Tayman concentration camps, which even the New York Times the New York Times reported on, have reportedly been raped to death, sodomized to death. Israel, knowing full well that there is an ICC court case that has declared Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant to be war criminals, okay, has decided to use the complementarity shield so that they don't get hit on that front as well, okay? What did they do? They prosecuted 9 prison guards that engaged in gang rape of Palestinian detainees in the Sdei Taman facility. This caused an emergency Knesset meeting, an emergency parliament meeting in Israel, to be conducted where someone from Benjamin Netanyahu's own party, Likud, came out and openly stated, this is a matter of public record, that yes, of course Israelis have a right to rape Palestinians. Okay? This is a real thing that happened. Then, immediate mass protest. They had a January 6th style situation where the most rabid elements in Israeli society, the most far-right psychopaths in Israeli society, stormed both the Sdei Taman facility and stormed the military detention, of the courts where these 9 Israeli prison guards were actually being held. They actually released one of the major rapists. That major rapist, one of the most famous rapists that was released, went on Israeli television with a balaclava on his head and defended, trying to hide his identity, defended his right to rape Palestinians. Okay? All of this is just things that happened over the course of this past week. You might not have, once again, heard about it because seemingly the American media did not write about this at all, which is very odd because they kept writing about how there was mass sanctioned rape as a weapon of war when there was no evidence for such a thing at all. And there was only evidence to suggest the exact opposite, but that's besides the point. All of a sudden, everybody shut the fuck up about rape being used as a weapon of war in war. And seemingly, Western media refused to cover these insane things that were happening. But it didn't end there, okay? It didn't end there. That rapist then turned around and unmasked himself as well and is flexing it, is flexing his right to be able to do such a thing. All the while, Israel, which American media has kept lying to the public about in terms of like its own willingness to put forward a ceasefire proposal, because if you ask fucking the Biden administration, if you ask Blinken, if you ask John Kirby, it's actually Hamas that's ruining the ceasefire talks, and it's not Israel at all. Israel, on the other hand, refused to fucking go along with the ceasefire proposal that I just mentioned to you, which was also pushed for by the United Nations at this point, 2735. Israel then killed the principal negotiator on the Palestinian side on Iranian soil in Tehran, showing the world that they did not care about this ceasefire proposal at all. Okay? Those are all the things that happened over the course of the past couple of days. It's shocking when you say it. It's unbelievable that this is the reality we live in. So yeah, I hope you understand that maybe you were a little deluded into thinking that this was this like democratic country. Okay? You cannot democratically vote to do genocide. You cannot democratically vote to uphold an apartheid. These are undemocratic concepts. These are human rights violations. Israel commits them on a daily basis. And we here in the United States give them unconditional loyalty, support, and weapons for them to engage in this kind of conduct. As a matter of fact, the Biden administration, after all of this shit was going on, turned around and released $3.5 billion for Israel. Okay? That was a couple days prior. The Biden administration then also sent or authorized 6,500 rounds of ammunition to be transferred to Israel. Israel, in a matter of hours after the revelation, turned around and used GBU-39 bombs, Boeing weapons, on a crowd of people that were praying in a mosque. They killed 93 Palestinians in this strike. Okay? 93. They were praying in a mosque. It was near a school compound as well. They've injured hundreds more, and they killed 93. Okay? Does that strike you as a normal country that is genuinely worried about its own security? Or does it strike you as a fucking psychopathic, rabid, fascist nation that is doing their own version of the NSIG with the most Hitlerian politics you've ever seen? Just because you might not have heard about it, just because the American population is completely oblivious to the horrifying nature of Israel's actions, does not change the reality that those actions are still taking place. Let's continue.
That from J.D. Vance, I heard it from surrogates who were on the show just this morning that Kamala Harris is not rolling out enough policy. What is the Harris campaign saying about that?
Well, look, it is very early in her candidacy, so we are starting to see more. In fact, we heard of some policy proposals late last week. She was talking about the border bill. She said if she is president, she would sign into law the border bill.
Oh, another thing the Biden administration also quietly did was stop the investigation into the war crime unit in the West Bank. There was a unit that was like responsible for obvious war crimes. Biden administration also supposedly sanctioned a couple settlers, 6 of them, and then refused to sanction them later down the line, and also quietly stopped the investigation into the war crime unit inside of the Israeli occupying force. So, you can fantasize about certain things, but it doesn't change the reality. It is not a tenable or defendable position at all. It is completely at odds with like morality, unless you're just, unless you've completely lost your fucking mind, I guess. Venom Card Collector says Hamas would do the same thing to Israel if they had the upper hand. Yeah, that's a wonderful fantasy that dominant forces always have. White supremacists also thought that this would happen to them if they were to free the slaves. Do you feel like those were the good guys throughout history? Oh, if Hamas had the same weapons, they would do the same thing. That is not a good... The South African apartheid defenders and enjoyers also fucking said the same thing as well. So did the Nazis. It's not a real argument. At most, it's like a really shitty way to defend your barbaric actions. You said last year Trump would win if he started tweeting again. I know the situation changed drastically since then, but where are you on it now? No. Yeah, I said that when he was going up against Biden. I said that also at a time when like Trump was having a hard time penetrating into a mainstream audience. It's a very different equation.
That was going through Congress.
It's also the reason why I always tell you, like, when I'm giving you predictions about what will happen in an election, I always fucking tell you, you cannot predict these things, okay? Like, it doesn't, like, there are so many insane things that occur in every election cycle at this point. Like, you're delusional if you think you can just, like, make an accurate lock that far out. Think about the last month.
Congress, promoted by a Republican Senator James Lankford of Oklahoma, and a bipartisan group that was derailed in Congress by the former president. He told.
But like, what is it? What is this? Whataboutism? Yes, Israel's developed into an apartheid state that does unspeakable things so awful that most moderates leave the country. No, they don't. It doesn't change the fact that Hamas is awful, or a lot of the Islamist organizations in surrounding countries have wanted Jews dead for decades, if not far longer. Yeah, that's copium. Like that's all this is. You are the one who is doing whataboutism while talking about whataboutism. I don't think you recognize that. Like, yeah, no, it's all Jew hatred, dude. You're right. It's definitely that. Like, you talk about anti-Semitism as though we're talking about like some fucking neo-Nazi in the United States of America, like drawing a swastika on the side of a fucking synagogue. There is no, like, the understanding of anti-Semitism in the region is phenomenally different, okay? You are operating on Western understandings in this situation. No, Israel is a colonial vestige smack dab in the middle of this fucking region, and it is uniquely brutal to every fucking country in the region. The fuck do you mean? Of course people are going to be like, yeah, I fucking hate those guys. And some of those people are going to say, I hate those guys, and they're Jewish. You want to know why they say that? Because Israel literally masquerades as the Jewish force, okay? It's not the case, but how the fuck are you going to explain that to a dude in like Yemen, for example? How are you going to fucking explain that to a dude in Palestine? And by the way, all things considered, they still aren't anti-Semitic, which is shocking to me. Like, Palestinians, for the most part, are not even like primed on anti-Semitism in the way that like American Nazis are. It is actually a shocking phenomena. The scholar, what was his name? The the professor that was murdered by Israel, who was very active on Twitter, Refat, once famously said, yeah, I was fucking incredibly anti-Semitic, and my opinions changed dramatically when I actually went to the West and I saw that, like, Judaism was not just bombs fucking blowing up my houses. Okay? He met a Jewish person for the first time, or he saw Jewish people for the first time that were like anti-Zionist. It's like a shocking revelation for people when Israel keeps saying that they're doing this for Judaism. What the fuck are people supposed to think when they're literally the ones experiencing the violence? Regardless, at the end of the day, your personal convictions do not justify death and destruction anyway. That's why I advocate to give everyone health care in this country, including fucking Nazis, okay? It's not like I'm a fan of them. I despise them. But I don't know how the fuck I got rated by Majority Report like 8 hours after their broadcast ended. It's also funny because, like, people always, like, what is this, ESVN stream? Oh, okay. Anyway, people always talk about this, like, it's such a funny, very obviously Western-focused way to try to do propaganda whenever, like, Isaac Herzog or any number of, like, Israeli politicians will be like, they have, this Hamas baby has a book. It is a Hitler book. It's so funny whenever, like, a fucking Israeli official, whenever they would, like, blow up a fucking baby's crib or whatever, would then turn around and be like, see, they have a copy of Mein Kampf. Look, they have it annotated. This Hamas baby has an annotated copy of Mein Kampf. And it's like, it's so obviously like Western focused bullshit, because, like, for a Palestinian person in Gaza, in English too, for a Palestinian person in Gaza to develop, like, anti-Semitic fucking tendencies, they don't need to read like a German dude. Okay? It's ridiculous. It's kind of like how if your only exposure to Islam are a bunch of terrorists blowing shit up, of course you're going to say Islamophobic shit. It's not okay, but their Islamophobia is explainable. Just like how anti-Semitism from people who only know Judaism of bombs blowing shit up is explainable, but not okay. Yeah, except your exposure to Islam or a bunch of terrorists blowing shit up is also silly, because the reality in the United States of America is not that it's Muslims that are responsible for the overwhelming majority of acts of domestic terror since 9/11 in this country. It's actually white supremacists. It's just that the media keeps claiming that it's Muslims. You know what I mean? Okay.
Told Republicans to stop negotiating on this. So she said she would sign that into law. So that's one very serious piece of policy. There's not been a bipartisan immigration bill discussed for a couple decades here successfully in Washington. So that is one. She also was following the former president's lead when she was in Nevada over the weekend, talking about the taxes for tips on workers, for servers and things. So that is something else that he accused her of following his lead. And she was, but she also said she would use that to pass a minimum wage bill as well. So we're seeing some of these lines being drawn in, but they are promising, a more economic policy later this week, perhaps Wednesday or Thursday, to fill in some of these gaps. But again, she is trying to keep this momentum alive going into the convention next week. And then we're almost at the end of August. So yes, still 85 days to go. There's no doubt this is going to be, she believes that they're still underdogs, but certainly not what they were a month ago, Kate.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Jeff. Thank you so much.
That has to be hard, though, if you're working for...
Let's go. Let's get to the real news. Okay, the most honest, most trusted source in news, Fox News, baby. Obama secretly running Kamala's campaign, says former speaker. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, baby. None of this fake shit no more. We've been watching too much libtard media, brother. It's time to watch the most trusted source in news, Fox News. All right? Uncompromising, truth-telling. Brian killed myself.
Joe Biden, and you think he's going to be the candidate.
Right.
And you're an aide working on his staff or his campaign, and then all of a sudden things change and they push up Kamala Harris.
Right.
What happens to you?
Especially because they have tensions between the staffs. Because she couldn't keep anybody. 87% of those staffers have resigned from day one. And then you have the Biden people who think, I don't even know how to work with her. and they don't work with her, and now all of a sudden they get elevated.
And they used to disparage her.
Right. And Jen O'Malley, for example, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the former Biden White House official, talked to her over the weekend, said, I need to know my role.
Right.
They're all nervous about David Plouffe coming in from the Obama years.
They should be nervous because he's great at his job. Also, you got Stephanie Cutter as well. So David Plouffe apparently is in control of the math. How did they get to 270? Great at his job. Stephanie Cutter is now over messaging, all the communication strategy. The one thing I find troubling, though, okay, you got David Plouffe and Stephanie Cutter that had a great candidate. They had Barack Obama, someone that was on. This is a plan that was 5 years in the making to get him to the presidency. Now they have Kamala Harris, who they can't put on the road to actually talk to voters on a day-to-day basis. Sure, they can keep her on the prompter, but she's not going to have any of those breakout moments. Now, apparently the tension is because they said that David Plouffe is over the math, but he's really running the campaign. Right. And Jen O'Malley Dillon wants her role to be solidified as the campaign manager.
Because when you think about it, the Biden team, which a lot of it has morphed into the Harris team with the re-election in Wilmington, and why is it in Wilmington now? Because she's not from Wilmington. They're the people who thought that in the run-up to the election, they would put Joe Biden at union halls with 80 people. Right. Suddenly, they've got big events where there are in excess of 10,000 people, and it's completely different. And one of the other things, according to this Politico article that talks a little bit about the tension between the Harris team and the campaign, is the fact that apparently there are some people on on one of the teams that is bad-mouthed the current vice president who's running for president, and they don't like that person.
Right. I mean, you can see
they're a big part of the team.
Here's the headline of the Politico article. Kamala Harris, United Democrats. Her campaign still has fractures. It talks about how Biden's aides, as you're saying, Steve, in the past have known for their disparaging comments about Kamala Harris. It talks about the daunting task to try to integrate two different political
drama. Dude, that jersey looks like a Besiktas shirt. Dude, that's so funny. My dad just saw me wearing the jersey and was like, is that a Besiktas jersey or a Juventus jersey? In his mind, he's like, he did not consider that this would be like a Australian Football League jersey at all. Boo, Collingwood. Yeah, I know.
Worlds. Right. It talks about David Plouffe coming in, and Kevin McCarthy was interviewed, and he said, because David Plouffe worked for Obama, helped get him elected, he said, Obama's really running the show here. Listen.
Watching the campaign now, some of Obama's, David Plouffe and others are now working on the campaign. You're getting the Obamas shifting from running the White House to now running this campaign. This is the most liberal ticket in the history of American politics. We do not want to put San Francisco and Minnesota across this country.
And Nancy Pelosi may have...
Wait, you don't want Minnesota across the country? Dog, Minnesota is in the middle of the country. It's Middle-soda. Like, sure, you could say that about San Francisco or whatever, but it is quite ironic. Like, it's hilarious to be like, yeah, the fucking radical beacon, the radical beacon of Minnesota. Like, that's not going to fucking translate. Absolutely no one is going to be like, yeah, man, shit sure is radical over there in fucking Minnesota. Don't get me started on San Francisco. I'm just saying, like, San Francisco is right-wing as fuck on so many goddamn issues, especially in terms of housing, dealing with homeless people, dare I say even crime. But what I'm talking about is how people think about San Francisco versus how people think about Minnesota, okay? Most people do not think of the Twin Cities or Minneapolis or Minnesota as like a liberal haven, okay? That's not something that is going to be a solid narrative that you can launch in 80 fucking days and successfully bring across. Minnesota has a lot of liberal cities in the fucking same way that Texas has a lot of liberal cities. Like, what are we talking about?
Taking Joe Biden out. But remember who was the Speaker of the House during President Barack Obama's presidency? It was Nancy Pelosi. They were very extremely close. Apparently, some of the reporting that we saw during the Sundays and show is that they did not, President Obama, Nancy Pelosi, as well as some of the leadership, did not anticipate Joe Biden selecting Kamala to be the candidate. They were expecting an open primary process, and after that second statement, he named them and put them all in the tough
So I think he's
position.
saying to Nancy Pelosi, there's two people with a lot of experience. Number one, I know you ousted me, but
That's right.
I'm going to pick who's next. And I
That's
know you don't like
exactly
her
right.
because we saw you on television on CNN when asked, should you be the running mate for Joe Biden? He goes, he thinks so. Remember?
Yeah.
He thinks so. And how about this? Imagine if you're Julie Chavez Rodriguez and you're running Joe Biden's
Campaign
campaign,
manager.
which got a big elevation, right? And all of a sudden you find out now you're in charge of the Sun Belt states.
Well,
really?
and
I thought I was
Hispanic
leading.
outreach.
Hispanic
I,
outreach,
yeah, I thought I was the one getting to 270. Now David Plouffe comes off the bench, leaves Kellyanne Conway's podcast, and now runs things. So I hope they work it out because she has a history of not being able to work out anything with her staff. Remember, a terrible campaign staff, a terrible vice presidential staff, who I'm not saying they're bad individually, but collectively there was no leadership, and they end up tearing each other's eyes out.
I think they're doing whatever it takes to win. We have 30 plus.
Yeah. No, literally. Yeah. No, that's it. Kamala Harris is a fucking a sheet of white paper. Okay, just write whatever policy that will win, and she will push for it. That's their job. At a time when a generic Democrat was outcompeting Biden by like 20 fucking points, that is the person. They lucked into a good thing.
State 35 days until early voting. Is that right? 34
Something
days.
like that. Tick, tick, tick.
Well, I just hope the Republicans take the same strategy and do whatever it takes to win. All the petty going back and forth with old opponents, George and all, none of that matters.
Right.
It's about who's going to win, and Kamala Harris.
What does this tell you? This tells you that she needs all the help she can get. Donald Trump's running his own show, but they can't trust Kamala Harris to run her own show. They have to tell her what to do and bring in Obama's people.
Yeah, to your point, one of the things the Republicans...
Yeah, she has no people. What do you mean? She does not have any people. That's not a thing that she has. She's never had people.
Need to do is they need a solid ground game. The Democrats for decades have had a great get out the vote on
it was
election
started
day.
by Plouffe.
Right, exactly. Well, even before that, going back decades, they were really good. Machine politics. The Republicans right now don't have that. They're kind of farming it out to other people. But behind the scenes, also part of Politico Playbook, it's interesting. Apparently Kamala Harris is getting ready to debate Donald Trump. You know who the debate partner is that they have selected? It is Hillary Clinton's former aide, that Philippe Reines is the guy who's going to actually be playing
like
Donald Trump. Yeah, exactly.
Well,
and one of the things they will be doing is they will be trying to get her to pivot. And she's been pivoting on a lot of stuff.
Flip-flopping.
Flip-flopping, another polite way to put it in politics.
Changing her mind, totally.
Just like Biden did on day one. Remember all those executive orders, shutting down the wall, shutting down the pipeline?
But he did tell us he was...
Her staff is dog shit. Now she has her brother-in-law, Tony West, advising her, who is a corporate shill. He really is bad. Yeah, I'm worried about that for sure. These are like the more boring aspects of a campaign that Democrats will inevitably lean on like their worst instincts on, because it's the type of shit that most people don't pay attention to. When you say Kamala doesn't have any people, do you mean members of the cabinet? No, I'm talking about her team. Like in the Democratic Party, there's fissures. Joe Biden, because of his 50 fucking plus years in Congress, has his own people, but mostly would lean into, we're talking about staffers, would either lean on Obama era staffers with like Obama minded folks. It's basically a Clinton camp and an Obama camp in the Democratic Party in the most reductive terms. Okay. And then you have your own staffers. Overall, Kamala has leaned on a lot of Obama staffers to fill the roles.
Well, he told us he was going to be moderate, though. He told us he was going to be moderate.
Last week, we talked about how she was using the big airplane at big events, a la Donald Trump, and now she's taken something that is very near and dear to people who live on tips. Watch the comparison. Seem familiar?
Raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
When I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips. There will be no taxes on tips. No taxes on tips. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips.
I think the easiest thing to do in this situation is literally package this up by saying Donald Trump is silly. He wants corporations to get off scot-free without paying their employees more. That's why I'm not just advocating for no taxes on tips. I'm advocating for no taxes on tips and an elimination of sub-minimum wage. Something like that.
I'm also doing no tax on tips. No tax on tips.
So the question is, does she even know what the policy is when it comes to no tax on tips? Where did it come from?
I still don't think it's a good idea, but that's besides the point. I don't think it's a good idea. It's popular because, I hate to say this, but a lot of people are stupid, okay? Americans are so brain broken that they just like only run on tax cuts. And they can never imagine a world where tax hikes can happen to those who deserve to get tax hikes. Not the fucking servers, obviously, but like the wealthy and the corporations. But because they're so fucking brain broken on tax cuts that it's like once that conversation gets started, it's impossible to shake them from that position that it's a good idea.
Sure. Who does it all encompass in it? Also, if you remember, it's not just the tips policy. The Democrats, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, have already said they want to roll back the Trump tax cuts that are set to expire. What's your position on that? Are you going to be in support of a tax increase on most of Americans that got a tax cut under that bill? I mean, there's been no pushback or
And Lauren,
curiosity.
why now? Why now?
Yeah.
She's been in office for 3.5 years as the vice president.
Or why not do it now? As the vice president, you have some influence. You can. Apparently, you have this weekly meeting with the president of the United States. Why haven't y'all proposed that being
Because
into law right now?
They didn't even think about it until they heard
That's
Donald
exactly
Trump
right.
say it first.
And that's going to be the interesting part is, you know, she's doing a 180 on all the border stuff. Now she's doing, hey, no tax on tips. I wonder how long until she adopts another very popular suggestion that Donald Trump made a week or two ago, and that is no tax on Social Security, because that is a good way to get older people over 65 living on Social Security to vote for you.
Well, at one point, the voters have to say, now you're insulting me. Now, listen, if
People
you
want
want to
free
do,
stuff.
you are running on Donald Trump's plans.
Right.
So most of the stuff that Donald Trump's running on in terms of keeping the tax rate in place, in terms of having a strong border, in terms of having protecting strength on foreign policy, are 60% approval. Trump aside, these are issues that 6 out of every 10 Americans say I fully support. So instead of running on what she's done and what she wanted to do in 2020 as she got the nomination, she's running as Donald Trump. So the American people have to say at one point, this is a little insulting. You know, I don't pretend as if we don't have a television, we're not online, we're not on social media, and understand where this came
The
from.
problem is we eat, breathe, and sleep this.
That's true.
We're covering this constantly, so we know that he said it first. But yesterday I was at a restaurant, and the waitress, we were talking about no tax on tips. How do you feel about it? She said, both candidates are saying that. She had no clue.
there you go.
Exactly.
I mean, she's one speech away from saying MAGA. I mean, she's almost.
No, she's going to say build a wall.
I mean, she's that close from doing it. But
She has said build a wall. What do you think the fucking right-wing border bill is? I'm losing my mind. Also, that waitress isn't wrong. Like, they both have, at this point, said no tax on tips. The wall thing is so fucking stupid. Democrats ran on how racist it was because it was. It objectively didn't solve any of the problems that it claimed to solve for years. And then they literally are communicating a bill. They're running with a bill that literally features finishing the border wall in it. You're going to hear a lot more of this from Fox News of them being like, wow, they keep stealing Trump's policies. It's also kind of stupid because they should just simply say, who do you trust more to actually build the wall? The guy who did build the wall or the Democrats who called it racist and only now recognize how scary it is that immigrants are doing mass rapes and murders. That's what I would say if I was a fucking Republican strategist. I'd be like, over and over again, I'd be like, these fucking idiot Democrats think you're stupid. These Democrats think you're dumb. They think that you're dumb and you don't realize that like the Republican Party has been ringing the alarm bells on immigration for years. And now Democrats are even coming to terms with that. Who do you trust more to fucking deal with immigration? The border czar who let all the undocumented migrants into the country so they could do like fentanyl rapes? Or the guy who correctly said Mexicans are rapists and stopped them from coming in?
Again, the campaign strategy is to isolate her. And judging by what's happened so far, there hasn't been any pushback. She has gotten the bump as a result from keeping her away from the American people. And if you don't think it won't work, look back in 2020. They did the same thing with Joe Biden, and it worked.
Look at her voting record. If you really want to know what she thinks, how she feels, what she believes, look at her voting record. This truly is the most progressive ticket we've ever had in our country.
She won an award. I don't know if they gave out plaques, but she was in 2019 the most liberal senator, the most progressive senator in the Senate.
Track.
And Bernie Sanders was second.
Yeah.
Do they give a? Is there a ceremony for that?
Well,
I'm not sure.
There's no plaque. I think she got a gift card.
Oh, she got a gift card to what? Starbucks?
Well, something like that. Well, but
oh God, they're so lame. God, I could be so much better at being a racist Republican commentator / analyst. Like, it just makes me mad. They got no riz. They got no bitches. One of them's last name is literally I want to kill myself. He's Mr. Brian Kill Me. They suck.
to your point about we haven't heard from her in a professional interview segment setting like that, it's because
that's Beltway stuff, Steve. That's just Beltway stuff.
Yeah. Well, and her comms team said they're not going to do it because you know what? It's not going to help them with swing staters and swing voters and stuff like that. But when you look at the new Siena New York Times poll, which came out over the weekend, suddenly she is, it's within the margin of error, but she is slightly ahead in 3 of the states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, which is a 180 from where Joe Biden was. There are some other studies out there, other polls out there that show Donald Trump is ahead. The point is, it's really close, and she has suddenly made it competitive. And is she going to put herself out there to be interviewed by people like Peter Doocy or anybody else?
Yeah, according to
like there's anybody else besides Peter Doocy?
Well,
come on, Steve, let's be honest.
At our house,
right?
Hillary Vaughn, Peter Doocy or Hillary Vaughn. I'd go for either one of them.
So real quickly, according to the RCP average, Donald Trump is winning in.
RCP average, right-wing clear politics average.
Most of the battleground states, except for Nevada and Michigan. So we'll see what happens.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. Former
Trump must interview obsessed Hollywood elites. What? Who? That's awesome.
President Trump is.
I want to reiterate that I, as a Hollywood elite, am very excited at this interview. His content. I love this shit, okay? I fucking love this shit. This is gonna be worse than the Aiden Ross interview, okay? It's great for me. It's fucking awesome. It's way better than being subscribed at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, thinking that 7 minutes have gone by, so you think I'm not gonna serve the ad break, but it's coming for you regardless. But it won't impact you at all because, like I said, you're already subscribed. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Is set to sit down for a major interview with Tesla and ex-CEO Elon Musk today. The partnership upsetting the Hollywood elites, rallying around Kamala Harris as the long-running rivalry between entertainment and Silicon Valley enters a new era. Here with more Silicon Valley.
That's weird. I thought the Republicans hated Silicon Valley. Yeah, Silicon Valley. It's just odd because, like, they used to talk about tech censorship all the time. Weird.
Valley tech pioneer and former Obama fundraiser, Allison Wynn. Good morning to you, Allison.
Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. So this divide, why do you think there's some people, there are very wealthy people in Silicon Valley that are supporting Donald Trump, but you have Hollywood supporting Kamala? Why?
Well, I think this is another narrative of us versus them. And the new Republican Party is always about unification, right? Especially under Trump and also with Elon Musk. If you think about it, Hollywood dreams of these big ideas and Silicon Valley makes it a reality. Robotics with C-3PO, AI, and augmented reality with Minority.
Every time I see someone like that worked on a campaign previously, I'm reminded of how, chat, look at this. This person is not intelligent, okay? Like, you have to remember, we always assume, we have this like weird bias where we assume that because someone is in a fucking position of power, that they must have like genuine reason for being there and that they must have like demonstrated brilliance at some point. No.
Report spinner cars, electric cars, flying cars. So we have a great collaboration together. And I know Elon Musk personally. I've been on vacation with him. He's one of the nicest people I've ever met. He gave up his bedroom on a private plane for me and my daughter. He could have thought that I was just a nanny.
Before people say, Hassan, this is misogynistic, first you called her stupid, and now you're going to say another thing. I'm sorry, but they fucked. Okay? Allegedly.
Silicon Valley soccer mom. And he sat at the back of the plane with the staff and gave that bedroom to me. And every day on our vacation, we got to know each other. He woke up in the morning. He was the first one to wake up. He was the last one to go to sleep. He made these dreams a reality. And he actually played chess with my daughter every morning.
Okay, I'm not going to lie. I did not think this interview would go in this direction at all. Like, I think this is one of the funniest ways to say that, like, Elon Musk is a good guy, because I feel like even most people, like, I got to see the comments on this. Saying Hollywood has anything elite is oxymoronic. Hollywood's dead. They're just responding to the title. Come on, someone, please. That Obama poster is disgusting. God, why did I expect YouTubers' comments to actually, like, watch the video? Because if they did, they would be saying the things that I think that they would be saying. Bro, she literally said she had a lot of sex with Elon Musk. This interview, over the course of the 1 minute and 55 seconds that she's been on the airwaves, has only said she had, like, not a little bit of sex with Elon, like a lot. Okay? Like a lot of sex with, like, weird sex that they had. What? You were married to this woman? What is this? Google founder admits to creating revenge site against estranged wife. Scott Hassan, the man who wrote much of the original code that powers Google. Wait. Oh my God. I am once again saying I don't support all women. Yeah.
First 2 times, she cried because he never let her win. He doesn't see a difference between black, white, male, female. If you look at his record, Linda is the CEO of Twitter.
Bro, I'm not going to lie. Like, there's definitely a type of person that just, like, pisses me off more than anything else. In terms of, like, sheer stupidity, like, her stupidity angers me. Okay? Like, it just, like, is making me so, every time I hear her speak, like, one word after the next, I'm getting progressively more angry.
Ben's the CEO of SpaceX, right? And he wants parents to have the same rights as transsexual children. And he's not going to give up on that. He doesn't give up on people. And I do believe Donald Trump is the same way, who I've dined with several times. I have another story about Donald Trump, and I'm very excited about this mashup, this interview. I was there with one of my best friends, and she looks
Believe zero women. No, dude, you don't understand. Like, the things I want to do to Silicon Valley people like this that were, like, formerly Obama campaign people or whatever. I don't think I can't say it out loud. I can't say it out loud, okay? But, like, that's it. I'm just not going to say it. But I'm thinking it. You can't stop me. You can't stop me from thinking it. I fucking despise these, like, weirdo tech libertarians. I hate them. I hate them. I hate their culture. I hate everything about them. They're so nasty. They're such bloodless monsters. They are freakish pieces of shit and perverts, too.
Almost like Letitia James, and he treated us very nicely during the middle of his trial. So I'm very...
Wait, who cares how people treat you, dumbass? Like, what the fuck are you saying? Look at all these famous people that I've been around and had sexual intercourse with. Like, why is this a fucking article, dude? Why is this a story? Wow, I fucked a rich guy. Oh my God. You fucked another rich guy. And now you're fucking a second rich guy. Who cares? Oh my God, call the police. Extra, extra, read all about it. Dumb Silicon Valley weirdo fucks multiple tech guys.
Excited about this mashup.
Great stories, Allison. Thank you so much for being on with us. We're excited for this interview. Elon Musk and Donald Trump sitting down together tonight at 8 o'clock on X. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
I'm Brian killed me after that fucking story. God, that killed me. I envy her. Ain't a single thought in her head, dog. Dude, it is like, no. There's a level of stupidity that you cannot go beyond. A level of stupidity that you pass that like instantly lasers my brain. When I see that shit, I'm like, you are the dumbest person. How the fuck have you been kept alive by medicine? It makes me start like Ted Kaczynski posting in my mind. It makes me literally fucking like want to dismantle all of the consequences post-industrial revolution. Like I want to fucking I want to piece by piece destroy modern medicine. I become like a fucking RFK Jr. voter all of a sudden. I'm like, I'm anti-modern medicine because modern medicine has kept these fucking weirdos alive. Maybe science has gone too far, you know what I mean? Like,
we are 3 weeks into Queen Kamala's reign, and Americans are still clueless as ever on what the heck she stands for. There is not a single major policy position on her website, but she knows how to be a copycat. Kamala is now ripping off Donald Trump's signature no tax on tips pledge.
Raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
When I get to office, we are going to not charge taxes on tips. There will be no taxes on tips. No taxes on tips. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. I'm also doing no tax on tips. No tax on tips.
So what will Kamala the chameleon rip off next? Will she build the wall? Harris is
yes. Literally, she is unfortunately advocating to build the wall, which I hate. I despise. Perhaps this is a good opportunity for the Democrats to really reconsider that fucking narrative, because then Republicans can totally fucking capture that space.
Trying to transform herself into a border hawk.
She took on drug cartels and jailed gang members for smuggling weapons and drugs across the border. Fixing the border is tough. So is Kamala Harris.
But the one thing Kamala cannot copy is raw talent, and her friends in the media are doing their best to make that happen. Harris is gracing the latest Time magazine cover and calling it, quote, the reintroduction of Kamala Harris. And despite her word salad speech style, this lady thinks Kamala is the second coming of Barack Obama.
This kind of shit is ass, though. Like the media glaze sesh, if it's unearned, the media glaze sesh like this is, if it's unearned, especially if she's not giving any like interviews and stuff, is going to be used against the campaign a lot. This happened with Hillary a lot too. It just like, it sucks. It's lame. Most like people that read Time magazine that are already like invested in Kamala, they like that. That's fine. But you're not like winning over new sectors, in my opinion. You're not winning over new demographics. And this will open you up to a lot of understandable and very sticky lines of attack. I don't really like this shit.
I think it's a really good campaign, and people really like her. She's gotten to be a really gifted Obama-level orator, and, you know, she was very much underestimated by the mainstream media. And quite frankly, she has command. You hear her up there, and she is confident, she is calm, and she is commanding. And for whatever reason, America is ready for her.
Dems have one speed, bro. They have one speed. Horrible instinct, dude. Horrible fucking instincts to be like, oh my God, she's so bold, she's so brave, she's so beautiful.
Which is very exciting.
You know, Harold, the interesting part of this no tax on tips is that Kamala doesn't even say, you know, even though Donald Trump talked about it. And you add to that she was actually the tie-breaking vote to give more power to the IRS agents to be able to actually tax those tips. And so on the one hand, we had Joe Biden, the plagiarist, and now Kamala, the copycat. What say you?
Good to be with you. I hope you had a good weekend. It's been a tough 3 weeks. So I look at campaigns as they are. You have two people running for an office. We'll do a segment on this. The person running for the Democratic job, running on the Democratic side, got moved into the slot after getting the delegates to go with her after a period of time. We'll talk about it. And you have a Republican who was on top. He was ahead in the polls. Here we go 3 weeks later. Donald Trump has called Kamala Harris, I think.
You don't get it. If the Democrats push towards the right, they will definitely have a chance to pick up those undecided voters who will never vote for any Democrat because they only vote Republican. Okay, this person is memeing. No. That person is not being serious. Although that person is a very real person. Like, there are a lot of people who said that all the time. That's like the average Democratic Party operative. Oh my God. Put him on a spaceship. Send him up to ISS on a fucking Boeing spaceship, okay? So they could be up there for 8 months instead of 8 days. Oh my God.
Dumb, incompetent, not black, and low IQ. And the end result is she's gaining in the polls. Now, you're right. You said last week there's not a lot populating her website and other things talking about substance and specifics on issues. And frankly, I looked on President Trump's. There's not a lot on his either. There's a little more, but there's not a lot. The copycat thing, I'll come to it. When I was in Congress and someone wanted to co-sponsor a bill that I wanted to.
That's me. It would sway my vote, so I think he's correct. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Nobody cares.
Wanted to sponsor.
Don't even get me started on that shit. Okay? Nobody cares about your vote, man. Okay?
And they were Republican. And some members of their party may not have liked the thing. I didn't condemn them. I commended them. I think that everyone knows that Donald Trump was the first to begin to say no taxes on tips. And if I'm not mistaken, the greatest form of flattery is imitation. And for her to be saying this is a good idea, I think the president should probably embrace it. Joe Scarborough, who's on another network, we were on the same committee together in Congress. I was able to show him how public schools in his district suffered from something that public schools in my district did. And if you were to listen to the vernacular and the narrative from our colleagues, you would think that we were polar opposite Democrats and Republicans on this particular funding for certain public schools. Turns out we were aligned. We sponsored together, got passed through committee, and eventually got put into a piece of legislation. I just think you should commend and not condemn when these things happen. Because if President Trump said, I am for restoring Roe v. Wade, I'd be the first to say, I like that copycat. If he were to say, I am for smarter gun laws to ensure that kids don't get them when we have stronger background checks, I'd say, copycat Donald Trump. He's my guy. So I think people should embrace this and understand that this is really how public policy gets made, at least good public policy gets made.
Brian, this new Kamala that we're seeing, I mean, where has she been? Even the mainstream media made fun of her, the word salads, the fact.
Yeah, except if he said that, he wouldn't win a single fucking vote on that front. And the Democrats would literally turn around and go, see, even he knows that this was a major mistake. So who are you going to trust? Me, a person who has consistently ran on defending abortion, or the other guy who has taken abortion and actually fucking destroyed it? Now, why am I bringing up this analogy? It's because the Democrats are doing that on immigration for no fucking reason.
That she couldn't get a statement straight. Now they're basically saying that, this woman is now the new queen of the Democrat Party. When 2 weeks ago, Barack Obama said she can't win.
And he's great friends with her. They've been friends for 20 years. First off, Harold, you're right. If she said in her speech, Donald Trump had a great idea the other day. He says no tax on tips. I thought about it.
Oh, shut up. You would never give her credit. Who gives a fuck?
Now that I'm here.
I don't even think she should have done that. I think it's a bad policy in general. Sometimes bad policies are popular. But, who the fuck believes this? If she was like, oh, yeah, Trump had a really good idea. We give him credit. That's why we want to run on it. It's like, are you going to turn around and be like, wow, I can't believe she did the bold and the brave and the unthinkable. Like, she gave Trump credit. No, you're still going to be like, she's a copycat bitch. The entire panel is held together with face tape.
Nevada looking at all you. I think he was right. Then I think you're right.
I'll call and tell her to do that.
But she's not condemned. She's not giving him any credit. She's acting like she got the idea. She's like, it's her idea to be tough on the border. She cut this ad. I don't know where she got this archival footage from, but she's been terrible on it. And people are just saying, wait, why don't you admit that it's been a sieve for 3.5 years, but I want to change it? Now she says, I'm going to tackle inflation on day one. I think to myself, why? You're in day three, 1,000 plus. You should be tackling it to begin with. You're part of it. Unless you're going to say that you've been on the sidecar not doing anything, at one point you got to say, listen, President Biden, good guy, but sideline me. He wouldn't give me any chance. Now you get a chance to see my policy, been within 3 weeks, you're going to see all this stuff in front of you. But what's so maddening is she's not admitting and acknowledging that she's flipping on all these issues. She's not even verbalizing it. And now she comes out and takes these two things. Like you said in the open, is she going to say build the wall next? Because I really expect her to say that. The other thing she might say is Social Security.
I can't wait for them to find out that, like, she has been saying build the wall alongside Joe Biden and then get mad about that all over again. This is literally the reason why I say I'm a better right-wing commentator than these fucking baboons. Like, straight up. Like, I'd be going balls to the wall right now. What? Just remove Tibbs. Literally 0 point to have it. Lele. Well, okay. Okay, but is this guy wrong, though? Brandon has been 100% sidelining Harris and everyone else on ceasefire in Gaza. What, you think fucking Kamala Harris is, like, really pushing for a ceasefire in Gaza and Biden is sidelining her? What are you talking about? I'm telling you right now, bro. If I'm a right-wing panelist here, I'm lasering him. I'm like, immigration under the border czar's watchful eye became this unimaginably painful experience for so many real Americans, legacy Americans, that were living under the fear that an undocumented migrant from Guatemala could break down their door and kill their daughters on any given day, and the Democratic woke DAs would have let them get away with it. Okay? The woke DAs that have no respect for law and order, like my law and order President Donald Trump, would have gotten around to releasing these criminals back into the fucking population so that they can do more crimes. Okay? And it got to such a point that even the Americans on the Democratic side that actually hate America started realizing that maybe they have to do something about it. So in a last-ditch effort, they turned around and said, oh, we want to put together a border wall bill. Now tell me, do you trust me and my president, Donald Trump, who has been speaking about how dangerous this border is and how dangerous these Guatemalans and these Venezuelans are for years? Or do you genuinely think that these Democrats are actually going to do the right thing? No, they're playing politics. It's time to stop playing politics on this issue. Start recognizing that even the Democrats recognize that the border is a genuine issue, a genuine problem, okay? And it's time to vote for the real border czar, an uncompromising force when it comes to immigration, a man who cares about national security more than anything else. And that man's name is Donald Trump. These Democrats are coming late to the game and thinking that they can change the narrative, thinking that they can make us forget about all the crime that has increased in this country as a consequence of unmitigated, unlimited, permanent immigration into the nation. Because they want to make sure that you and your vote does not matter. They want to make sure that your vote is outweighed by the vote of a Guatemalan, a Venezuelan, one from El Salvador.
Security. Trump's other idea that he said maybe we should stop taxing Social Security. And I'm wondering, is she going to say that to seniors next time she goes to a retirement home?
Yep. All right, Dana, over the past couple of weeks, we've seen that the audiences are getting bigger, that, all of the momentum is on her side now, and that she literally is in a position where if she goes off script, if she does an interview, she could collapse. So do you think she's going to do that?
Well, remember, in every campaign, let's just think back to her campaign in 2020. She starts off really strong.
Yeah.
Okay? And then it falls apart. That might not happen here. The timing is very, very good for her. And one of the things I thought was quite shocking was that for the...
Okay, please stop. I had you really... Now I think my neighbors heard you. Can you become Real Hassan now and correct? Real Hassan has left the building. I'm a right-wing grifter now. The funniest thing is if I turned right-wing and actually started grifting, because like that would require me to grift, because I'm not a right-winger, obviously. I fucking think it's so stupid and gross and violent and brutal and barbaric and filled to the brim with lies. All of those people who call me a fucking left-wing grifter would love me. They would love me, dude. Oh my God. They'd be like, oh, look at this guy. He's so macho. He's so alpha. Of course he's alpha. He fucking loves being a patriot, brother. That's why he's alpha as fuck. Not like them soul boys and them libtards.
For the first time, you saw some polls say that voters who care about the economy trust Democrats and Kamala Harris more than Donald Trump on the economy now. It's like, wait, how did that happen? The other thing she could have done on the tax thing, on the tips, she could have said, President Trump had this idea. I'll see him and I'll raise him this and I'll cut this and I'll do this. Like something that would be
my
like,
retirement plan.
Okay, well, I like that idea. First of all, I actually think that no tax on tips might be a great idea. I think in practice, when you start thinking about, well, what about the dishwasher? Should the dishwasher have to pay taxes too? Because the dishwasher gets paid less. And I think that it's just a little bit more complicated than anybody is allowing for. And I would say just having gotten back from a week away.
Oh my God. Out of principle, because she is so reactionary, she literally started dunking on Trump's plan because Kamala's the one who put it forward. No, she's right. No, chat, you're misunderstanding. That is a really fucking common counter to this argument. No, she knows dishwashers don't get fucking paid in tips. No, dude, she accidentally is cutting a very salient counter argument to why the fucking no tax on tip shit is actually poison. Why is she doing that? Because Kamala's the one advancing it. She actually literally did it. She's like, why? Why is a bus driver doesn't get paid in tips? Why the fuck is a bus driver paying more in taxes than fucking a person working in the service sector? What's going to happen to the people working in the back? Why are dishwashers not getting subject to the same tax cuts? Some dishwashers do get tips. Dude, you are fucking crazy. Not all dishwashers automatically get tips, okay? Back of the houses oftentimes don't get the tips. The distribution process is not written. Like, it's not like a thing that you have to do. Or like, can a banker suddenly start getting tips from clients? They do. It depends on the payment structure, but they could like basically fucking talk about the I don't know, the way that they are taking a percentage off of like their performance could be considered a tip. Every restaurant I've worked in, back house gets tips. Oh, anyway, point is, she's right. She actually did a very effective counter, only because it's Kamala Harris that's advocating for it now.
I followed the news a lot, but I should say welcome. I'm glad to be back around the table.
I should have said welcome back.
No, I should have said thank you. It's good to be back around the table.
I didn't say it.
But it's interesting to not have to talk, to read about it and observe, but not have to talk about it all the time, and to realize like this campaign feels very strange. It feels very hollow. Her campaign in particular, and the issues that people care about. Just like we have big problems in the country, and people aren't talking about it. And she is trying to run as both an incumbent vice president with all of the selling them on the mantle of her experience and her record. But also she wants you to know she doesn't believe any of that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the media is like, okay.
Yep.
And to think that she's on the cover of Time magazine, the cover of the Atlantic, on the very week that Simone Biles just stuns the world. Like, we could have put Kamala Harris on the magazine next week, but...
Bro, oh my God, they can hate Kamala Harris so much, they're like, why not put Simone Biles on there? It's like, bro, you guys hate Simone Biles. She's black. She's outspoken. She like had mental health issues in the past, she was very forthcoming about. Like, sis, when do you like Simone Biles on the cover of any magazine? What the fuck? Yo, she's all over the place, dude. What's next, bro? Brittany Griner on the magazine cover? Actually, Republicans now kind of respect Brittany Griner because apparently she cried on the national anthem since America got her out. She says she loves the national anthem now. It like hits different.
But they seem to have her in thrall. And the last thing I would say is, when I say she starts off strong, remember also her campaign fell apart partly because of personnel issues and management, her management. And right now there's a story in Politico that David Plouffe, who's an Obama person who's come on board to help, is clashing with some of the Biden advisors because there are no clear lines of assignment. And if you look at the New York Times article that explained what was happening in her office, these were people on the record speaking, it was a similar issue. I don't know if she has enough time to get through it without...
I'm not gonna lie, this is a real problem. That's not a joke. Like, that is a real issue. It's not a joke. Kamala Harris has notoriously been bad at keeping staffers around. And honestly, she's not a very good manager. And also she's very malleable because she doesn't have like an ideological position you can pin her on, which means that she's not going to like rely on people that are at least invested in churning out policy positions that she agrees with. So this opens her up to like to people that will motivate or to people that are motivated with different kinds of ideological positions to then go in and basically run certain aspects, like key aspects of her campaign. She wants to win, but I don't know what her North Star is, and it scares me a little bit. Hopefully she'll listen to Walz a little bit.
You know, a big stumble, but she's going to have probably a decent week this week and a good one next week.
Right. Time is on her side. You know what, Greg? I want you to take a look at these side by sides. One is the what Dana mentioned, the Time magazine cover with Kamala, and the other is the Time magazine cover of Donald Trump with his face melting. So the difference between how they portray a Republican running for president and a Democrat.
To be fair, and I have to address this to Dana, Time magazine, they thought that was Simone Biles. So,
right.
Who cares about Time magazine? It's the most irrelevant publication. Its circulation is in the dumper. No one reads it. You know, it's like being on the cover of Cracked. Does that still exist? I don't even know. You know, here's the deal. You said it was like, it feels hollow. It's hollow because it is. The fact is, in life, the more you get to know someone, the less you like them. I mean, we've learned this with Kilmeade. But it's why
no one's learned that with Kilmeade.
But it's why marriage is a commitment. You know, the first impression is the greatest impression, and then as you get to know people and you peel away the onion, you realize it's a commitment. So right now, the media is doing its best because they're running this show to keep Kamala Harris in the first impression zone. Right? She's an unopened Christmas present. You know, as long as it's not open, you can imagine what it is, but you'll never get disappointed because you won't open it. So the media is doing its best to keep that present for being opened by the American public, because over time, which is what happens in a campaign, you see that it's all that it's not cracked up to be. Her copying Trump is a great strategy. So for one,
I think there's something very funny about Greg Buttfeld being like, yeah, you know, everybody just fucking gets to hate you once they know you more. You know, pretty commonplace. Like, ask my bitch wife. You know, that's pretty common, right?
1 minute you're labeling the guy Hitler, and then the next you're taking Hitler's positions, because you know that the media won't point it out. Wasn't Trump's policies on the border xenophobic? Wasn't it heartless and reminiscent?
I hate that. I hate when I see a catty bitch cook, dude. Oh my God, I hate when I see a catty little bitch cook. He's right.
Innocent of the Third Reich, but when Kamala does it, it's joyful. You know, look how joyful deportations are. They're just, the families are so happy. Right. You know, they love to get separated. But it's a terrible strategy to call it copycat stuff, because it just comes off as whining. And Harold has a...
Oh, he's right on that too? Oh my God.
When an opposing team copies something from their competition, it's because they realize that it's smart. And the counter strategy is to react by pushing that team further in the right direction, kind of like what you were talking about. Trump should exploit his gravitational pull, you know, demand that Harris fix the tax code now. Why aren't you doing this now? I mean, release a plan that actually lowers taxes for small businesses and the middle class. You're a VP. You've been here. You know, you're the border czar. Right now, you're the border czar. Why don't you do it? You know, Trump, in a weird way, is making Kamala great for once. You know, but having said that, you shouldn't buy it, because this has been a liberal trick for years. As you get close to an election, suddenly the Democrats dispense with the wacky, destructive, progressive crap, and they embrace republicanism.
Yeah, except Republicans do believe that, right? Like, Republicans do believe that more moderate, more Republican adjacent positions are actually good and people like it. That's not the case. It's just that the Democrats never effectively counter message against that and then embrace the GOP. And as a matter of fact, that's part of the reason why they keep losing. So the one aspect of this entire dynamic that he's wrong on is that these principles are objectively popular. It's only objectively popular, seemingly, if there's no counter narrative to it. He's not wrong there. Dems do abandon the progressive stuff and become centrist, right? Yes. And that is a bad thing that they do. My point is, he's right that Dems do abandon more progressive, more radical policies sometimes, okay, in an effort to come across more moderate. But that's a bad idea. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why the Tim Walz pick was so good. That's why they were like partially coping and partially claiming that, partially genuinely claiming that the Tim Walz pick was going to be a total loser for Kamala. But all of a sudden, that's not what's happening. All of a sudden, people are not actually fucking saying, oh yeah, no, this is too radical of a ticket for me. I'm not going to actually vote for these guys. All of a sudden, when you lean on the progressive policies and you got a guy who has actually enacted them into law, his approval rating is pretty fucking high. The underlying false notion he's trying to embed in the viewers' minds is that they do it to get elected. In reality, they do it to please donors in the ownership class, even though it costs them voters and support when they pull the shit. Exactly. Democrats do not moderate their positions because they're scared that, like, there is this reasonable centrist out there who's like, I actually don't want health care, as a matter of fact. I think that private health care is the best way to go. Okay? I actually am worried about the deficit. Like, no one is worried about it. It's just a talking point that Republicans fucking use in an effort to do austerity. Okay? That's the best possible way to advocate for more tax cuts. Tax cuts, austerity, tax cuts, austerity, tax cuts for the wealthy, austerity. That's it.
Suddenly they sound like mom and dad, all of us, instead of the tantrum throwing brats. They did this with Joe. They had him pretend that he was this middle of the road moderate who's going to unite the country. And then what happens? He gets in and practically destroys the place. There's a history of evidence here that it's all a big lie, that they always use candidates as a Trojan horse to bring in a radical. It's like the bad boyfriend who suddenly becomes a gentleman in order to get the girlfriend back. And then once he gets her back, he's back to whoring. That's exactly what the Democrats do in every election.
He's so gross. He can't stop himself. He's just like he is such a gross man, bro. He is like the Cutie Cinderella meme men is so perfect for fucking Greg Buttfeld. He gets in his own way. He cooked for like 3 seconds and then immediately went and became gross as fuck.
Election. They rule left, then they campaign right, and then they're back to the further left. So the fact is, while I say it's great that she's impersonating Trump, it's just an impersonation. Much like you, Brian, when you're trying to be me.
Or Jesse.
I don't. Yeah, more like Jesse. I would think so.
All right.
I would say this: if it's so great to be Trump, why don't they just run on that?
No.
Why not run on her policy?
No, but you know what they're offering here.
Guys.
What they're offering is they're saying to the voters, you like Trump's policies, but you don't like his personality? Well, you can have his policies without his personality. It's brilliant.
Right.
All right. Coming up.
Yeah, that would be the case if Trump's policies were objectively popular. It's not. Is Trump's charisma.
Good morning. Is
Trump's charisma and his capacity to basically look at the anger and resentment that Americans feel and channel that anger and frustration to like his own enemies. That is what makes him good. It's not his policies. Ain't nobody was like, oh man, it's so sick. I'm so glad that you fucking actually gutted protections for a normal healthcare process in this country. As a matter of fact, it's the exact opposite that happened. He did that shit. His Supreme Court did that shit. And now Americans are like, we are going to punish you. We hate you. We already hated your fucking attitude. We already found you to be repugnant. Okay. But now that you did this other thing, we hate you extra hard.
Sunday, August the 11th, 86 days until Election Day. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have just wrapped up their first tour of swing states as the Democratic Party's official nominees for president and vice president, and it was a tour for the history books. According to the campaign, more than 12,000 people packed into an arena in Las Vegas last night to hear from the Democratic nominee and her running mate. And that's just the number of people who were actually able to get into the rally. About 4,000 other people were turned away after local law enforcement closed off the venue early because people were getting sick while waiting in line outside in the 109-degree heat. Nevada was the fifth and final stop of Harris.
God is punishing you. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to say this again and again. God is punishing you. Stop living in Nevada. Stop living in Arizona. God is punishing you for living there. Get out if you have the chance.
Harris and Walz' first set of campaign rallies together. Since Harris announced that she's chosen Walz to be her running mate just 5 days ago, a total of more than 60,000 supporters have attended their rallies across.
Lol, bro, you live in California? Dog, I live in Los Angeles, which is only good for one reason and one reason only. Los Angeles has nothing except for the weather. Are you kidding me? That's the only good thing in LA, bro. It sucks. Everything else sucks. This entire city, this entire fucking city is ass, okay? No sidewalks, constant earthquakes, okay? Everything is so unimaginably expensive. Maybe not as bad as New York, but still pretty fucking expensive. That is typical transplant talk. Dude, I've been living here for basically, it's not for longer than I've lived anywhere else, but it's close to it at this point. There's a point where you move beyond transplant. I love Los Angeles, okay? I do. That's why I live here. That's why I bought a house here, okay? You can't fucking call me a transplant at that point. Like, come on, dog. I've lived here for like 13 years. What the fuck do you mean? It's a shit city. It could be so much better. Go home. We don't want you anyways. Transplant. That's so funny. Literal transplant talk. Okay, bro. Don't make me come into your town, okay, and purchase more properties because I will fucking do it. You understand me? Do not make me gentrify your neighborhood, okay? You talk this shit, I will come over there. I'll buy a fucking house. Yeah. All right, chill. You better watch out. You better watch out. Before you know it, you're going to turn a corner. You see fucking Erewhon being built over a massive parking lot. It's over. Game over, motherfucker. Anyway.
5 of the 6 most important swing states this election cycle. The pair have parted.
Spoken like a true transplant? Exactly. Dude, that's why I said Erewhon. I didn't even say Whole Foods. That's like the peak. Once you see the Erewhon is so over, dude, there is no coming back from that. No one knows what Erewhon is, Rich Boy. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, it's done. You're done. You're cooked.
Ways for the time being. Walz is back home in Minnesota. Harris will join Nancy Pelosi in San Francisco today for a major fundraiser that's poised to add another $12 million to her campaign coffers. The launch of the Harris-Walz ticket has been a tremendous success that's lifted many Democrat spirits ahead of their national convention, which is in Chicago next week. Harris's large and enthusiastic rallies have really irked one person in particular, Donald Trump, who's desperate to stop her rapid rise in the presidential race. For the better part of the last month, he's been trying and failing to employ an effective strategy to blunt her momentum. If you've paid any attention to his social media posts or public remarks lately, you can see him testing out different tactics and attack lines and nicknames for Harris. Recently, Trump and his allies have latched onto a new approach, depicting Harris and Walz as too extreme to lead the country. They've called them, quote, dangerously liberal. Trump has even referred to the pair as Comrade Harris and Comrade Walz, insinuating that they have communist ties. On Truth Social yesterday, he wrote in all caps that Harris is, quote, a radical left lunatic. These attacks have ramped up over the past week after Walz joined the Democratic ticket. It's less of a direct criticism of Harris's record and more of an effort to tie her to the progressive policies that Walz has championed and recently signed into law in Minnesota. After Democrats captured control of the governorship and...
I love this man. Welshi is my goat, dude. He's actually awesome. I don't know how the fuck he didn't get fired. Like, he's actually shockingly resilient. And in spite of his support for Palestinian emancipation, he has not been fired yet.
And both chambers of the state legislature after the 2022 election.
Yesterday, I went to the protest Kamala's fundraiser at the Fairmont Hotel here in San Francisco. Apparently, the lowest entry ticket to be able to attend was $500K. Ugh.
Elections, lawmakers in Minnesota.
She is still, however, cooking on the small ticket donors as well. She's cooking Trump on that front.
Minnesota proceeded to enact an ambitious set of bills.
That's not true. It was $3,300. Fucking Libophonics, dude. Libophonics, hooked on phonics, so incredibly in the pocket for Kamala. Oh my God, he got so excited he got Fossabot clapped. I know his ass was there. Libophonics attended, chat. He is so dialed. He is so lasered. He is riding with Kamala Harris so hard.
That sought to help families and workers and slow the effects of climate change. Some of the policies, pardon me.
I wasn't there. I'm not that rich. We know you're not that rich, bro. At the top of the hour, I ain't seen you fucking gifted subs. We know. Okay? That's right. The real fucking people's leader here has fundraisers at the top of the hour. It's a 3-minute ad break. You either watch the ad or the entry fee is $6 or free if you have a Twitch Prime. Megaphonics gifted 5 gifted subs. What? Amazon's Like a Dragon Yakuza TV show cast revealed that they've never played the games. We wanted to do our own version. No. Oh, no. This is devastating. Sillerix, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. This is my personal 9/11. Not ready for the 50 Asman video saying it's Woke Lib's fault that has happened. Oh no. I said, this is my personal 9/11. We didn't deserve this. The writers and directors that played the games, they didn't want the actors copying the game characters. Stop getting clickbaited. I still think they should. I'm going to delete it, but I still think they should have fucking been invested in the project. Start of Hassan Abi right wing pivot. Start. I've been there, dude. Skull 0801. Thank you for the 5 get the subs.
The Democrats passed as part of that set of bills include providing free meals to students, free college at some of the state's public universities for students who come from families with an income of under $80,000, paid sick leave, paid family leave, and paid medical leave, a child tax credit, one of the largest in the country, a set of policies to shift the state away from fossil fuels. And he also took action to help Minnesota establish a public option in the future to allow all residents to buy into the state's health insurance program. Minnesota has also enacted some of the strongest protections for reproductive rights anywhere in the country. It's established automatic voter registration. It's subsidized the cost of electric vehicles. None of these things are radical. Many developed nations have already enacted many of these same policies because they are sensible. They ease the burdens that many families and working class people experience on a daily basis. America is the one that's out of step with most developed countries by not already having many of these policies in place. Some of these policies are popular across partisan lines. For instance, a poll commissioned by the independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont and recently released by Data for Progress found that the majority of likely voters in 6 swing states, regardless of party affiliation, said that they support reestablishing the child tax credit.
63% of Republicans, dude. 63% of Republicans, 66% of independents. I'm nutting.
As Senator Sanders wrote in a recent op-ed for The Guardian, campaigning on an economic agenda that speaks to the needs of working families is a winning formula for Kamala Harris and for Democrats in November. Indeed, it is the formula that could give Harris the sort of victory that sweeps in a Democratic Senate and a House and allows her to govern in the best tradition of Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal and Joe Biden's Build Back Better program, end quote. Joining me now is the independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders. He's the chair of the Senate Health, Education, and Labor and Pensions Committee. He's a member of the Veterans Affairs, Budget, and Energy and Natural Resources Committee. Senator, great to see you again. Thank you for being with us. I just wanted to tackle this because you're somebody who has fought for many of these policies. I don't think you particularly care that people call you leftist and radical and communist and whatever the case is. But I think it's time to just put it out there that that's just not true. In these, you may be, but that's not true of these policies, right? They are mainstream policies in a lot of countries.
All right, Ali, let me tell you what drives me a little bit nuts. We have campaigns where candidates go around attacking each other and the corporate media gets into political gossip. You know, we don't talk about what's happening to working families. We don't talk about sensible solutions, which, as you indicate, already exist in countries all over the world. In many ways, we are the outlier. I am talking to you right now from Burlington, Vermont. 50 miles north of us is a country called Canada, not a radical communist country. Somehow in Canada, spending 1/2 as much per capita on health care as we do, they manage to provide quality care.
His messaging discipline is so far, bro, he has never stopped saying the same things for like 700 years, dude. So that's why. He is just not, bro, it's like, obviously I'm not on the same boat at all because I've only been a professional political commentator for the past 10 years. But yeah, There's a reason why I can pull fucking videos of mine from like 2016, 2017, 2018, articles from way back when, and it's the exact same shit I'm saying, because America is delusional and refuses to fix the fucking glaringly obvious problems. And the arguments are always the same as well.
Every man, woman, and child in this country. And meanwhile, their life expectancy is better than ours is. Their healthcare outcomes are better than ours is. So the question of providing healthcare to all people, not a radical idea, something that most Americans support. We did a poll, as you indicate, and we know that in America today, you got a whole lot of senior citizens who are struggling. In fact, half the seniors in America are trying to get by on $30,000 or less. Overwhelming 70% plus support for expanding Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and vision, including a strong majority of Republicans. Expanding Social Security benefits by $2,400 by lifting the cap, which now exists, so that the wealthy pay more into the Social Security Trust Fund, supported by 70% of the American people. Demanding the wealthy stop paying and large corporations stop paying their fair share of taxes, supported by over 70% of the American people. Raising the minimum wage to a living wage, widely supported. So on all of these issues that Trump calls far left or communist, well, I don't know, maybe we're a far left country, I don't know. But these are common sense issues that working class families support.
In fact, let me just make the argument that some of these things are conservative, because if you are going to pay half as much for health care and get better outcomes, right? I mean, that's pro money, that's pro business, that's pro everybody, right? We pay less for more outcome, and that's what you're talking about here in almost all these cases.
Hey, Ali, don't get me going onto health care, because we'll go on for a few hours, but the insanity of not having enough doctors, not having enough nurses, not having enough dentists.
That's why it's so funny when motherfuckers are like, oh, in Canada, they're having a crisis with like not enough doctors. Like, bitch, we're having a crisis with not enough doctors. Like, there are so many parts of this country, ironically enough, where a lot of right-wingers live, rural areas, where they just do not have a primary care physician in like a 100-mile region, okay? We're talking about like doing medevacs in an effort to get people the adequate health care that they need, like helicopters have to come in. We literally have devolved so dramatically. We have done like the reverse Cuba. Like one of the first things is like socialist leaders do after a successful revolution is immediately bring to the countryside some of these amenities that exist in like big city crowded centers of population. We're going in the fucking, you are so wrong about Cuba though, lol. I know, it's terrible. It's the worst. I know. It's so bad.
It's not having enough pharmacists in the richest country.
Like the situation in Cuba is literally only bad, not due to mismanagement, but due to a fucking embargo that we have placed upon them since the revolution. Okay? That's the only reason why the situation is bad in Cuba. That's it. We have starved Cuba since its inception. So anything that they do, like having a better life expectancy than the United States of America, or making innovations in the field of medicine, anything they do on that front is in spite of the crippling sanctions.
In the history of the world, and having a system designed to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies, that to me is pretty crazy stuff. So if Trump wants to attack Kamala Harris and Tim Walz because they believe that health care is a human right, go for it, Donald Trump. Every time you open your mouth on that issue, you're going to lose more and more support in America.
Do you think their lack of internet access is due to the embargo too? No, I think their lack of internet access is directly due to them being in the ass cheek, a tiny island nation in the ass cheeks of the largest fucking most bloodthirsty empire that the world has ever seen, that has its tentacles in every fucking person's business, that also simultaneously has, again, waged economic and sometimes direct war against this fucking tiny island. So that's the reason. It's not a good thing. I don't agree with it, but I understand where it's coming from, especially when you consider that, like, The United States of America in times of need have also created genuine restrictions. Okay. Sometimes not even during times of need. The American government has enforced incredible repressions on free speech. As a matter of fact, this is not a time of need. Look to the way that they fucking treat pro-Palestinian students, for example. Okay? Like, what are you talking about? Political repression, free speech repression is a staple in countries that are constantly under attack by much larger forces. This man has been edged by Dem candidates for decades. Let him not already give him affordable health care. Anyway.
We have seen throughout this election, and basically through a lot of elections, that no matter what you think about democracy and all these other things, the economy tends to be a leading issue. There are two ways to approach this. You can talk about what the Biden-Harris administration has done on the economy, but a lot of that stuff, though interesting, is long-term, right? The semiconductors and infrastructure. This concept of here's what I'm going to do for you, sort of like Tim Walz has done in Minnesota. We're going to do these things nationally. Do you think there's a way to make that a winning formula in the swing states that you've been talking about?
Absolutely. I think two things. I think what Harris-Walz have got to do is talk with pride about what President Biden has accomplished and the Vice President have accomplished. They're real important accomplishments. But second of all, I think we got to go back to 1936 and Franklin Delano Roosevelt and acknowledge the reality. Be honest about it, that in America today, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of this country. You got 3 people on top owning more wealth.
Why do you think they're pushing this message now? Bro, it's Bernie Sanders. He's never stopped pushing this message. There's never been a moment in his fucking 800 years in office where he has stopped pushing this message. What do you mean now? Like, regardless of his, regardless of, öyle mi? Ağır galiba sipariş ediyor.
Then the body.
Love the idea of universal healthcare, but could the U.S. really afford European-style universal healthcare? That's so funny. Yeah, dude. The wealthiest nation on earth could not stand to have cheaper healthcare overall. Like, did you not hear what he just said? Countries with universal healthcare, some kind of universal healthcare, literally have better results overall and like better healthcare outcomes overall. And also they get to do it for cheaper. It's the mediators in between in the form of insurance and the for-profit element of healthcare that makes it so goddamn costly. We pay so much more than everyone else.
Bottom half of American society. Acknowledge the fact that we are the only major country not to have health care for all. Acknowledge the reality that we have a tax system skewed to benefit the very, very rich. Acknowledge the reality that we have in Washington, I'm almost ashamed to admit this, a $7.25 an hour federal minimum wage.
He's not getting glazed by regular fucking MSNBC commentators. He's getting glazed by Ali Welshi, who also is like pro-Palestine too.
When we need a living wage. Acknowledge those realities and say, hey, when we get into office and give us a Democratic Senate, give us a Democratic House, we are going to take on powerful corporate interests and pass legislation which benefits working families.
I just pulled out my calculator here, $7.25. Let's assume you're lucky enough to just work 40 hours a week. That's $290 a week. Let's multiply that for 52 weeks. $15,080 is what $7.25 as a minimum wage gets you. I invite anybody to try and live off of that.
Right. And let me just say this. I know the Republican Party is trying to change their views. They're now the party of the working class. That is total nonsense. I brought up a minimum wage. It was too low. I had to do it. $15 an hour. I would go higher than that. You know how many Republicans we got to support that? 0. You know how many Republicans on my committee we got to support the PRO Act, which would make it easier for workers to join unions? 0. So these guys will stand, as they always have, with the billionaire class.
I am just stunned that we have moved on from the...
Ainsley Earnhardt, who's running the show? Okay. Oh, they're talking about Biden. They're talking about Biden. Like that photo that came out is so funny. I love this photo. Bro. Oh. I'm a helicopter medevac paramedic in the Midwest. The collapse of the rural healthcare system has been especially palpable in the past 2-3 years. Our volume has nearly doubled. Really scary stuff. Yeah. Bro, when I watched that documentary of the fucking like the European like human rights group that normally works in like African countries and in like conflict zones, go to West Virginia, it basically solidified it for me. Like they were literally operating on West Virginians on U.S. soil. Like they were operating in fucking, I don't know, like a war-torn part of a country in the global south that has been like eviscerated, gutted by Western Empire. It's just crazy. It wasn't Doctors Without Borders. I forget what it was. Jill just got done draining, bro. Look at him. Bro put in his 2 weeks notice and said, fuck it. Reminds me of Chris Christie. Oh, no.
You have Ukraine who penetrated into Russia.
That's right.
Israel about to be rocketed.
My point
It's getting
is,
a better angle.
he's not running the show.
Well,
People behind
Yo, that's awesome. Dude, this is
the
so
teams
sick.
are making the decision.
No, I think he's making a decision. Is it virtual? One of those virtual things?
You got Secret Service.
Does he even have does he have his iPhone
I
with
just
him?
find it interesting that David Plouffe went on Twitter this weekend and was going after Donald Trump, saying, is this a man that you want having a nuclear codes? I mean, you got a president that's not even there that has the codes right now. Can you really make that argument right now? Just vacation on the
David
beach.
Plouffe was Obama's campaign manager, and now he's helping
Did you see this? I did. Dude, I watched the video of Pat Bev saying that on his podcast. He said, if a bomb goes off, I'm gone. And I thought it was really interesting because if you see the actual full video, it's like, it's even worse. Because then he talks about like his teammates and he's like, bro, I don't get what the fuck's going on over there. Like, is shit all right? And his teammates are at the beach and are like, what do you mean? Nah, things are all right. Things are great. And it's like, Geldi Baba. He didn't talk shit. No, I don't think he is like fully aware of what the fuck's going on in Israel. Well, I mean, I guess, wait, do we have the video? I want you to watch the video. He don't have internet. Yeah, Pat Bev. It's like James Harden. Hey, wallah. The way I feel about Pat Bev is the way that, who was it? Was it KD that said about, or was it Young Thug that said about James Harden? When he's like, he don't have internet. He don't know what that is. James Harden was wearing like a Protect the Blue, Back the Blue, like Punisher skull logo balaclava, and everybody was cooking him. And Young Thug, just so you know, James Harden is my brother. By the way, he don't have internet, so we obviously don't know what's right or wrong. If he posted something like that against the U.S. Or he posted something like that against us. But I hate when rappers get in people's business. Like, it can't happen to them. Buster, let people clear they shit up, activist. I know, bro, doesn't timestamp his podcast. I don't know, bro, doesn't timestamp his podcast. Bro, there ain't no way. There was a TikTok that just specifically addressed them talking about Israel. What is this? Apparently Kamala has named Elon Goldenberg and Phil Gordon as her campaign's liaisons to the Jewish community. I'd be curious to learn more about where they stand. But this tweet sounds like it could be interesting. A better metric for evaluating Harris on Israel at this stage is, does she make the worst people mad rather than, is she the same kind of anti-Zionist I am? Judged by that metric, picking Walz over Shapiro and relying on Elon Goldenberg and Phil Gordon makes them all very mad. She's going to disappoint, and the left has to keep pressure on. But there are real signals she'll be better than Biden, not just better than Trump. If the most committed Israel hawks recognize them, we can too. No, it's not this. Trump's post about the interview, oh my God, I haven't even gotten to that yet. Elon is a solid 100 pounds heavier than that image Lamau. Donald Trump versus Elon. Donald Trump and Elon Musk live on X. Dude, he is going nutty. He's posting so much. He hasn't stopped posting. 547 timestamp.
I know. Pat Bev going to Israel.
You're scared. You said you're never coming to visit me there.
What do you mean scared?
No, you said you're never coming to visit me there.
Well, there is war going on.
Bro, you're putting the fear of God in this man's soul when you say you're scared.
Backboard, but it was already broken. It's not like I'm right here because that's how I kind of get above the rim.
So
a
mine
little
is
bit.
right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I guess
maybe I don't get that high.
How much higher above the rim than you are?
Hey, we haven't talked in a long time.
I know. Pat Bev going to Israel.
You're scared. You said you're never coming to visit me there.
What do you mean scared?
No, you said you're never coming to visit me there.
What do you mean scared? No, I'm not.
There.
Well, there is war going on.
Yeah, but it's not.
There's a war going on outside. No man is safe from.
Yeah, but it's not now.
What do you mean not now?
It's a guy on my team who's played there for like 4 years, sitting on the beach for the last 3-4 years, telling me nothing's happened since he's been there. So
yeah, but I mean, 3 or 4 years ago.
That's what I mean. He's like, bro, nothing's happened 3 or 4 years. It's like,
ago is different than this last calendar year.
I know, but he said 3 or 4 years ago, actually, it was actual war.
It is actual war.
I'm talking about 3 or 4 years ago also. It was, he was like, that was the worst it was.
That's not a good sign that there's recurring war.
Dude, it's so funny how revealing it is. Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. He's literally like his Israeli team players are literally being like, "Oh, there's nothing going on, man. There's like it's nothing. It's just it was war 3 years ago too." Bro doesn't have internet.
War.
No, I haven't got knowledge of any not safe places in Tel Aviv right now.
Well, you and I must have different algorithms because I'm seeing videos of bombs.
Yeah, the videos you sending me, I send to them and the players who've played before. Not me, because I'm like, maybe you're just saying that because y'all want me to come there. So I'm asking one of my old teammates, Tyler Ennis. He's like, yeah, Pat, like, yeah, you walk in every place, it's a bomb room there, obviously, every apartment. But
What's a bomb room?
Motherfucker, go there, you hide. He said I used that for fucking hanging up clothes, Pat. I played there 3-4 months last season, nothing happened. So
why don't they just make the whole house out of the bomb room?
And listen, hey, now you a little bit out of my pay grade there, brother.
Do you feel a responsibility to know more about what's going on in the world if you're going to that part of the world?
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's anywhere, right?
Well, what's your understanding of it?
I had an understanding before. I have an understanding now.
He does not.
I know who the alliances are, meaning who's homie and who's not.
Right.
And that makes me sleep a little bit better at night.
Do you feel like you have to pick sides?
So speak freely, because I really don't like speaking about politics and religion because it's a very sensitive subject.
Of course.
So when I signed, obviously, I read all my comments anyway, and it was a bunch of stuff like you took blood money and you why would you take that that money and this that, and I want people to know when you're making a decision's always based on basketball, right? Always based on basketball, right?
He ends up coping by being like, "Nah, don't worry. Like, we're gonna play in Europe a lot."
I get a lot of stuff from people like, "Okay, cool. What did you sign for? Obviously, is it worth it?" But I don't think I'm a minimum player.
This explains a lot. Oh yeah, in 2019, Pat Beverly told Steph Curry, "The next 5 years are mine." 5 years later, he's out of the league.
But I'm a minimum player if Kyle Lowry takes the minimum and Russell Westbrook takes the minimum. So obviously that makes me minimum without a doubt, no matter what I do in a basketball season.
The market's been set.
Yeah, so I don't think that's fair to me. I work on my craft, shit harder than a lot of motherfuckers in the NBA. I feel like from a compensation standpoint that based on the previous season.
What? All these chats, I will be out. This is weird.
Is based upon in the previous years. But, once you take one minimum, the team will offer you another one. That's just how it goes. So, like, you got people like, I had a better season than Kyle Lowry and Russell Westbrook. Like, if we, playoffs, like better season than both of them. But, and there's no disrespect to them, but if they take minimum, the NBA team go tell me the same thing, right? I don't want minimum. Like, you want to take minimum to be in Detroit? You want me to take minimum to...
Bro, he's taking maximum in Tel Aviv. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I would much rather be in Detroit than fucking Tel Aviv.
Charlotte, like, again, no disrespect to those teams, but like, I feel like I have a lot of basketball now. I just came off probably one of my best years basketball wise, on both sides, especially offensively. So I just feel like I got a whole bunch left in the tank. So I get a lot of, I wouldn't even say shit because, it doesn't bother me at all. But I also get the positive side too. Like, man, Pat, the way you are able to just stand on your own 2 feet and make decisions that are just based on, you and your family is super unnatural also. And the way you're able to, do the best thing that's best for you. That's best for you.
Tel Aviv, though, maybe unironically safer than Detroit. Are you insane right now? No. Like, bro, I don't think people understand. Like, I think people think, like, a lot of people are just, like, very invested in this narrative that, like, Israel is the safest place in the Middle East or some shit. And it's like, I don't think that's the case, man. Like, why am I covering the news about how, like, Iran is going to do a retaliation to Israel directly on Israeli soil? Like, Bro, they don't have missile systems. You know what I mean? Like in Detroit.
You know, it's pretty impressive too. So you get both sides of it, but I'm excited.
Do you think that the max contracts in the NBA are killing the middle class of the NBA?
I don't, you know, and now I'm pissed because now I wish I would have went to the meetings to see what the fuck they talking about.
You think that CJ McCollum would have listened to you?
Or Grant Williams? No.
Especially after you put them on them.
Okay, this is kind of boring though. There's like more stuff that he talks about that's not like money related. Bro, he has a McDonald's ad in between. This shit is cooked, dude. He's hitting the maximum. Oh my God. No, I know he's just that players union stuff that he said he should have paid attention to. How did Trumpers go from being anti-Semitic to being Israel stans? I don't get it. What are you talking about? They are and were anti-Semitic. They are and were Israel stans. Anti-Semitism and being a major stan of Israel are not at odds with one another. In many instances, it is actually the majority opinion. The majority of the American population that is like pro-Israel is anti-Semitic. The minority of the American population that's anti-Israel is anti-Semitic. The overwhelming majority of the pro-Israel population in the United States of America is deeply anti-Semitic, like straight up.
Yeah, and then we go. I think we go to Tel Aviv for like 2 days, and then we come back. We have to go.
The war will probably be done by then.
Chill, not too much. And then we come back and go to Belgrade for like another 7-8 days.
But where's that? Serbia?
Well,
yeah, they rarely have wars over there too.
I mean, U.S.
Oh, very nice.
Come on now.
Very true.
There's a really funny moment. It's fine. Well, we can skip it. But there's a real funny moment where he's like, where he's like, do they like black people over there? And he goes, shit, who does? And I don't think he realizes like, yeah, no, they don't like black people in America, but at least there's black culture in America. There's like areas in America with a lot of black people. I feel like Israel's a little bit different. You know what I mean? Like there's enclaves, a sense of community, a sense of protection here in the United States of America in spite of the white supremacy. Whereas Israel, I feel like, doesn't necessarily have all of that and still has the same white supremacist attitudes. I mean, yeah, there are obviously Ethiopian Jews. I'm saying that like I'm sure there are enclaves as well, but it's like much more limited. And also, what the fuck what does he have in common with Ethiopian Jews, bro? What are you talking about? Like that's it. Oh, okay. Victim of racism. That's it. Anyway, I truly don't understand how a black American man cannot pick up the fuck vibes in Israel, like where he's staying. I think he will when he's there. We are waiting 30 more minutes, ladies and gentlemen. 30 more minutes until my goat meets the giraffe. Okay? 30 more minutes. Proud conservative as Zionist work for Ron DeSantis. This article is missing a lot of information regarding Elon Goldberg's views on Israel. Here are just a few examples. 1, supported Obama's abstention of the anti-Israel Security Council resolution, plus Secretary Kerry's shameful speech at the end of the Obama admin. 2, oppose the Trump admin's recognition of Jerusalem as Israel's capital and the moving of the embassy to Jerusalem consistent with U.S. law. Elon said these actions were taken. The U.S. should unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state / open an embassy for the Palestinians in Jerusalem, supporting the division of Israel's eternal capital. It's kind of funny because, like, Americans, I don't think have the capacity to read this shit as nutty as anything else. Like, motherfucker, what do you mean eternal capital of Israel, bro? It's been around for 76 years. The fuck are you talking about? The eternal capital of Israel. Joe Biden's older than Israel, man. What the fuck? The fuck do you mean the eternal capital? Like, this kind of stuff bothers me so much. Like, normally, a guy that speaks like this should at least, like, you know, feel a little embarrassed to be in polite society amongst, like, those who are well-educated. You know what I'm talking about? No, he didn't mean internal. He meant eternal, dude. Like 1,000 years, okay? He means eternal, as in 3,000 years of Judaism. That's what he's talking about, because he's fucking a freak. He's insane. Oppose merging the U.S. consulate to the Palestinians in the U.S. embassy in Jerusalem. Wow, it's really fucked up. Oppose the U.S. recognition of Israel's sovereignty over the Golan Heights. that has been critical to Israel's security. Wow, again, really fucked up. Supported the disastrous Iran deal, opposed leaving the deal, opposed imposing maximum pressure and sanctions on Iran, supported rejoining the terrible deal, opposed the Taylor Force Act to end U.S. economic assistance to the PA for its reprehensible pay-for-slay policies in support of terrorism, which, by the way, the Trump administration also ended up going back on that. You know who else opposed the Taylor Force Act to end U.S. economic assistance to the PA? Fucking Israel. Because even they were like, hey, man, these guys are, one, our security forces in the West Bank, and two, you're really going to fucking radicalize the Palestinians if you shut off their food in the West Bank. Supported restoring funds to UNRWA that has further been proven to be a front for Hamas. Supported a political process that simultaneously pursues the reintegration of the West Bank and Gaza Strip and end a long-term ceasefire between Israel and a group of Palestinian factions that include Hamas and Fatah that has been the blessing of PLO. Supported reopening the PLO mission in D.C. that was rightly closed because PA has been supporting illegitimate anti-Israel actions at the ICC. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Conservative ultra-Zionists are fucking on crack, okay? Supported freeze or reverse settlement activity through a range of options, including one, ending the practice of shielding Israel from international consequences. It's like, go live there. Go live there. Well, I guess he was the U.S. ambassador to Israel. You're not American anymore. I'm taking away your citizenship. Sorry. Like, if you love Israel that much, go fucking just live in Israel. You're no longer American, okay? The fuck is this shit? No, I'm serious. Like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? Like, what is this shit? What the fuck? Bro, if I was chirping like this, what is happening, Kaya? Kaya's mad. Murat's here. And Kaya's mad. Like, if shit's so sweet, go live there, bro. Please, like, please. Supported returning the indefensible pre-1967 lines that would be an existential threat to Israel, except that's what the ICJ also supports. Yeah, this guy is like the Jewish liaison for Kamala Harris, and this conservative guy is fucking losing his mind over it. And it's making me like the guy that Kamala Harris is tapped to be the liaison for like Jewish communities. It's making me like it. I want to know what like Beinart thinks before I make my assumption. Worked in the Biden-Harris admin, helping to implement some of the most anti-Israel policies in the U.S. history, including imposing the S of BDS through imposing baseless, illegitimate sanctions on Israelis through Biden's executive orders. How should they have reacted to the attack? Great question. Apologizing for 75 years at the time of conducting apartheid and immediately securing a conditional release of Palestinian hostages in Israeli prisons for Israeli hostages that were kidnapped by the Palestinians, and listening to the demands made by the Palestinians in terms of, including but not limited to building a port in Gaza, allowing them to no longer have restricted trade, normal stuff. That's not realistic. Yeah, I know, except that is the correct way to deal with it. Ending the fucking apartheid. Edgy? Ending the apartheid is not like an edgy point that I have. It's just the correct point. How did Israel literally blow up Gaza's airport? They did it years before they did it before they even fucking completely blocked it off. Palestinians will want all of Israel territory. Yeah. No, you're right. That's why you gotta listen. Listen, we can't. There might be a genocide down the line for Israelis, so we have to do a genocide now. You don't understand. Good argument, man. Thank you. Accepting the ceasefire Hamas out on October 10 for all hostages, releasing Palestinian hostages, ending apartheid, reparations, allowing the ICC to prosecute war criminals, etc. Yep, that'd be great. Guys, we have to do this defensive genocide, or else there might be a hypothetical genocide down the line. You just don't understand. We can't free the slaves because they will enslave us white people. Okay? How could you disrupt, American commerce like this? We can't end the apartheid because if we do, then black people will run the country and run us white people out and will institute an apartheid on us white people in South Africa. Threat of conservatives being very normal about waltz. Adding Kamabla to this feels kind of like a hat on a hat. Just a reminder, Vance is weird. Kamabla found herself an absolute freak. Horse cum. It would be unfunny, forgettable failure without their usual remorse attaching themselves. Tim Walz resignation rumors, something to do with horses. I still can't believe it's Tim Walz. I literally dreamed about this, and it still feels too good to be true. You dreamed of a horse cum drinker. Before settling on horses, they workshopped a few animals. Tim Walz molested a duck. It's an undisputable fact. Didn't Tim Walz have sex with a duck he shot while hunting? Pass it on. I heard Tim Walz had sex with a goat. It's like, bro, these are literally delusional people yelling at each other in a room and no one else can hear them. You understand that? Like doing this on Twitter and maybe even getting some like momentum on Twitter is basically like having a bunch of kids in kindergarten play house with one another. Okay? You don't actually have a house. You're not a real adult. You're not paying taxes. You're just doing make-believe shit. It's kind of funny that she hung her hat on the slightly less weird one, and then they all abandoned it instantly. Hashtag tampon Tim. Vosh catchy phrase. Breaking. Streamer and outspoken equine aficionado Vosh formally endorses Tim Walz after learning he drank a gallon of horse semen. Like, great example, right? The moment that you invoke Vosh or like horse semen memes is a moment that you are so trapped in this perma-internet cycle because, like, if you were to ask, like, sure, I've made these jokes as well inside of the community, but like the moment that you talk about Vosh, okay, imagine yourself having this conversation. If you live in the Midwest or if you live in like Arizona, Alabama, any number of these different places, right? And you're like trying to describe to people who Vosh is and why, like, why this joke lands with like horse semen. Like, they will kill you with hammers. Okay? You try to describe this to someone, they will kill you with hammers. Okay? You will immediately be put under medical watch. They will lobotomize you. And perhaps they should lobotomize you. Do you see what I'm saying? Making up a wife and then imagining her getting mad at me for being weird. Take that, Libs. My wife watching me make another Tim Walz horse fellatio meme. Are there jokes in there? Or are they just putting in random letters? I'm going to stop trying to figure out if there are jokes in here. Kamala Harris rally attendee encompasses her campaign and supporters in one interview. They're trying to match the unparalleled riz of a single shit poster tweeting completely out of the blue about a couch and immediately launching a national story. Yeah, this account had like 1,200 fucking followers, man. So can't say for sure, but he might be the first VP pick to have admitted a New York Times bestseller to fucking an inside-out latex glove shoved between two couch cushions. And then he put a fucking fake, like, quote, a fake citation in there. And then people ran with it. And then the Associated Press wrote an article fact-checking the couch fucking thing. And then they took it down. And then it was over after that point. The problem with the Kamala Harris memes is that they can't call her Kamala Harris, okay? Because they're Republicans and they have to run on back the blue shit. So they can't literally say Kamala Harris. That's the whole problem with the Republicans in this situation because they like cops. Yeah. Real Donald Trump is no longer following VP 45. Oh, no. Also, the JD Vance one only works because he seems like the kind of sweaty weirdo who would fuck a couch and write about it. Yeah, I mean, he just doesn't have good vibes overall. And because he doesn't have good vibes, he is going to be significantly more vulnerable to this kind of like attack. By the way, Coca-Cola has been hiding astronomical levels of profit in tax havens to shield it from the IRS, a judge found. They now have to start paying back $16 billion in taxes, enough to wipe out a year and a half in profits. I fucking love this shit. They should run with that. Okay? They like Biden campaign should be plastering this on every fucking wall and be like, this is what we do with the extra funds to the IRS. Okay? We go after big violators. We go after people who are tax cheats, mega corporations. Oh, here. This was the thing that I was the Spaces is up already. Oh my god, it's starting. I'm in early. I'm requesting to speak. Hello. Too many requests have been it's already breaking. Oh, it's gonna break. Oh, if it bricks, I'm bricked up. I'm bricked up in anticipation of this bricking. Oh my god. Oh, I can't wait, dude. This is fire. Wait, is it audio only? Oh my god, it's gonna be audio only. Oh my god, I forgot they don't have... Oh my god, I forgot there's no visual. Oh my god. Oh, he's so bad. Oh, this is so sad, dude. Oh, this is so fucking sad. Holy shit. I requested to speak. It won't let me. Too many requests to speak have been sent. Please try again later. Who the fuck is Nabil Abi? Bro, stealing my fucking steez, dude. For the record, we can't even gamble for the crash because it's already crashing. It keeps going in between, in and out of details not available. You guys remember the DeSantis announcement? That shit was so awesome. In all seriousness, content aside, can we talk about the fact that the owner of the website with 200 million followers is allowing for this basically paid campaign stump event, but not Kamala's campaign? Wait, what do you mean? If you asked Elon, I'm sure he would say, yes, I would love to speak to Kamala Harris. As long as he says that, and it's going to be contentious anyway, and Kamala Harris is not going to do it anyway, it doesn't matter. You have to remember this. What Elon Musk is doing right here, by the way, is not that dissimilar from like Rupert Murdoch owning Fox News, right? Like the entire franchise, and so many other right-wing outlets as well. Like billionaires have owned media operations, media empires in perpetuity. Elon Musk is just like trying to do it with Twitter and not doing a good job with it. You know what I mean? Especially because like Elon Musk is one, too online for his own good, and two, is I guess like too ultra capitalist for his own good, where he's like running the fucking company into the ground. I'm gonna reply to him. I'm gonna say, sir, I have requested to speak on behalf of red-blooded, patriotic Americans, but the Elon Musk website won't let me. Insane they never learn from Ron DeSantis. Team Trump, this is the biggest interview in history, and now we're asking you to make the President Trump's biggest fundraising day ever. Before this interview's over, we're calling on, what is this? We're calling on 10 million patrons to donate any amount and proudly say, I stand with Trump. Desperate. So desperate. Can I ask a dumb question? No such thing. No such thing as a dumb question, my friend. We are living in the dumbest of times. We are living in the best of times. We are living in the worst of times. But most importantly, we're living in the dumbest of times. How is this good for the Trump campaign? Any undecided voters are going to see this as a right-wing freak interviewing glazing Trump and not help swing their vote. I think that a lot of dumb people still think Elon Musk is awesome. I'll say that much. A lot less people now think Elon Musk is awesome, but there's still plenty of dumb people because the media for years and years glazed him as like a genius and a brilliant boy. So there's definitely still a lot of like average Joes that probably think that, Elon Musk is cool. I've never been one of those guys. I've been a fucking hater. I've been a hater of Elon for some time now. Oh yeah, biggest failure I've ever seen. God! Whoa! They're so bad! They're hot miking! They're hot miking! You could not have written a better, more poetic situation. Oh my God, Donald Trump is going to Elon Musk after this, okay? Let's get down to it. Let's talk about Rhonda Stinky. We're back to the news. Little Rhonda announcing his campaign in like an hour, actually. We're going to be tuning into that when that happens. I like that Donald Trump's only competition is like, or at least the people, the person they're propping up as Donald Trump's only competition is 30 points away from him and is basically another cookie cutter carbon cutout of Donald Trump, but just... Elon Musk is awesome, though. He literally built rockets and dodge the top of the hour ads with a Twitch Prime subscription. Please stop promoting misinformation. Are you kidding me? You took advantage of my excitement for extra content, okay, that I did not even ask for, that I could not have even imagined. Extra content that has basically started already. The space is already breaking. It's already bricked. It cuts in and out. It says details not available over and over again. I am worried about refreshing this page. And it still says 44,000 in the space when we know there's probably more people in this space. And you fucked me. You fucked me so hard. Okay? Too many requests. Too many requests have been sent. Are you getting on the Trump Musk bingo? They're going to talk about trans people for sure. What the fuck are we listening to? We're listening to the sweet melodic beats of Donald Trump's failure of a campaign. I'm so stoked, dude. Thank you so much. I love the music. Old Trump ad. Oh yeah, remember the old Trump ad from the DeSantis space? Remember when he came out with that fucking heater, dude?
George, can you just wait while we...
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can all hear you, George. Can you just hold on for a second?
Hilfa, I don't think they can hear me.
I can hear you fine, George. Just speak to the
I don't think George knows how to use Twitter.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Can I please make my big announcement now? Everyone just...
Hello?
Just shut up, George. Can somebody just mute George?
Dick, could you try not to cough on the...
Okay, so how are we going to take out Trump, you guys?
Guys from the FBI, this is not a private call. This is a public Twitter space. Everyone can listen in.
God damn it.
The devil.
Anyway, guys, we invited everyone to this this Twitter space so Governor Ron DeSantis could...
Everyone just shut the hell up so I can make my announcement, okay?
You go, girl.
Wait, the devil is gay?
So what? Everyone in this call is gay. I happen to know every single one of you has a secret gay lover hidden in your closet.
Ich kann nicht zulassen, dass die Soldaten, die für Sie
Guys, can we please just calm down?
So anyway, guys, I just wanted to announce that I'm...
Okay, I can hear the governor very well.
Shut the hell up, Would you please shut up already? I'm running for fucking president, okay?
Yeah, we kind of already knew about it.
Know, Governor. Congratulations, Governor.
Well, that concludes our Twitter space for today. Thank you to all of our...
Hold your horses, Elon. The real president is going to say a few words. The devil, I'm going to kick your ass very soon. Hitler, you're already dead. Dick Cheney sounds like you'll be joining Hitler very soon. Klaus Schwab and George Soros, I'm putting both your asses in jail. And Ron DeSanctimonious can kiss my big, beautiful 2024 presidential ass. Trump 2024, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, remember that, dude? That shit was fire. That was a banger, dude. Now his fake ass is doing the same damn thing, not realizing. This music is so funny. Fake ass doing the same damn thing he rightfully ripped into. I'm only now getting more and more into politics, so forgive my ignorance. In regards to Kamala being a border czar, what exactly is a VP supposed to do to be better on immigration? Kamala Harris is cooked. The border situation was because the border czar thing was specifically because Joe Biden hated her. That's the only reason why she was border czar. And now it's coming back to haunt her because obviously as the border czar, she's not going to fucking deviate away from the administration. Sorry for burping into the mic. I know that Sean Hannity would never do that. This is funny. We have an unwanted immigrant in this state. Please advise at Greg Abbott at Drake. Drake is officially a resident of Texas. Deport. I told you the real border we needed to be worrying about was not the southern border. Only libtards worry about the southern border. Real American patriots know the real border to be worried about is the northern border, brother. They're coming in. Definitely don't refresh. It won't load for me at all. Yeah, I know. That's why I came in early. So I could serve the sweet, juicy top of the hour ad break to you ahead of time before the fucking thing starts. Because in the next 3 minutes, you are not going to want to miss out a single moment, a single second of this delectable content. I was there up and early, baby. You already fucking know. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, Miss Valerie Chaos, thank you for the 5-tier gift of subs. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Oh yeah, I forgot that chatter cooked me. Oh shit, my bad. I did get cooked earlier. I forgot. I got cooked so hard, it caused my brain to forget about it. Daniel Art, thank you for the 20 gifted, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Caked Up Bot, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, ladies and gentlemen. Twitch Prime is free. It's a free way to no longer see the ads at the top of the freaking hour. Insane Monster 69, thank you for the 10 gifted. I think that there is a very high likelihood. Hassan 350Z, thank you for the 5-tier 1 gifted subs. I think it's a very high likelihood that this doesn't work at all, by the way. Like, I'm not kidding. There's gonna be a new space. Be ready for that. Yeah. Chaos 1391, thank you for the 10 gifted. Oh, Elon's in. Request sent. Fuck, too many requests. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a listener. What is
engage
this?
with this technology to help guide its development in a way that maximizes its benefits while...
Are you guys stupid? You think this is a real fucking Tesla channel? Oh my God, people are so dumb. Bro, this is a crypto scam, you fucking dingus. How are you this online to be on my broadcast and you still haven't realized that, like, most things that have Elon Musk on them, most live streams that have Elon Musk on them are crypto scams. 180,000 viewers are watching, by the way. Sucker born any minute, every minute. I know. Your community is full of 80-year-olds getting scammed by Nigerian prisons in 2024. I agree. If you had one chance to ask him a question, what would you ask him? So many questions, dude. That's hard. I've never been faced with a decision like that, so I don't even know. I'd say, do that ass be farting? Probably. I'd fuck it up. Does it grip? Yeah, maybe. What'd that ass do? It's like asking a genie for more wishes. Oh, it restarted. The music restarted. Do we have a Trump Elon bingo or not? Do we make one? We'll just do Gamba. You can gamble with your channel points by watching the channel. From Jack's Films. Weird mention. Elon sucks up to Trump. Weird trans or pronoun mention. Weird behavior. Trump doesn't answer the question. I like it. There is no way. By the way, right now, my space it's been steadily crashing since for the past half hour that I've been in it. And there is absolutely no way that there's only 44,000 people in there. There's absolutely no way that there's only 100,000 people in there. There are probably so many people in there, but it is crashing. So we will perhaps never know what the real number is, which is hilarious. And I suspect that Donald Trump probably doesn't appreciate that it is also broken as well. Unable and crash is trending. Ain't working for anyone at the moment. Oh my God, I really hope that they don't kick off a new call again. Oh dude, I'm so shameless. I'm gonna say, I got into the Elon X Trump space 30 minutes prior to knowing it would crash. Come listen along. Hell yeah, baby. Blast it, chat. Blast it. Blast it, baby. Blast it. Shameless. Woo! God, I love content. At least the other stuff on the website is still working. You can't access the Trump Elon interview through Twitter. The YouTube link people keep sharing as an alternative appears to be a crypto scam. Great work all around. Yeah. Does it strike people as odd? Does it strike people as odd that everyone that wants to do crypto scams so frequently end up using Elon Musk to do that? Something to consider. That's because his fans are bawling, or because they're fucking stupid and infinitely more likely. Isn't it kind of anti-free speech that the host gets to control who speaks at all times? The COPA started already? Oh my God. Chris LaCivita, effectively one of Trump's 2 campaign managers, just posted on X trying to frame this as Trump breaking the internet. DeSantis tried to do this too. Oh, it's the same fucking loser energy. Oh, that's so awesome. Twitter Spaces appears to be suffering a technical glitch before Trump's live conversation with Elon Musk. It's hard not to compare this to the last time Musk's platform was used for a major political moment when Governor Ron DeSantis tried to introduce his campaign on Twitter Spaces, but was met with interesting trending with bro, crashed, Elon, unable. I'm able to get on the space with my phone. The space said it has 117,000 listeners. No one has started speaking yet. The space for Donald Trump's event with Elon Musk is now live, but it appears it's glitching for users. Oh, this is another feed. Donald Trump's space, 222K in space. Also, by the way, the fuck's this guy doing? You're Canadian, dog. You're Canadian. Stick to your own politics, all right? This America business, all right? How the fuck did he fail to ratio me? That's crazy. But yeah, the space now says 222K. Don't let him ratio me, chat. Keep pumping. Keep pumping my reply. Not that it fucking matters. I'm shocked that he wasn't even able to ratio me to begin with. Considering that he has a much larger presence, or used to. This must be a record number of viewers on Twitch. Wait, what? No, dude, not at all. Don't let him ratio me. It's like if Canada won a world war or something. We're not letting Canada win. Remember, they burned down our White House once. We won't let them do it again. Stay up there with your goddamn health care and your fucking... I don't even know. I guess healthcare is good enough, honestly. Holy shit. Are you on mobile? You can't speak on Twitter Space on desktop? Yes, you can. Why wouldn't I be able to? We're building a goddamn wall, brother. I suspect that the rest of Twitter will inevitably break as well, by the way, because, fucking it's ass. It's a stupid ass fucking website run by a stupid ass donkey. Someone is blackmailing Elon Musk. For your information, Elon Musk, if I don't get my account back, I'm sending your dealer's number to Grimes' mom. In case this sounds like a bluff, he lives in the art district and the number ends in 43. Wait, what? What the fuck? Tesla US channel has it? No, it doesn't. Shut up, dumbass. It does not. It's a crypto scam. God damn. It's already so fucking bunk. Wait, how do I... The page is accessing your microphone? How do I stop that? Okay. I'm a little worried. Dude, I'm feeling like I want to vote for Donald Trump now. This music has got me in the groove, dude. Maybe it's hypnosis. Have you thought about that? There ain't no way this ever goes live. We are now officially 17 minutes in. We are officially 17 minutes in. What if Ken Carson just started playing? Just a thought, in my opinion. If Ken Carson just started playing, I would vote for Donald Trump. New York Times live feed. We are trying every way possible to access the stream. By phone, desktop, in the app, in the browser. And most of us reporters are having trouble getting it to work. We are most likely not the only ones. It appears crypto scammers on other streaming platforms are trying to take advantage of the confusion on X by creating fake streams mimicking Musk's voice to persuade people to buy cryptocurrency. Oh, beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Hey, New York Times reporters, tune into the Hasanabe broadcast. You can watch it here, okay? Hey, don't worry about it. I got you, baby. I'm so glad. I knew how fucking unimaginably incompetent this dingus is. And I knew this shit was gonna crash, so I was like, at least I'll be in there 30 minutes prior before this shit starts. I clicked on it as soon as the link was available. Elon is posting and claiming it's a DDoS attack. Oh, hell nah. There appears to be a massive DDoS attack on X. Working on shutting it down. Worst case, we will proceed with a smaller number of live listeners and post the conversation later. Oh, hell nah. Oh, no. Bro, how can you not foresee this? Isn't that trackable? People can verify this independently. Dog, it's not a massive direct denial of service attack. It's just that people are tuning in and your website is not capable of handling it. It's just people trying to get in, dumbass. But your website sucks. Yeah, I fucking called it. Oh no, dude. Or distributed denial of service, not direct. My bad. I'm not a nerd. Shut up. And neither is Elon, despite the fact that he tries to appear as a nerd. He doesn't know shit. What is this? Engineer in charge of X Spaces right now. Bro, stop. Stop posting. Everybody stop tweeting. The website can't handle it. Stop tweeting. The website can't handle it. It's gonna break the whole website. Stop. Stop tuning into the goddamn space. Stop it. Chat, don't do it. Everyone hold the line. Stand back, stand by. It's not actually on YouTube, man. Shut up. Yo, this is a jam though. I'm not even. Oh, it restarted. Dude, every time it stops, I get scared. Every time. Remember in the aftermath of every single thing that I said about the Discord, every single thing that I said about the Ron DeSantis failure still remains in this circumstance. Remember, websites are completely capable, like normal websites are completely capable of handling this level of traffic, okay? Like eBay had 3.8 million live concurrent viewers, okay? YouTube does it on a daily basis. Fucking Kick was able to handle it because Twitch is their backend. They're using AWS on the backend. You cannot tell me that this is a competent human being running a real website, okay? I feel like at this point, Elon Musk is a secret Marxist operation to show as many people that is paying attention that billionaires are some of the most incompetent morons on the planet, and that he's also secretly trying to destroy every Republican, okay? It is crazy. He did this with Ron DeSantis and then didn't even, like, what did you do? Did you just pack it up and then never think about tweaking it? It makes no sense. Donald J. Trump posts from his Truth Social. It appears Elon Musk and Donald Trump interview on X is being overwhelmed with listeners logging in. The last information we have heard is the interview should begin in less than 20 minutes. Thank you. We tested the system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today. It's so good. It's so perfect. It's so fucking perfect. Oh my God, I love it, dude. It's so stupid. Never fail, Republicans. Never fail. Elon blaming it on the Dems. Bro, stop tweeting. Stop tweeting and fix the website, you fucking animal. You goddamn ape. You fucking donkey. What are you doing? This man only has one speed. Fix the fucking website, stupid. He's like, oh no, I'm just gonna post through it. Oh my God. Oh my God. What the fuck? Murad? Baba? Where? Where? It's 8:30 ET right now. Wait, do I still get it? Do I still get access? Because I was in early? Get into the new space? There's a new space? Where? Bro, stop saying that you're in the new space. Be honest. Be for real right now. Be for real right now. Be for real. Your Elon X rant 5 minutes ago was flames, bro. It starts loosely with the eBay thing. No, he's just still he's still posting this shit. It's the one I'm in. It's the one I'm in. Fuck you guys, bro. Fuck you guys. Yo, don't play with me right now. Don't play with me, dude. It's the one I'm in. It's this one. I'm in it already. Hold the line. Music is changing. Music is getting more dynamic. Maybe I'm losing my mind a little bit, and it feels like I am. Request to speak? Oh, yeah. Oh, I can't anymore. I refuse to give Mike perms. It's good. It's a good song. It's a good song. Breaking. Elon Musk says cyber attack on X derails Trump interview. Yeah, dude. Ah! Bro, this is a historic run that Trump is on. Look at this sequence of articles right now. Trump flew on a charter jet previously owned by Jeffrey Epstein. Okay? Trump in a fundraising email portrayed this live conversation with Elon Musk as an effort to bypass the mainstream media and take my message straight to the American people. But these technical problems are very clearly interfering with his ability to do so. Musk blamed a cyber attack known as Distributed Denial of Service Attack, or DDoS, for the glitches. DDoS attacks work by flooding servers with malicious traffic and knocking them offline. Worst case, we will proceed with a small number of live viewers and post the conversation later. The space is fluctuating wildly in the number of people who have joined. It currently sits at 200,000 listeners, even though no one is... Is he fapping? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. There is no way that this is how it starts. Oh my God. And he had to mute it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. He's jerking it. He's jerking his peanuts. He's jerking his peanuts. Huh. Where's the fucking... That's it? No audio? That's it? No audio. No audio. He's just going to keep it muted. Do you think he thinks he's currently not muted? Elon is no longer in the Twitter space. He left the space. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, this is amazing. This is literally amazing. Holy shit. I can't believe it, dude. This is actually amazing. That's crazy. This is so perfect. This is so perfect. Wait. Oh my God, what is the song that they're playing? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Two things I ain't ever seen. A nigga that beat a gun and the bitch I need. If I go broke, I'm taking your funds, yeah, bitch I need it. Yeah, you the whole book on how to get rich and you ain't even read it. Jennifer Friday, my bitch is a honey, my bitch is a boy, I eat him. She don't even want no food, it's deep, the only thing I feed her. This bitch stop, ain't no way, huh, I'm kidding. I made 100K in 100 ways, cause that's what I keep. Keep it 100. I go down my way, and my chest like bunch.
Okay, guys, I'm joking. I'm playing it. I just want to make sure, because I know there's like normies in here. There's probably boomers in here that are trying to make sense of what's going on. I'm the one who's playing Ken Carson. Please don't think that that is literally what's going on. There's going to be at least like one New York Times journalist that is like very confused right now and writing up a storm being like, Trump unceremoniously started playing Ken Carson, a popular musician, under the Playboy Cardi label. Elon joined again. Elon joined again. It's fixed. Elon is in. Whoa. No way.
baby money.
2 in a row, really, chat? Y'all are so dumb. 2 in a row, you fucking boomers.
She tryna eat my rings. She tryna suck my dick. I went to sleep that bro. I woke up too rich. I ain't never ever at the front. I got a black truck sitting out front. My main bitch got a big butt. I get the big ass for my gun. I'm in the air pulling up the magic seat. I went to bed and she showed me her titties. All my money stacking taller than a midget. I smoke a kill, niggas smoking midgets. On the real, I been counting digits. On the low, I been selling bitches. Take a photo, she can take a picture. I'm gonna fuck the home with all my niggas. She don't wanna talk, she just tryna vacate. I got a nice place, about to fly to the 8. I got against the hoe, tryna swing my Drake. I'm touring on 8, round with a 8. Oh, I got rats in my face. She got rats in her face. I put the big shit to her out of space. I just see people with the ghost out today.
Okay, that was also me. I did that. That was the Short Lonely Love for You. We know that Trump listens to that, but like in private. You know what I mean? I'm so glad I live in the 21st century and this is how I get my news. Yeah. I did see the one where he said he's going to do a smaller space, which is this one. But as it stands, there's currently no audio whatsoever from the space. So I don't know. Fortnite D23 Disney event got more viewers. I doubt that there's only 963,000 people. I think there's probably a lot more people. It's just that the website's so bricked, we can't tell. Oh no, the Harris campaign is taunting Trump on his social media platform. True Social reposting the critical comments he made after DeSantis' campaign announcement was plagued by similar technical problems. That's the other part. It's loser shit. It's loser shit to do this. And Ron DeSantis did this loser shit. And Trump rightfully fucking... Oh!
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed.
You're such a bitch.
As this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you just don't hear them talk in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. And this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who
they're all open-minded independent voters like Hitler Groyper 48.
So you can understand like what
and every blue check mark crypto
just
guy.
Like to have a conversation. So honored to Donald, great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well,
is he eating?
Well, I mean, maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. That is strength under fire, and so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as.
It's such a dumb idea not to do this in video form. I know.
Having another term here is that was just incredibly inspiring. But I mean, what was it like for you?
Glazing.
Not pleasant. I have to be honest.
Glaze.
I said there was blood. I had
Being
more
shot is
blood.
not
I didn't
much
know I
fun.
had.
He's doing tricks on it.
Blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get
A
hit.
very bloody
But
place.
in this case, it was probably the best alternative you could even think about because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very, I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. You know, I was telling somebody you have instances like this or like a lot less than this where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear.
Yeah.
And because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard people shout, bullets, bullets, get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly. And we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter. And so it hit.
Boo, we
it
don't
hit me at
care.
an
We
angle
forgot
that
about it,
was,
old man. Nobody cares.
far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was,
Yeah.
for those
Split
people that
second.
don't believe in God, I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to, I'm a believer now. I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect
Yeah.
angle, and all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even
I mean,
more
maybe
now.
it's a
than I
sign.
love
Maybe that's a sign, you know.
It's an immigration sign.
Yeah, we should get
highlighted
the
a
South
serious
African
issue.
immigrant out.
And
Yeah.
at that moment,
That's right.
the bullet missed your, hit your ear, but missed your head. I mean, your.
Well,
you know,
the amazing thing is that the sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration. And it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good. And after that, it was going to
Yeah.
be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey,
Yeah.
who, a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great Trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man.
I
And
think
a
I
friend
think
of
he
mine
sounds
came
like he has a lisp right now because
like to
of
give
the audio
his
compression
family some
issues,
kind of
probably.
help. And I
Which,
said,
I mean, it
"That's great."
doesn't
He
play
said, "Do you
well
mind?" I said, "I
to
don't
a guy
mind
like
at
Trump
all."
who
And he wrote
cares
out a
about the
check for $1
optics.
billion, gave it to the wife, and
Yeah, see?
she said, "This is really nice,
Top end
but
is
I'd
fucked
rather
up
have my
because the audio
husband back,"
compression, it
which
does
is
that to sibilants.
a nice thing for
Sure.
somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family is great, and we raised a lot of
Yeah.
money for them and for two other gentlemen are unbelievable people. Also, they were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did. The doctors in the Butler area, I tell you, they were incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them equally. And we thought
Yeah.
my first question was because I heard bullets flying over me. I said,
Ask
"How
his
many people
name.
were killed?" 'Cause we had
Elon,
a
ask his
massive
name right
crowd,
now.
a
Ask
tremendous
what the firefighter's name is right
thousands
now.
and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, there
You
was
will
just
be a
no
legend.
people.
If he asked,
How many people
he
have
would
been
never
killed?
do it,
Because
but
I knew there were other shots being fired,
Sure.
and they said we
no,
don't know
not just
yet,
his first
but
name.
some people have been badly hurt.
Full
And
name.
I have to
name.
give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but sniper,
Yeah.
because he didn't know there was a problem. He's an extraordinary shot, obviously, and he didn't know there was a problem. And he was
Yeah.
able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the
it was pretty funny when he was like, "I'll never tell this story again. It's too
he
emotional."
saw the smoke and the flame from the gun.
That was one of my favorite gay Trump moments when he gets like all like, "I will never tell this story again."
Shot from very far away, and if he didn't
Yeah.
do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been
Sure.
badly hurt and killed. So
Yeah,
I have to
absolutely.
take my hat off to him because that's also a surreal. You know, he's been with them for 23 years, and
Yeah.
he's never had
I
anything
mean,
like
dude,
this.
this is
And all of a sudden, he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun. very far away. Obviously has very good eyes. He's got very good vision, which I assume you
Yeah.
have to have in that particular
Bro, he sounds
work. But he took
Absolutely.
aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range,
Yeah.
one bullet. If that didn't happen, because
Yeah.
the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up
Sure.
there with him, so
Well,
could have been very.
I mean, that's clearly, he was very confident in taking that shot to stop the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does seem to be, I mean, some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy. I think most people people are wondering how on earth could such a thing happen.
Well, I view it as two ways. There should have been nobody on the roof. There were people,
Yeah.
because there were so many tens of thousands of people there. There were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and
Right.
Trump all over
I
it,
saw
and
the video.
she's screaming. That guy's got a gun. You saw it probably. There's a
No, I
guy
saw
up
the
there
videos.
with a
I
gun.
mean, it's like I guess, I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering how the heck are, basically people wandering by it, pointing out there's a guy on the roof with a gun.
Yeah.
And they're seeing it, but somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem
Yeah,
crazy.
well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and
Yeah.
he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly,
Okay.
but he fell down. And he did, from what I understand, he did say there's a
Bro,
guy
still
up there
talking
with
about
a
this.
gun.
Move on, bro. Move
And
on.
the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf,
Yeah.
sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah. It's not a
No,
tough shot.
it's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had.
I think one thing that people fail to consider is that Trump actually performs really well in adversarial interviews because he gets like bitchy. And when it's a glaze sesh, and I've listened to so many Trump glaze sessions with Sean Hannity where he sucks them, like he gives him that good suck. It's very boring.
You had so many people. One of the miracles.
It comes across as like a very boring, low energy back and forth.
Gun control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of people get killed with those stampedes. We had
Sure.
more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was hurt. They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down. And it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see, and
Yeah.
and a lot of press too. There were many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it, so sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede.
Sure.
Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people because it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down. But the Secret Service guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate. would jump. They moved so fast, and
You won bingo.
let me tell you, that took
Congratulations.
tremendous courage. Now there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody that building should have been covered, and
Yeah, I mean,
that was
I
the
think
big
that
thing.
I mean, looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the #1 spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like if you were to pick like what is the favorite place, what if you so if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building, the
You're
roof of
right.
that building would be #1.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you couldn't ask for a better
No,
location. It's like
no, that
#1.
would have been the spot.
Um,
You know what people think
yeah,
is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer, and then when he got
yeah.
his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head, and when he fell down again,
This is a
hurt his
good
ankle
take.
very badly. But he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon.
This is a good take on the
what they
dynamic.
think
Elon
is
wants
that
Trump to
this
say
guy
this was a
ran to
conspiracy
his
by
side
the deep state or
with it
potentially
all
like
planned out
DEI
with the gun.
and was allowed to happen, but that's
He
not
ran
actually
to the
convenient for
site
Trump.
and
He wants people to
started
think the killer was
shooting
super
fast,
skilled and
maybe
survived
that's
nonetheless.
why
He's defending the cop who got scared by the kid on the roof.
missed. I mean, he
Yeah, but
he
as you
got
said,
me, but
he
it
would have
could have
hit.
been
I mean,
could have been a much
yeah,
bigger problem.
but he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, like there was it was a very near thing.
It was a
So,
miracle. If I hadn't
um,
turned my head,
yeah,
I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly.
I would not.
Yeah,
I would
well,
not be talking to
I mean, you'd be talking to me from another realm,
you.
perhaps.
Yeah, that's
Um,
right. We'd be talking from a
so,
different place. But it was it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that there was somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been pretty
yeah,
well.
yeah,
And
yeah,
if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, "Sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something," right? And
yeah,
that happens
yeah,
often. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened, but it
yeah.
didn't. It didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well, it was your. I think your actions in the heat of fire, and like what I found admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire. And yeah, so
Thank you
yeah,
very much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know, I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher, and I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else
yeah,
because it was such a lot of blood, and they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, "Sir, you were hit in more than the ear." I said, "Nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up." And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them
yeah,
know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I
yeah,
got up because they didn't know, was I alive. You really couldn't tell. When I stood up before the fist in the air, they didn't know if I was alive. Nobody did. And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and
Let me get
thrilled,
my
and the
shoes.
place went crazy.
Oh my
It was
God, this
pretty
is what he
amazing.
looks like right
It
now.
was a
Well,
terrible thing, but it
it
was
was
really amazing.
incredibly moving. Yeah. Well, and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn
He's
that
so fucking cute.
saved your life, really, was the illegal immigration
Right.
slide. Maybe this,
That's right.
maybe this is worth talking about that,
It
since
was.
that slide saved
You're
your
right.
life,
No,
basically.
the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but and I
I
had to
know
be at
that's
that exact angle.
I mean, that's
Is
a
my
great one.
PFP on a screen?
Saved by illegal
You know,
immigration.
the
Wait.
incredible
100%.
thing, though, when you talk about the odds, you had to be exactly at that angle. But the incredible
Yeah.
thing is that
No.
the chart, I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment.
Yeah.
It's always on my left, never my right. And it's always at the end of the speech.
I don't think so.
So here
Yeah.
we have it. It's on the right, not the left.
No, it's
at the
not.
beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately,
It's not.
fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and
Yeah, yeah.
you know that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it
Yeah.
would have been a very different story. It's very much, I say, an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm honored.
He does.
by it.
Trump has a
I'm
lisp.
honored by it.
Well,
Let's just start that. Trump actually has a lisp. He always is a body double.
What were you about to say about illegal immigration before you were rudely interrupted? with
Well,
the
I was
bullet?
going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and we're going to go
Great.
back in October. We're all set up, and
There
the
ain't no
people are
way he's going back to
fantastic in
Butler. That's
It's a big-
crazy.
It's a great area. Great. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey killed, and the other two, the families are. I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
As you were
prior to
saying,
being
exactly.
so horribly
So,
interrupted.
yeah.
But
Yeah, so rudely interrupted by an
yeah,
assassination
so it was,
attempt.
but no, but the chart.
Some people have no manners.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week, we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous
Yeah,
chart,
yeah.
but that was the lowest
Yeah.
point ever recorded. It was a really, I mean, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Homan and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They said it's the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks, catch and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where if many people come in there, they have contagious
man.
diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting literally records.
Why is he laughing?
And all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes.
Sure.
And in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that. But they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was.
You're weird, bro. You're a fucking weirdo. That's a weird ass thing to say.
Well, I mean,
You're running
I mean,
for
would it be
president.
accurate
What
to-
do you
would
mean
it
you're
be
gonna
accurate to
sleep
say
with
that
a chart
you're
of the
supportive
immigration numbers?
Legal immigration, but we obviously need to.
Bro's weird
shut
as
down
hell,
illegal
dude.
immigration, and especially unvetted illegal
Yes.
immigration, because and
Dog,
that's not to
Elon
say
Musk was an
that
illegal
everyone
immigrant.
Who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell a difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately
100%.
represent your position?
I say it
Okay.
very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked.
Yeah.
Because look, Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips.
Do I
said
think this
that
will have
months
any
ago.
noticeable effect on Trump's
by the way,
numbers,
they had
positive or
the
negative?
opposite.
Negative.
You know, they had not only tax
Negative
on
is
tips,
negative.
but they
No
hired
positives.
88,000
Normal
IRS
people are not on Twitter chat.
Many of them were assigned to go get waiters.
Most people are just going to talk about how shitty the interview was
on tips.
and how
They
it
have a
failed
policy. They had a
spectacularly.
policy. They were
Elon
really
Musk has
gonna
already
go after
murdered
you.
2 campaigns. He's about to murder his third.
People horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job in the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been
Ron
a country
DeSantis,
in
Vivek
history
Ramaswamy, and
that
now
has
Donald
had a
Trump.
catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear
CNN
12
headline.
million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming
Yeah,
from
see? Major
jails,
tech
from
problems.
prisons, from mental institutions or A bigger version of that is
Yeah.
insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're
Yeah.
coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you know, you look at, it's so sad October 7th because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad
Sure.
when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective
Yeah.
government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best
Endeavor
is the border.
Game, thank you for the 10 gift
because
the subs.
you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they
Yeah.
won't do anything. It's all talk. She's
No.
incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more incompetent than he is. And that's saying something because he's not too good.
Hassan is
Yeah.
a bitch.
No, I think it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border.
A lot of
and-
people have talked about how Trump
you know,
doesn't know what an asylum seeker is and thinks
secure
it's an insane asylum.
So
And I'm beginning to feel like that is the case.
Or we can't function as a country, and our service, you know, our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities. But I as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, I think that I mean, like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are going to, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and and who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually,
Elon
I'd
was
say
an
like
illegal
probably
immigrant.
most of the illegal
Elon was an undocumented
are,
immigrant.
are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But some are
Straight
not,
up.
and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's, if somebody's like has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in LA or New York, compared to other parts of the world. And in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah.
So it's
It's,
insane.
it's right. I mean, what's happening with crime?
What?
And our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon,
They're
I hate
not.
to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it.
Oh my God.
I hate it. But you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're allowing,
think you're
again,
right,
they're
yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had
Ain't
all
no
of them.
way.
As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're delivering them into
That's what Castro did.
yeah,
that,
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
It was a much smaller
Yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening: crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is
Bro,
crime.
crime is down in
gonna be-
America too,
And I saw it
dumbass. What
today
the
in
fuck
New
are you
York, where
talking
somebody
about?
was knifed with a.
Are we dumping our
raped
fucking
the
criminals to
girlfriend
other
of a
countries
man
too?
that
I mean,
stood
we
there
have done that in
watching
El
New
Salvador.
York in one of the shelters, and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happened today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for
Yeah.
murder and all sorts of things, and they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people, and it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because now she's trying to say
Sure.
she had nothing to do with it, and she's such a liar because She was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location, which had nothing to do with where the problem is. You know, she went in and out, I
Right.
guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
had nothing to do where the problem
Yeah.
is. But she was the
Well,
border czar, and people
yeah, yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known
Yeah.
what happened. You could shut the border down; he
Yeah.
wouldn't even know the difference. But the
This is a good
fact
line.
is that she was
Not a bad
border
line.
czar.
Give him
But
credit for that
you
one.
don't have to call her that. The fact is, you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's
I mean,
horrible.
whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie
The
apocalypse.
real issue is not the border,
sometimes
but the top of the hour
gotta
ad
sort of
break
wonder, like,
and avoiding the
is it
top of the
real or
hour ad
not?
break by subscribing.
You know, 'cause you
Many
see
people
things
don't
like,
want to
is it
know
real?
this. Many people don't want to
I
do
went
this.
the border at Eagle
But at
Pass,
the top of the
and I
hour,
saw
there's a
for
3-minute ad
myself
break. If you no
in
longer want to
Texas,
see
and I was
those
like,
ads, if you want to
okay,
uninterrupted
it's
broadcast
real.
experience, you
I'm
got to
like seeing this in
subscribe.
real time. I actually posted the video, like just live.
Which
I
you can
just-
do for
I just flew
$6
there one
or
day
for
and
free
just
with a
to
Twitch
see,
Prime
hey,
or
is
by
this-
getting gifted a sub.
Is this,
Twitch
is
Primes
this
are free,
made up or
folks.
real? And I'm just seeing
Here's
people
the 3-minute ad
streaming
break
across
now.
the border. And I have to say, you know, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly. You know,
These
so
are
people,
people.
Who
people
do you
can
want to
look at
win,
my
Trump?
video
I'm
and
not
say,
sure
hey,
about
you
your
know,
standpoint, but you
these
surely
people
must
look
have an
friendly. They
opinion.
don't look super friendly. So
These are people that
um,
Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk across the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, you know, the caravans are coming in and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing
yeah,
it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason, they're not
yeah.
workers or they don't want to work or whatever. And these countries
Bro,
are getting rid of
you have two
non-productive
fucking
people in
spoiled
America.
billionaires coming from fucking multi-millionaire, billionaire parents talking about how, like, the random Guatemalan dude that crossed the fucking border, trekked for thousands of miles to work for pennies on the dollar is unproductive. Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala
What are you
saying how she
saying?
is going to provide.
Anyone that believes this narrative is the dumbest fucking rube and deserves to have all their money stolen by these fucking dipshits. Straight up.
Yeah, I think this, frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another form
Like, we're literally on the website of a guy who is demonstrably an incompetent asshole who bricked the fucking website that was at least usable before.
3.5 years, I'm not sure we've got a country.
You don't
left
have a country
at that
left.
point.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. You know, we think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, you know, the four. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
Yeah, I think this is a super important
Yeah.
point. Like people, it's like basically when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico. to
No,
be clear.
Mexico less.
It's just
less
it's
than
just the
others.
border. It's just the border with Mexico. But the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything in
We're
the US.
already overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they
Yeah.
try and focus on Trump. Okay, then let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa. From the Congo, they're coming from the Congo, and 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers, and they dropped them. They drop them. They take them out of jails which is very expensive, to maintain the jails, although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons, they take them out and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, don't ever come back or you're going to be executed. And they don't want to come back, but they won't come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
Well, just
They're
Earth,
coming from
rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of
Yeah,
really
everywhere on
bad
Earth.
ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible. So
Well, Elon, we're going to have
that's
to finish this up. We're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. Same with other countries.
Sure.
Some are 30%. Some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of it?
Yeah.
And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably, and some people said, "Oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly." Or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, "Wow." One of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this:
beat him. He was bad.
we cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent.
Bro's
She's as
dunking
bad
on
as
a
Biden
fucking
is.
senile old man.
Of you since this whole scam started, and say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't want to leave, and they said we can do it the nice way or we can do it the hard way.
Yeah, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him.
What they did with this guy, and I'm no
yeah.
fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it.
Well,
and we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But we think of it. You take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah, no. I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do, and do they fear the American president, or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they would. They rightfully be. I mean, but look at the footage with the assassination. They're like, okay, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like. Whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have not been at all intimidated by Biden, and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Shifty Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No, he actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline.
Wait, what?
The biggest pipeline, they were looking at that
Yeah.
to fund, and this pathetic president gets in there, and the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers. Shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any
Right?
sense. It's like it's inconsistent. Certainly, but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security, because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
and
them.
that puts it puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one
It's
of
a
them,
big
and I
deal.
know them well. I know Putin, I know President Xi, I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough, they're smart, they're vicious, and they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. When I was there, and I say it with respect because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass.
Yeah.
They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil, but they had no money. And Israel
Why
would
am I
have
so
never
quiet?
been attacked.
It's just like I'm in utter disbelief of how similar this is to every fucking Trump ramble rant.
You do it, it's going to be a bad
He's just
day.
literally cooking up the same exact fucking nonsense.
I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way.
Yeah, I'm quiet because my goats are
and
talking.
it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. Getting along well with them is.
I can't believe I still haven't gotten a bingo.
I got along well with Kim Jong Un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, it's a sort of a ritual, and I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, "What's the biggest problem?" He said, "North Korea." I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and all the different things.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they
Those
were.
like,
They were epic. Everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger, and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden, I got a call from him.
Bingo.
And they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam.
Epic tweets.
And I got along with them great. We were in no danger. But President Obama thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff, too.
Exactly.
He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage.
Yes, I mean, it's because, people like Kim Jong Un, they respond to strength, not weakness.
Well,
And
He and I got
if
he
you
and I had
project
a good
strength,
relationship.
you know,
Remember,
yeah.
remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say.
Yeah,
Let's bring
that's
up
cool.
Secret
There was
Service
a
again. I wouldn't say they
99%
were
chance
thrilled when I
Elon was
did
lying
that. I
about an
walked onto
attack.
his land, and it was
Yeah,
it was
the
an
rest of the
amazing
website
period.
was working fine.
But we were not in danger with him because of me. You know, I always
Yeah.
say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside.
When
We
you
have
ask
some
the question,
really
I
bad
can't believe
people
there
in
are
our
people that
government,
would vote for this guy.
and
Yes,
people
dude.
that are
Think about the
controlling
worst person you've
people.
ever met
I mean, I
in your
mentioned
daily
names, but
interactions.
I really don't
Like
want to give
just
the
an
credit.
overall
But we have some really
repugnant,
bad- and I say they're more
awful
dangerous
dude who's
than
just angry all the
Russia and
time.
China.
Why
If-
wouldn't he
if
vote for
you
this
have
guy?
a smart president, a president that gets it.
There's
we are
plenty
not
of
in
dog
danger
shit
from
people
them.
out there who are like, yeah, this is
Us and
great.
they
Oh,
need our
I
help.
love him.
I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden, and
Did you
Bush
see
to a
End
certain
Wokeness
extent,
is
in all
Jack
fairness,
Posobiec? He
forced
accidentally posted a Jack
Russia
tweet on it and deleted it
and
and then posted on
China
the correct account right
together.
after. Please tell me you
And
logged
if
it.
you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, you know, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
You know, the biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise 1/8 of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries
What?
now that
Yeah.
have significant nuclear
You
power.
said what?
And we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. You know, Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left,
Nuclear
and
warming.
then after I left, they started
It comes
forming
after nuclear
big
winter.
armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that were so stupid that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything
Yeah.
the opposite. Everything the opposite.
Someone should remind him he's not running against Biden.
Many more people have been killed in Ukraine.
I think he forgot. He went back to his old speeches so hard.
Hey,
He's
look,
still
just
cooking
in the two
Biden,
armies, you
dude.
lost 500,000 people, and
Yeah.
and you know Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw
Yeah.
the article recently, and it's true. You don't
He
hear the
liter-
true
I
story.
think I suspect he forgot.
If you think about it, Russia's gone. You know, Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. You know, they've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force,
Yeah. So,
and it's
course.
very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight, and we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that, and a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had
Yeah.
a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad, the words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you,
Yeah,
it can
yeah.
lead to
What
World War
the
III.
fuck?
That can lead to World War III. The
Yo,
Middle
he's
East can lead to.
devolving.
We have numerous
He's
places that could
devolving.
end up in
Yeah.
a World War III right now for no reason
No,
whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just you know when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity, and you know it's something that people have, I think, after the end of the Cold
His
War, people have
stupid
become
face.
complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from other
100%.
countries.
And one of the things
And
we're going to do is
it's
we're going to build
yeah.
an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection. Because it
I
just
love
takes
that
one maniac
Israel
to,
won't let
start
us.
something. We're gonna have to
Sir, we have to ask permission for Israel if we can use it or not.
Some other places
Yeah.
have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But
I'm not kidding. I
Israel
think
has
he
it. We're
thinks
gonna
the
have an
Iron Dome is literally a
But, you
dome.
know, with all of that being said, to me,
There
that's
is a non-zero
so
chance he
important.
thinks
It's
it's
the
an
most
actual
important.
dome.
But with
like
all
in
of
The
that being
Simpsons.
said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about
Like
the
does
economy.
he was the president?
And the fact that they can't buy
He has to
groceries
know we
because
have
they
like
don't have enough
defense
money to buy
systems
groceries.
already.
The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen. And it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot. And we discussed the border at great length. It's nice to have a
Yeah.
forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on
No, they
you.
could not.
So they don't need
Wait, well, yeah,
Elon.
because he's sucking you. Like, yeah, I'm sure Kamala would love to do a fucking non-contentious,
sad
non-adversarial
when you
conversation
think
with a random
that somebody
billionaire
that
that
does
loves
this for a
her.
living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes,
But the
absolutely.
big thing now is the
Well,
economy, Elon.
yeah.
And as much as
Yeah.
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot
Wait,
of people
really?
don't
I asked the
understand
Trump
that. But
campaign.
it doesn't have to. If I understand it,
I
that's
asked
all
the
you
Trump
need.
campaign why the
Because
coup
if I was
attempted criminal
president,
former
you're
president
not going to
slurring
have
his
that kind
words
of
and
a
lisping.
problem.
The
But
campaign's response
the
must be your
thing that
shitty
they
hearing. Get
really
your ears checked
is
out.
making them angry is what Kamala and
There's
Biden
no
have
way
allowed
that's.
to happen to the
Is that guy a
economy.
real Huffington
It's a
Post
disaster
correspondent?
with inflation. The
'Cause that's
inflation.
crazy.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing
Right.
that's happening, and we'll end that
Well,
quickly.
I think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far
God.
more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services,
right.
that's inflation. So really, we need
Shut
to
up,
have
nerd.
we need
Shut
to
the fuck up,
reduce our
nerd.
government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible?
Trump
Where is
also
it?
dumped boatloads during COVID. What the fuck do you mean? That would mean that it's Trump's fault that
We're
inflation is
currently
happening.
adding, I think, $1
The
trillion
fuck?
to the deficit every.
Dude, this is
roughly every 100
insane that
days.
Elon Musk talks about
And,
government
yeah,
spending.
the
Your
interest
entire
rates on the
billionaire
national
status
debt
comes from
are now
government
exceed
spending.
the
You
defense
literally have never done
on the order
a
of $1
singular
trillion.
endeavor that does not
And
require
it keeps
billions of
growing.
dollars of checks being written to you. Literal fucking green energy credits kept Tesla afloat in times when they were literally about to go under. Oh my God!
Great job in that. Then we, by the way, we gave 85 billion of it.
Subsidies
back to
fueled
Afghanistan, if
the
you can believe it.
Tesla
We gave them
rise.
85 billion.
Your
they're one of the
brother
largest
and
sellers of
and
military
yourself
equipment in the
built
world.
a
They're
fucking
selling what
solar
we gave
energy
them.
panel company, again,
That
with
was
government
one of the most
funds.
embarrassing days in the
SpaceX
history of
is
our country.
a government
But,
outsourced
if you
operation
think
off of
about-
NASA.
Let's go back to the economy.
I hate this
We have to
motherfucker.
bring energy prices down. Energy started it. The price of gasoline. Now your
did
cars
not
don't
make
require
PayPal.
too
Shut the
much
fuck up.
gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product. I have to say, I have to be honest with you.
Thank
That
you.
doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the
Thank you.
gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your
No,
house
don't
and
close that.
cooling
Don't
your
close
house.
that. It's too.
That
Sure.
has to come down.
Why?
It's gone up
Why?
100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to
Yeah.
drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things. You're not going to have anything.
Yeah.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say
Yeah.
that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So you're going to have to build. We're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're
Sure.
going to need a lot of
Well, I mean,
electricity. You're going to need tremendous
yeah,
electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government
Right.
overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government
Yes.
spending and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a
The
person does?
waste is incredible, and nobody
It
negotiates
is.
prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I went through it, like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was
Yeah.
$5.7 billion for two planes. Now they're
Wow.
highly sophisticated.
That's
They're
insane.
even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's a
number.
crazy number, but I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other
Exactly.
items. And
Multiply it by
yeah,
a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and yeah.
astronomical. I agree with you.
Well, I mean, if so, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. I'd be happy to help out on
We
such a
can't have
commission.
that. We gotta spend unlimited billions on Israel, though.
Greatest cutter.
Both of you guys agree on
You
that.
walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on
Yeah.
strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, that's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the
He's so
greatest. You would be
pro-labor.
very good.
Remember when he had Sean O'Brien
If
at
you
the
look at
RNC?
Argentina,
Well, I'd be happy to
yeah.
help
By the way,
out.
congratulations. I
Yeah.
just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat, but
Yeah.
congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an interesting character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great, and
Yeah.
he's a big MAGA fan. You know that he ran on MAGA, and he took it to an extreme too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really
Yeah, it's so terrific. 267%
great
inflation in
again. It worked
Argentina
out
right now.
perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything, but he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing
Yeah.
they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like
Yes,
2,000%. They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to
Yeah.
have that pretty soon. I think we
Yeah.
have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They
Yeah.
don't include a lot of the items that should be included.
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money
Yeah.
effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all. And what Milei is doing is he's cutting government spending. He's simplifying things. He's having putting in regulations that make sense, and we're Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement
That's right.
in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the I think in the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have phenomenal reserves of everything, oil, everything.
Yeah,
And
Trump literally hardened the sanctions on Venezuela. He's the reason why
it
they're fucking
impoverishes the
collapsing.
people. And so I think we should not be complacent in the United States in thinking that and taking our prosperity
the
for
fuck?
granted, because if with bad government policy, we can run the country into the ground. And that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40.
I fucking
In other
hate
words,
these
horrible.
demons. They're
And yet
literally
we
advocating
spend more
against
per
policies
pupil
right
than any
now.
other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where
Yeah.
where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho.
That's insane. That's he's literally arguing
That basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California. He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the
Yeah.
50, I
this
would bet
motherfucker's
that
like, I hate Project 2025, but also abolish the Department of
and
Education.
15
Yeah.
of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as
He
Norway.
hates Project
Norway's
2025, by the way. Remember?
You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some
Yeah.
of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes,
California
no debt.
has a surplus.
Everybody working. They're really well
California
run.
literally has a surplus.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well, but they'll actually be forced to do better because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But,
Yeah,
but if you think about it,
yeah.
you'll have some
Yeah,
of
yeah.
these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And
Yeah.
these people don't care
Well,
about
yeah.
the students in these, faraway states. And it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah, I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally
right.
move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. No, but I mean, to what? I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so much U-Haul.
It's actually amazing.
Just people moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois, so many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses and their taxes are already really high? The taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job and they're crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not.
I like the idea of simultaneously being like, these governors fucking suck, and also they should handle the education
Some of these states to change.
and not the
There was
Department of
bankruptcy,
Education.
and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well,
That's
you're
the
going to
only thing
have
that's going to
that.
get them changed.
You remember the area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter. and it was very nasty
Yeah,
for a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of
Yep.
these, and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that the larger point here, too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy. A lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is effectively a tax on people that save money and for people that are working day to day.
Keep Pritzker's name out of your mouth.
It's just
That's a
form of
real big boy
taxation.
and a real billionaire. You fucking
And
asshole.
if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and that's a really big
Well,
deal.
the people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all
That's my
through.
real- that's my real
their
goat.
younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago, when you look at some of the food products and grocery stores,
Donald Trump has never purchased food at the grocery. Like he's never. I don't think in his entire life.
have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at it's
Can you
sticker
imagine
shock. They
walking
call
into
it
a fucking
sticker shock,
Publix?
right?
Like just walking casually into a Publix, even before he became president.
Two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves living
Right.
standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations. So because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had
The absolute dumbest people on the planet are listening to this interview and are going to be repeating these like basic fucking idiotic pro-capitalist fallacies over and over again.
Well, Elon,
those two things, those are the big deals.
We set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all
Like
of the
deregulation. I wonder why 2 billionaires have
Remember,
a.
I had the rule for everyone.
2
we
billionaires
put in, you
love
have to
the
get rid
idea of
of 10 or
deregulation. I
12.
wonder how that will help
We
the
did
average
radical
person.
cuts on all of that, and a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things.
The
that weren't
fucking
necessary.
Chevron deference
But we were
gutted
all set.
has
we have the
caused
best
the
economy
U.S. Navy to
ever
deny
maybe in the world, and
that
then
they are
what
actually
happened is
polluting the
COVID
water
came
with
in,
forever chemicals,
and we had to
PFAS.
focus on that.
Like that
Nobody knew
literally
what it
was an article that came out
And I always say I
yesterday
got
or
good
something.
marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, a gift from China, from Wuhan, came in from Wuhan, the Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression.
Who do you
But
think
the
that helps,
problem is
Chad?
when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his administration, many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years, and also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible.
There's something really
They
funny
were having
about
the best Asian American women, men.
There's something really funny about
young
Trump
people
denying
without a diploma, young people that
climate
graduated
change
from the best colleges,
to Elon Musk, who's supposed to be a
MIT,
champion
from
of
the
climate
Wharton School,
justice.
from all of the great colleges.
He's talking about drill, baby, drill, and oil pipelines to Elon Musk, who is like an EV evangelist.
Everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about maybe my views on climate change and oil and gas, because I think I'm probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving. And
He's
the economy
such a
would collapse.
bitch, dude.
So it's, I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry.
He's such a bitch.
And the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S.
Bro is literally fucking 3 minutes away from being like, EVs are gay, actually. I hate them. I hate people who drive EVs. They are obviously homosexual Marxists. We should stop the production of electric vehicles.
It's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize this. If you go past 1,000 parts per million of CO2, you start getting headaches and nausea. And so we're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million per year. So I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming or prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I just say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car, fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to, but I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Yeah.
But there are tremendous, like ANWR. I got ANWR in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it.
Bro, I'm not kidding. Like, if this was a normal market, responsive to the key man, openly fucking glazing an antagonistic industry that it's choosing to destroy Elon Musk and Tesla, Tesla stocks would be in the fucking pooper. But it is not a normal market. It does not respond to normal market factors. It is completely out of whack.
And I'll get it going very quickly because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size.
You look extra pale and make me stress too much. I look extra pale.
Really good stuff. And, they end it. So I think we have, perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows. But during that time, something will come around that will be very good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my estimate would be, a little more aggressive than that, but it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. But I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates, if you start going from 2 or 3 to say 5, and then there may be some situations where you get just a step change increase in the CO2, and I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm, because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like
Trump does not understand this gay nerd shit that you're talking about. He's like, what are you saying?
That's actually, you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global
radical
warming,
Marxist?
it's not comfortable to live in. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over and like.
I just want to know what Trump looks
like. I don't know,
right
50
now.
to 100 years from now, we're I don't know, mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it.
I like the idea that we should get to a we should keep fracking
on balance,
until the air is not breathable, as though the entire global ecosystem won't collapse
without vilifying the
like a century before we get to that point.
And without
what the fuck are you saying, dumbass?
Short term, I think this can be done without but people can still have a stake, and
yeah, that's the problem when the air becomes toxic to breathe.
It's okay. It's like it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way. And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable solution. And that's what Tesla is trying to move things towards, and I think we've made a lot of progress in that regard. But when you look at our cars,
he sounds like such a bitch when trying to defend this position.
That caring about the environment should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars are beautiful, that they drive well, that they're fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I made this sexy joke: Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there.
Him saying sexy makes me want to die.
But I don't know, I like cheesy humor, So. But I'm a big fan of like, let's have an inspiring future, and let's work towards a better future, and we can do so without demonizing people.
Right. I'm okay. It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming, because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with. I'm sure you'll be the first, but it would seem that a solar panel on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on certain surfaces might be good.
Yeah.
At least in certain areas of the country where you have the world,
sure,
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't understand is that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me, that's an immediate problem. Because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president, because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that, you're not surprised to hear, very fast. They'll end up catching up, maybe even surpassing. But to me, the biggest problem is not climate change. It's not, and everything's, a problem.
The
but
biggest problem is not
to
climate
me, the
change,
big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great.
Wait.
And when I talk
Yeah,
about I'll
nuclear power
prevent
is
world,
underrated.
yeah,
It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War
Wait, is he
III.
saying like
I
is he
will.
saying
but
nukes
the
as in
truth
like
is
weapons
that
or nuclear
you have
power
to,
plants?
because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is
Yeah.
a level of
Like I
destruction
feel like
and
he's
power
playing fast and
that
loose
nobody's
between
ever seen
nuclear
before.
power and like nuclear power plants and then weapons.
There's the bad side of
I
nuclear,
think he
which
means
is nuclear
weapons,
war, very bad
but
side.
then he like
there's
angles it in a
also, I
way
think,
where like does he
nuclear
think power plants
electricity
also have
Absolutely.
nuclear
generation is
weapons
You're
in
right.
them or something?
and it's actually, people have this fear of
Like
nuclear
it doesn't make sense.
nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms of electricity generation. It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining
Right.
operation, and there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done.
Yeah.
So that
Maybe
We
they'll
should
have to
we should
change some.
deregulate nuclear power plants.
There are some areas like
yeah, it's a rough
when
name.
you see what happened in
Good bad
right.
branding. The
We'll have
branding's
to
rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after
We
you or
should
something.
definitely
You know,
deregulate nuclear power. That's the one thing we should definitely
see what
do.
happened.
It does have a branding problem.
When you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened.
Wait,
and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No,
but
that's not true.
but you're
Well,
right
no,
about it. It's amazing.
it's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's actually not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on TV to prove it. And I donated
Trump thinks he's insane for this, by the way. He's right.
System
He's
for a
not
water treatment
wrong.
plant.
But I don't
And,
think Trump understands that.
So well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm
it's
only
just,
There's
kidding.
no
fine,
way you
It's-
can
it's
explain
like,
to Trump that what Elon Musk did right there is
Hiroshima
normal.
And Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
Right.
it's
Well, that's
really
great.
not
That's
something that
That's right.
So it's not as scary
There
as
is
people think.
no
basically.
way Trump believes anything Elon is
Yeah,
saying.
I mean,
Elon is
I mean,
not
are there
wrong.
some other topics
Elon
we
is
can touch
right.
on? like
But there's
lawfare, I think,
0% chance
Well,
Trump
we
believes
need to
him.
be concerned
Trump
about.
probably
What
is looking
they've
at him
done
like
to
you
this
got
country.
three fucking
Obviously.
eyes right now.
Yeah.
Well, we just won the big
I mean,
case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use local DAs, they use the local attorney generals.
Yeah. He's like, let's move
Like
on from
Fani,
this
you know,
weird
Fani.
shit about you eating radiated plants,
A-N-I,
loser.
Fani. And it's
Yeah.
all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan, one of the top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before,
Sure.
and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never
Yeah.
happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this, where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent, me. Now Biden's, close to vegetable stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does
Yeah.
he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad, and it's ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that
Right.
for a long time. He can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't
Yeah.
lift it. The whole thing is
Well,
crazy.
he's clearly. I mean, he's clearly like we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't
That's
have a
just obviously the
president, and
case.
she's going to be worse than him
Um,
because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she
So is
destroyed
Elon.
California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states now you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean,
Another fun fact: Donald Trump donated to Kamala Harris's campaign twice.
again, our
Yeah.
country is becoming a very dangerous
Twice.
place. And she is a radical
I
left,
believe a total
San
of
Francisco liberal,
$13,000.
and now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump, if that's possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than
well,
Trump.
yeah.
I want a wall. I
I
want.
think that's
You know, she
yeah.
wants
Not
to
in
release all the
2019, no.
prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came
Yeah, I
out
just saw
today.
that.
She
Yeah.
doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is
For
a
her
wall and a
Attorney
wheel.
General re-election.
And the wall, you know, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200
Yeah.
miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant I said, "Wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders." She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply
No,
not
and
true.
everybody
Yeah,
knows
it's
it's
simply
not
not
true.
true.
It's a disgrace that she
Yeah.
can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight is they're rewriting history and making Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie
Um,
Sanders. She is considered
yeah.
more liberal by
Yeah,
far.
everybody hates Bernie Sanders. Keep comparing
She's a
Kamala
radical
Harris to
left
Bernie Sanders.
She's going to be
An unpopular guy.
very quickly. You're not going to have a country
Like in
anymore.
his own
And she'll
base.
go back
In
to
his
all
own
the
base,
things
an
that she
unpopular
believes in.
guy.
She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. You don't. Now all of a
Yeah,
sudden
yeah,
she's
yeah.
saying, "No, I will. I really want to see fracking." If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote
Kamala
for it.
Harris wants 8-minute ads at the top of the hour instead of the 3.
She is so
She's a radical. She doesn't want you to
anti-Israel, and she's bad
subscribe
for
for
both. Biden actually did
$6
something
or
that
for
was
free with a
impossible.
Twitch Prime at the
Both
top of the
sides
hour.
hate him. You know, both sides.
Folks,
that was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch
Yeah,
Prime.
I mean, Netanyahu came to
Or you
give
can
a
get gifted a
talk
sub.
to
VT Prof links. Thank
a
you for the
joint
10 gifted
Senate and
subs.
House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. You know, what does that say?
I think it's highly
That's
disrespectful.
Hi.
And I say, if you're a Jewish
Hi.
person or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your
Biden was
head
bad.
examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they built, that can be swamped. We'll use the term that's
Yeah.
appropriate, swamped. But they
Yeah.
swamp it by shooting enough missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles,
Sure.
they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole
Yeah.
place. And that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people.
No
and I'm
respect.
telling you,
Yeah.
she'll be worse than him because she's a believer
Yeah, no,
in
I
being
think you're right.
radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, you really.
I think he meant
it's
swarming
important
the Iron
for the
Dome,
public
not
that maybe listening
swamping,
to this
but
to say to look at Kamala's track record, before the last month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it, because it is her behavior has been far left, And we're seeing just an overnight propaganda attempt to rewrite history and make it sound like Kamala is moderate when she, in fact, is not moderate.
Well, her
So I
her
think
running
that,
mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay. Now
Yeah,
that's all
that's
I have
weird.
to hear. Tampons in
That's
boys'
weird.
bathrooms, and that means she believes
Yeah,
in that too. I mean,
yeah, that's
she
not
picked
okay.
this guy because he was the closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. And I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election, and I mean I'm just stating my opinion. Now you know you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know.
He knows it very well.
Through a different form, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. You know, we have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And I let them know it. And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them. You know, with Ukraine, so we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. Wouldn't you say as us? And they're in, and they're in much greater risk.
Bro,
right there.
What is an Italian supposed to do in those fucking crowded city streets with a goddamn American tank?
Let's assume they're close enough. And
Like,
what happens is,
all right, how are you gonna get mad at that?
they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that.
Like their
billion,
roads are not even
and we're
fucking
in
equipped.
for about 250
Motherfuckers are driving
billion,
on
and it could
roads
be a
built
lot
in
higher
like
than
the
that.
4th century.
And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States the United States was subsidizing NATO, tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I said, I went in and I said, you got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in. And
I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses,
and then we get
even though,
taken advantage of on trade. So think about it.
I love that they called the EU's calls for no disinformation being spread in this interview censorship.
Why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair. And that isn't appropriate.
Elon, you're a defense contractor. You know exactly
when you talk
why.
about cost cutting and savings and everything else. I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than
Like, why is America paying for Starlink to be deployed in
He was very
Ukraine?
honorable to me because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to make You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now they've taken advantage
Yeah,
of us
absolutely.
incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with with false attacks.
Donald Trump literally said he would shut down newspapers that wrote about him critically.
Inhibit their freedom of speech.
He also did not. He also greatly accelerated the Julian Assange proceedings and tried to prosecute him on
Get the word out.
charges.
Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want
Like,
to print
no,
it. You know,
I don't like Joe Biden. I hate him. I said I wouldn't vote for him.
right now.
Julian Assange was
Kamala
freed
wouldn't have this conversation.
under the
She can't.
under the
She's not
Brandon
smart.
regime.
You know, she's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation. And Biden, we don't even have to talk about it. I mean, he couldn't have this conversation. He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but
Yeah.
no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but you know, we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that you know, we can have a conversation, and
Yes, you
I'm
can actually
able
have a
to get it
conversation.
out without because I get treated
This is
unfairly. by
a
the
really
press.
big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's like not. It's not possible.
I like that they try to loop Kamala
So,
Harris and
this
Kamala
is like
Harris and
an
Biden
empty
into the
seat.
same
No, it's just
category.
not.
Like they're
But think of
both
it.
mentally
We need a
fucking
man
decrepit.
or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the
Like
nuclear
I
dangers.
think
and all the
Kamala Harris is
dangers that I'm
capable of
talking
having a
about.
conversation.
And I got
dude.
along with all these. You know, I got along with Kim Jong Un. We had dinner. We had everything, and he really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way, he's the absolute boss over there. You know, a lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let
sure.
me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss.
Wait,
but
what?
We had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But you know, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it.
I don't
guess
get it.
you are.
Shouldn't
You should be
Americans
allowed to
like
say it if it's true.
hate
But we
that? I
need
mean, I
really-
don't, but
we need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, you know Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating or
put some respect on
even
my
silly. It would be
standing
silly.
together? It is the whole concept
Yeah.
is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I
It
saw a
would-
picture of her
Yeah.
on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a
the
drawing.
chairman.
And actually,
Yeah.
she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania.
No,
She
no.
looked-
Get back to Glazing G. Come
didn't
on.
look,
Yeah.
She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman, so we'll leave it at that, right?
Oh,
Yeah, well, maybe like I think part of what people in America want to, people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want
Weird.
to feel like the future.
That's weird.
It's
a weird thing, bro.
America's going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past. Reach
Right.
new.
I gotta say,
heights.
this also further proves that Trump is zesty and
uh,
also
and excited about the
ace a
future.
romantic.
They want
And,
the American
Like he
yeah,
dream
appreciates
back.
the aesthetics
You know,
of
they
Kamala
want the
Harris.
American
I
dream
swear to
back
God,
more important than anything
it's not
else.
even like a
It's-
horny way
it's
of
like,
saying it.
You don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our, the Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him
Trump,
to be
my
incompetent.
bisexual ace a romantic.
And when I
king.
debated him, I was like, is this for real? It was,
Yeah, it was just absurd. But I think there are like some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think like we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We
Right.
could build high speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport.
Bro, you literally fucked that
It's
up.
possible to solve
If
traffic.
he says
with
boring
tunnels.
tunnels,
Right.
I'm
We-
gonna
we're-
fucking,
you know,
I'm
we're
gonna
already
put
made
myself in a
great
boring
progress
tunnel.
in Vegas doing that, and and
abject
just do
failure.
things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
well, I saw
And,
what you
like,
did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing.
Other than
I got
raping
to
people,
see-
Trump ain't too
I
bad.
took a big glimpse
For the
at it,
record,
and it's incredible.
Rape is not
You know,
about
it's
sexual
incredible.
desire
And you
or
could do
sexual
that all over. You
gratification.
could do that all
It's
over.
about
It's
it's
deep.
Yeah.
You don't even
enforcing
need
your
much
power
structure,
over someone else.
You're in the right areas.
No,
It's about
straightforward.
domination.
It's amazing.
So I think we could do some things that like China's got incredible high speed rail between its cities.
So
but
my
I think
point
it's
still
actually
stands on the
possible,
ace a romantic.
with tunnels. If with deregulation, with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels, then you could have high speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high-speed transport between cities.
Bro,
And that
literally
would be
cooked
something
high-speed
that,
rail in
you know,
California
Americans can say,
with the
wow,
with
okay,
the
we've got
fucking
something that's cooler
boring
than
tunnel bullshit.
anyone else in the
Yeah.
world. That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an
And
American.
much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there, you know, with people, with crazy
Yeah.
people. It's much safer, much better. And, you know, it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the
Chargers,
bullet trains, they call them, I guess. And
Yeah.
they go unbelievably fast, unbelievably comfortable, with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's you know I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that like I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for
Yeah.
improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's
Yeah.
lives. And
I worked very hard
and
on that.
you
You
know
know, we got that
yeah.
down to the lowest number ever. And we got therapeutics approved in the FDA that people can't even believe the speed. But I
thought that
took
was
them
a
on. I don't
failure.
think they like me too much, but I
That
got things approved in the
didn't they
FDA
shut that
at,
down?
at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And, you know, it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regeneron, for so many different things that were really
He's not talking about
pretty
the vaccine
amazing.
rollout.
But
He's
the
talking about the
FDA
other thing that he
takes too
did,
long.
the right to try.
It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I
Yeah.
got some things done very quickly. But it's really something that is going to have to be worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it's just you know it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take
Yeah.
months, that improves people's lives. And I
Yeah.
think you know, but I just wanted to sort of hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations because otherwise. They just keep building up every year,
Yep.
and you get like hardening of the arteries, and eventually everything's illegal or takes forever, and then we just we just ossify as a society. We just we can't make any progress, and that's it's a really big
Well,
deal.
you know, Elon, just
So
getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in and if you're terminally ill,
told
can
you, yeah,
use
he's talking
a
about Right to
space
Try.
age, you know, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really do. And but people would go to other countries because you couldn't use the product, even if they thought it worked, because it's going through the FDA. I got it approved
yeah,
where you can
yeah,
you basically you look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability, the country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came up with an agreement that you won't get sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list if somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative.
yeah.
Okay, and
It's
you
kind
know,
of
we got it
crazy
done.
that
We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying
Donald
to
Trump
get
is
this
talking about
done
Right to
for
Try with a guy who has this
58
Neuralink
days,
shit.
and it sounds simple, but it wasn't. Because
It sounds fucking insane.
the insurance
But Elon
companies,
Musk is a
nobody
real
wanted it.
supervillain when you
Got
think
it
about
done.
it.
Sure.
Somebody signed.
Like this motherfucker actually wants to chip people's brains, and all the right wingers that talk about how Bill Gates wanted to chip people with vaccines love
We
him.
got it done, and we're saving tens of thousands.
There's
of
perhaps no
lives.
better
Right to
demonstration
Try.
of fucking
Hopefully
cognitive
you never
dissonance
need
than a
it.
fucking billionaire
But if you do,
sociopath
you don't
trying
have
to
travel
literally
to
chip
Asia.
people's
You know,
brains,
people, if they
talking to
have
another
money, they go to
billionaire
Asia.
former
They go to
president
Europe.
about how,
If they don't have
yeah,
money,
we
they go
shouldn't
home and
have
die.
more
That's what
regulation in the
happens. They
medicine
go home
field.
and die.
Yeah, well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they get more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did
Um,
something that really they've been trying to do it for 50 years, and they
Yeah,
just
why
couldn't
would a
get it
drug
done,
be
and I got
approved
it
in
done.
the
And it's,
in the
it's
EU
doing
but not
something.
the
You're
US?
right.
Think about
Some
it,
people
Elon.
go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe, and it's a drug that generally
Money,
speaking would work.
money,
It's pretty
money.
Absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so, as long as people are properly informed of the
Money.
pros and cons and like these are the risks, this is the risk, and like you make your own decision. That makes sense.
Well, I think just,
So
in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You got a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get
yeah,
nervous because you got a lot of people listening to you right now, like 60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many?
60
What is the number?
million?
Wow. What is it?
Someone corrected him and
well,
said,
Wow.
I think in
Wow,
terms of people that,
that's bigger than you said. You said 25 and you're much more than double that number, 25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70. And I guess over a period of time, hey, I congratulate you.
What?
Do I get paid for this or not?
That's funny. That was good. That was a good one.
I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to
Right.
weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's
of
what they
millions.
say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look, it's an
Yeah.
honor. I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it, and they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the
Yeah.
colleges over. I mean, it's ridiculous, but
Right.
all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant
yeah.
crime. Maybe I'll call it
Well,
Kamala migrant crime.
I mean, with all these things, I always try to get
What?
to the ground truth by just asking people. And my mom lives in New York, and I was like, Mom, do you know have any of your friends been attacked or assaulted? And she said, yeah, 3 of her friends in 3 separate
Crazy.
incidents were assaulted just in recent months, just walking around the streets in New York.
For being
And
white.
I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like, and they just know
They
that
always get away.
nothing's going. And they don't even bother
The
reporting
migrants,
it because
they're so much
there's
better than
they
our
know that there's
homeborn
not-
criminals. They're
people
able to
don't get
assault and
prosecuted.
run away.
They just let violent criminals out in New York.
The
with-
only
with
one that
zero
gets
bail.
prosecuted is Donald
Why are
Trump.
you
They don't get-
laughing?
They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean
Stupid.
it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are being getting
This
off
is the dumbest. It's like two fucking dumb bitches having this conversation back and forth. The fuck do you mean, dude?
It's like what's this? And
What am I supposed to do? Take them seriously? The fuck? It's a clown
public
show.
looks at this and says, "What the heck's going on here? This is obviously abuse of the legal system." The legal system is supposed to be protecting the public
right.
from violent criminals, and it should be obviously allowing the public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
Once they start this precedent, because this can go on with the next one. I mean, this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent, and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm being nice when I say that. In many cases, crooked as hell. But you get a judge, and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though.
Of course.
Because
Really
it could
fucked
start
up.
the other way in areas where they hate
Exactly.
Democrats, and you get into a
Yep.
Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state. New York City is losing. New
absolutely.
York City and state lose a lot of business over what they did to me, because these people say, we don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of
Yes.
justice, and it's costing New York State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now is the big thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of
Yeah, I think
inflation.
there's a lot of opportunity.
Right.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So
And I just want to
I
want to
think,
congratulate you. You've done an amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind, You know, we can talk. You and I can talk about rockets.
It's kind of you to say. Thank you.
Tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And well, I mean, I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement,
like that Aiden Ross endorsement, that didn't mean shit.
Make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again, and we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
That's a very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been.
Bro, you're a billionaire.
So they try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and.
You are literally a Nazi, bro. You literally retweet Nazi memes on a daily basis. You follow Nazis on the website. You've turned this website into a Nazi shithole.
For 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some sort of dyed-in-the-wool long-term Republican. I call myself.
Bro said Henry Ford. I'm just like Henry Ford. I just want to make vehicles. It's so weird that they're calling me a Nazi for the pamphlets that I'm writing and disseminating.
I think a lot of people thought, the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not. And obviously, we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion. I mean, her dad is literally. She was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not a. We're not making this.
Put some respect on Donald Harris.
That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous. And I think we're just at this critical juncture.
I do love these guys trying to like.
I think this
trying to still do this narrative where they're like, I'm just a moderate. Bro, yesterday is like, immigrants are actually fucking responsible for every rape that's ever happened in England and should be purged violently. Today, he's like, I'm just a moderate. Why are people calling me a far-right figurehead?
I'm gonna get attacked.
I love every time one of these fucking dumbass losers unmasks themselves because it's always I told you so moment.
I haven't been active in really active.
You are interviewing Donald Trump, dude. You're interviewing Donald Trump. What do you mean you're fucking moderate?
Moderate, if not moderate.
You cannot be fucking moderate and suck Donald Trump's cock at the same time. You're like, I'm a moderate.
Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road, and we're in deep trouble if they don't.
You can't endorse Donald Trump and be like, I'm a moderate. Why are people saying I'm far right?
I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's even more of an honor to have your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco, 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tisch. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so unwise as to elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn.
If I had a nickel for every car maker who made a Model T and hates the Jews, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't much, but it's weird it happened twice. Exactly.
Given to us by other countries as they laugh. They
so
laugh
weird.
at us. They think we're stupid.
It's so weird how that happened.
These are radical, stone cold killers.
Welcome back, Henry Ford.
Cases and terrorists, and they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah. I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps, I think these are issues that I think most people in America would agree with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system, just stop the lawfare, and I think that's like, and how are those even right wing positions? I think those are just that's just common sense, and that's I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand. You know, the whole. They
He
call it
doesn't
progressive.
understand
They
it.
don't like
Why
the
are
word
people
liberal
calling
anymore,
him?
but call
He
it.
only said to
liberal or
abolish the
progressive.
Department of
I don't
Education.
understand how somebody
Why are
could
people
say that
saying
it's
he's
okay
crazy?
for them to empty prisons into our country.
Yeah.
And again, I told you, the
Why are
crime
people
rates
saying
all
I'm
over the world
crazy?
are
I'm
going
just
way down.
hallucinating this like massive plot from Latin American governments.
Something happens with this election, which would be a horror show.
Why are people saying I'm
we'll
crazy
meet the
for
next
this?
time in Venezuela because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so we'll go. You and I will go.
Why are
and we'll
people
have a
saying I'm
meeting and dinner
crazy?
in
I'm only
Venezuela,
hallucinating
because
that
that's what's happening. Their
millions
crime
of
rate's coming
Venezuelans
down,
have
and
been
our
dumped
crime
out of
rate's going
Venezuelan
through the
prisons to
roof,
come
and
do
it's so
America
simple.
rapes.
And you haven't seen anything yet.
So
because
this is a
these
normal
people
position.
have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated, and they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack of law enforcement. And our police, I have to just end
He's
with
like, I
this.
just
We
want
have
to do
great
concentration camps, bro.
police.
It's
We have
fine.
great law enforcement, but they're not
Chill.
allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job
Yeah.
without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely, and it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life to to arrest violent criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes.
This
And
this
then
makes me
you
blow a
arrest the violent
gasket, bro.
criminal,
The
and
fucking
then
fact that we're just like
DA,
the most pampered babies on the
doesn't
planet
prosecute,
are the
and then they just
American
let the
police
guy off.
departments,
Well, like,
okay?
why
Oh,
should
they can't
a
do their
police
jobs because
officer
we don't
risk their
respecting
life,
them enough. We already give them multiple billions,
arrest
dude.
a
What the
violent
fuck are
felon?
you
Well, even
talking
worse,
about?
Elon,
Nothing's going to happen.
even worse, they
We
prosecute
need to double
the police
suck them. We need to
officers.
double suck them. Every time you see a cop,
they
you
go
have
after
to
a
suck
ca- and
them.
they prosecute
You
the
literally have to
police
get down
officer.
on your
And
hands
they
and
take
knees and
away
go,
his
thank you,
pension.
sir.
They
Thank you
take
for
away his
everything you
job.
do.
He loses his family. He loses his house.
Well, I thought it was very telling, like incredibly telling, that when there was that case where sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times
Yep.
Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to
Oh my
California.
God, I can't believe they're still talking
Well,
about
what is-
this. Bro,
I
the
mean,
cops
that is-
fucking attacked them.
That is a gross
They weren't even
indignity
doing
for the
anything.
United
That
States,
shit was
and
fake outrage.
that's how-
What the fuck
I
are you
mean,
talking
this
about?
is insane. Like, have we lost all pride?
What are they
What-
supposed to do? Arrest them
how
for
can
doing
such a thing
nothing?
be
Like,
allowed
what
to
the
occur?
I've
fuck?
never seen anything. You
My
know,
brother
we
is a
see
cop, but
where they
okay.
get
Bring him
shot.
over. I'll
It's a
suck
very
his cock,
dangerous
dude.
Profession, but
Bring your
companies
brother
are
over
very
here.
proud
I
of
will
them. They wanna
suck
be able
his
to do
dick,
their
dude. I'll
job.
suck the soul
I've
out of his
seen them
dick,
shot. I've
okay?
seen a lot of things. But I've never seen where these guys are standing in the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally
Bring him over
boxing,
here.
like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you
Yeah.
had about six
Yeah,
of these
yeah.
guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot.
Yes.
They would be shot instantly. And you know, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a while to realize that we don't do that in this country. But in their own country,
Yeah.
if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad
Yeah, it's just-
such a sad thing to see. And that's the reason you have
we-
crime, by the way,
yeah.
because we don't do anything about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, we
Crime
just
is
cannot
down.
have a
Historic
situation where our
lows.
police officers
That's the
are
reason
beaten
why we
up
have
on
crime.
camera by
Crime is down,
a gang
historic
of illegal
lows,
immigrants,
like
and then nothing happens
unimaginable
to
fucking
the
percentages.
guys that
Homicide was the
beat
only
up
thing
the
that was
cops.
up,
I mean,
and
they're
even that
let
is
out.
down by like
This is
40% in Philadelphia.
unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it,
Um,
and we're going to get them out of the country. You know, when I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama, he couldn't get them back. They'd fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries so you couldn't land the plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back. The countries won't accept MS-13 gang members. They won't accept them. And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was
Guys, this is
$750
fake news,
million.
dude.
I said, good. Tell them they're in default.
FBI is
They're
woke and
delinquent. We're not
gay.
going to do. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept
Yeah,
it.
it's-
And you know what
The
happened?
FBI crime stats are both woke and
We
gay.
would be
Don't you
honored
know?
to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was
Just
so
like
easy.
when I,
But it's one of
just
those
like when I
things that
used
we gotta
Department of
let-
Homeland
look at
Security
government, you
data
know,
to talk about
MS-13
fucking
probably the
like
worst gang
immigrant apprehensions or
most victims
CBP data
violence.
for
We took them
migrant
out of here by the
crimes.
thousands
It's
and got them
fake.
out of here, and their countries
Data
took
is
them
fake.
back.
If
And
you look at the
because
numbers,
they said
you're a
we're not
nerd.
getting any
You're
more
a loser.
economic aid.
You must be a
And once
libtard.
they said that, they
What
were-
matters is
they
vibes and
wouldn't take
fear
them back
and
to
panic.
They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah. It's just gotta be done. We just can't have whether they're citizens or not citizens. We can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So that if it's you can't have violent repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get incarcerated.
That's right.
Because they will obviously.
Bro is so horny to be racist. He can't even get his words out, dude. Oh my God, Elon.
Hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's
crime.
And I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals. And if you just have empathy for the criminals, it's actually shallow empathy. It's not real. You're not thinking. You're one layer deep.
That's the thing that Americans have too much of: empathy for criminals.
Incarcerate this person. Who are they going to?
What are you saying, bro?
They might kill someone. They might rape someone. If you don't incarcerate them, you have to have empathy for the victims.
We have the highest percentage.
And there's
we
a
have the
lack
highest
of
prisoner
empathy for the
density per
victims
capita
of
on
the
the
criminals,
planet.
and too much empathy for the criminals.
25% of the entire planet's incarcerated is in the United States of America. We only make up 4% of the entire planet's population.
Shallow empathy.
Ridiculous.
And we have to give our police
imprison
officers the
so
dignity
much.
and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job.
I love the idea that policing is shitty in this country, not because they're fucking major babies that have qualified immunity and never get accountability, but because we're not respecting them enough. It is one of the things that frustrates me so much, because Americans also are so stupid and they love the police, even though they are literally so bad at their fucking jobs. I want them to do their jobs. I want them to actually do their jobs. I want them to solve crimes. You know what I mean? That's what we're fucking paying them for. But like this argument that policing sucks in this country now because we're not respecting them enough.
I really think that
it blows
the
my
USA
mind.
is stupid. They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So, I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight.
Yeah.
And I didn't need this. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges. I didn't need it. I had a nice life. I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to do it over again, you probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop crime.
Like, the facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like it's got to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen. That's what I hear anecdotally from people all the time. So it's just my values. I'm just saying to people out there, like the things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have.
He's so fucking unbearable, dude. He is like he's lost all of his juice. He's lost all of his sauce.
We've got to have.
He's just like such a fucking old, angry man, and now he has a list somehow. I don't know what happened there.
Projects that people.
He's just fucking unbearable.
And that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro-environment.
It's great though, because I feel like everything that Trump touches is so toxic.
I don't think we should.
Hopefully, this will cause a lot of these like holdout centrist liberals who think Elon is fucking brilliant to recognize that he definitely is not.
Reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think, and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again, it's about the American dream. You don't.
Something I'm fairly concerned about is Elon will 100% use his platform to call the elections a fraud when Trump loses and/or rig the election beforehand. Yeah, no, the fuck, he can't do that.
People, they need that incentive.
Bro, in order for him to be able to rig the fucking elections by significant margins, he would need the platform to be able to function. He would need to be able to bring like actual liberals and normal people back onto the platform. Twitter's revenue has dropped 84%. Its user base has dropped significantly since Elon's takeover. There's no, like, he's running it into the fucking ground.
We did so much, but I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things, the people, you learn. When I first came in, I tell people I was in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over. And you don't know people. You rely on other people to give you names, and then you realize the people you relied on weren't so good. Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice.
Everything Trump says Biden did to America, Elon has actually done to Twitter. It's also what Trump wants to do to America. This is why I always use the example, like what Elon Musk has done to Twitter is a perfect demonstration of what right-wingers do in general. Like, Twitter sucked. It was run by a liberal, but at least it worked. You know what I mean? It sucked. There was a lot of issues, but at least it fucking worked. It wasn't like a Nazi-infested shithole where like pedophiles were posting CSAM and then like the fucking billionaire baby who was a rabid sociopathic Nazi wasn't personally restoring the accounts of like dudes who were distributing CSAM, child sexual abuse material. Like, that's what he did. That's what Elon Musk did. So that's the difference. Like, yeah, Democrats suck. Ultimately, there's like a basic level of competency that they demonstrate. They keep the fucking federal agencies going. Republicans come in and they just destroy everything.
And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot.
Let us hear them talk, please, bro. They're saying goodbye to each other like lovers.
I know you got a lot of them. So
who can't hang up the fucking phone first for the past 25 minutes.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye. Bye-bye. I'm still in the space. Let's see if anything else happens. They kept doing, no, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. Thank you, Elon. One man's weakness, another man's strength. That the person who finally says "fuck it," no borders is absolutely strongest because of the inevitable backlash. Yeah, no mention of JD Vance, by the way. That was crazy. I could hear Trump's fat ass clapping on the phone, dude. I think there's something very funny about the cognitive dissonance that right wingers display on a regular basis, where they talk about like fucking elites, right, bi-coastal elites, but then they love Donald Trump. They think he's like the greatest gift of all time to the average everyday working man. They also literally keep talking about like big pharma and how devastating that is and how fucking scary like big billionaire elites, society elites are. But then they glaze Elon Musk. Elon Musk is literally trying to put a chip in your fucking brain, dude. And honestly, you kind of deserve it. Like, you deserve to live in the Elon Musk dystopia where your brain is goddamn chipped by him. It's so crazy to me. It's so crazy to me that this fucking dude is like such a villain, if not for his like glaringly obvious incompetence, is not seen by the broader public of his sycophants as like an actual villain. Yeah, fewer people are using Elon Musk's app as the platform struggles to attract and keep users. It's now at 27 million daily active users, 8% of the population. Twitter at its peak, as I used to always say, was at 20%. In February, or it's down 18% from a year earlier. Twitter's daily active users have gone down dramatically. Look at this. Minus 23%. Back in the day, Twitter's like at its peak, Twitter had like around 20% of the American population. Okay? Now it's at 8%. And it's actually going down more and more. So I'm telling you, wait.
Biden actually did something that was impossible.
Oh my God, he is slurring.
Both sides hate him. Both sides. Yeah. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Biden actually did something that was.
Oh my God, Big Dog actually hit the suffering succotash. Like he fucking, oh my God, what happened? Oh my God, everyone's gonna talk about the fucking, oh my God, everyone's gonna talk about his lisp. Oh my God, he's gonna hate this shit. Why? Why is he slurring? Yo, what the fuck? Wait, what? Chat, I'm a med student focusing on neurology. My money is on drunk over stroke. No, he doesn't drink. Med student focusing on neurology. Trump famously does not drink. He does not. Yeah, my mom just chimed in and said his brother was an alcoholic. Trump does not drink at all. There are photos of him like holding up an alcoholic beverage and it's all fake. He literally does not drink. He does do Sudafed though. So the likelihood of why he sounds like that is probably his dentures maybe in his mouth, but I don't think he even has dentures. My mom says in his age, I'm sure he has dentures, but he's a teetotaler. Yes. That's the word of what not drinking is. So the funniest part about this is that like everyone is going to be talking about the fucking lisp and everyone's going to make fun of him for the lisp. And that is exactly the type of shit he hates because it's not calling him powerful and scary. It's not calling him racist. It's calling him a fucking loser. Okay. And I know this man hates being made fun of. Okay. Has anyone found Joe Rogan? He probably nutted too hard while watching this interview and died. He died. Yeah, I think that there was a lot of insane stuff going on. I don't think that, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think that like this conversation is as crazy. Like when Elon was talking about like going to I think it was like Fukushima, the power plant and stuff, like a lot of people, I'm not like a big time nuclear Andy. Okay, let me preface this by saying I too am afraid of nuclear power plants. Okay, they should be heavily regulated. We still don't fully know what to do with the waste. Having said that, however, like when Elon Musk was talking about being able to consume shit from like local vegetation or whatever, I don't think that is that crazy. Like, I don't think that's how it works. I'll take the children of Adam disagree. Like when Elon Musk was talking about like Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but they're now full cities again. That's great. That's great. Yeah. So it's not as scary as people think. I think he did a very stupid job of like trying to have that conversation. What he was trying to talk about is like nuclear fallout not being as severe as like people explain it. But let's see what the media is saying. Trump's interview with Musk devolves into yet another X catastrophe. I do think that it's insane to talk about deregulation and then talk about nuclear power plants and then nuclear weapons. That's wild. But if you don't understand why a fucking billionaire asshole like Elon Musk would be like, oh, I love deregulation, it's great. Oh, also they fucking talked about, they were excited about like firing striking workers. Did you guys catch that one? That was another incredible one too. It was so bad. The entire interview back and forth was so incredibly stupid. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It was also boring as shit. But yeah, this part was crazy. Trump cheering on the idea of firing people who go on strike. That's not what Piers said. Yeah, who gives a shit about what Piers Morgan says, bro? What do you mean? He's a grade A glazer listening to Elon Musk and the real Donald Trump chat about trains just now was surprisingly fascinating. Love this X Spaces conversation. It's like two mates chewing the fat about the world's problems. People who hate them will hate it, but everyone else will learn from it. So here's the thing. There are a lot of guys like Piers Morgan out there who just like sucking up to power. And obviously Elon Musk, regardless of my criticism of him, is a pretty fucking powerful person. And so is Donald Trump. So that's all he's doing here. That's all he's doing. He's just like, he's glazing. He's glazing people in power. That's it. He's also a center-right figure regardless. Elon Musk had some really cool climate change stuff that he tried to... Clay Thompson? What? No. Long for conversations like this is the way forward and should become mandatory in a political... Yeah, I thought we were about to have another fucking we were about to have another Kuzma situation on the timeline. What the fuck did he say the other day? What did he say the other day? He said like another Kuzma hit the tower. What was the Kuzma tweet? I forget. Anyway, what didn't he say? K-Hive is ripping him.
I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, "You want to quit?" They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, "That's okay. You're all gone. You're all gone." So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But if you look at Argentina's Cutter.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I look.
Yeah, dude, this is my favorite genre of like NBA tweets. Obviously, Kyrie Irving, who I do love and admire and respect, has had plenty of moments like this, sometimes way more damaging moments than this one. But this is the classic, like, I'm actually a really smart guy tweet, okay? Like, not really understanding the situation at all, but then just like not really understanding the situation in front of him, but like still having a take, Oh, all these threats to democracy have me thinking why one party didn't let their party vote for a nominee. And it's like, it's just like such an obvious, it is such a fucking obvious, like, dumb guy who wants to fucking appear smart situation. Did you think this was Kyrie? No, but Kyrie has had moments like this as well, some of which are very famous. Okay? Like, it's the guy who wants to appear like he's got some secret information that nobody else has. Anyway, yeah, that union busting moment was so bad. That union busting moment was so fucking bad. You cooked me for the same reason a few weeks ago. I did my research after. Good. Who's tweeting like he's gonna get another max deal? I get all my political takes from Kuzma. Shut the fuck up, chat. Yeah. No one has ever posted harder than my goat right here, okay? Come on now. What tears? I didn't see one. Man, knock it off. That boy ate some lemon heads before walking into court. Come on now. That's the GOAT. Put some respect. Put some respect on his name, dude. I bet Sean O'Brien feels real smart speaking at the RNC now. I don't think he gives a fuck. Anyway, I mean, he's a little bit of a hog. Let's be real. So, I mean, anyone with a brain could see that Donald Trump is not actually pro-labor, chat. Like, what are we talking about? You think Sean O'Brien didn't know that? Wow, look at the copium coming in from Ben. Kamala simply could not do a 2-hour running interview without seriously harming herself. Everyone knows it. Yeah, the difference is all of the Trump loyalists, including Ben Shapiro, have already subscribed to the notion that Donald Trump is going to look like a fucking baboon when he does a 2-hour interview. Okay? This argument is so silly because the entire purpose for Donald Trump right now, the entire goal for the next 80 fucking days is to win over voters that either never want to vote for him again or maybe somehow magically have not made up their minds on him. Okay? And considering that he was already the fucking president, that's going to be really hard to find. So interviews like this, where he goes on for 2 fucking hours and rambles on and on and on and on over and over the course of multiple fucking ad breaks at the top of the hour that you can avoid by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Use a 3-minute ad break now. But when he rambles on like this and says some like idiotic shit, he's not winning over actual new voters to his fucking campaign. So the idea that like Donald Trump is doing a great job doing a 2-hour running interview because he hasn't seriously harmed himself is silly. Okay? It's silly. He's not going to lose voters for rambling on and on in the same ways that he has, but he's also not winning voters. So he's just like he's not maxing out his use of time. He's not min-maxing. Okay? That's it. And that's the craziest part about this, because this interview is not going to get a lot of play except for all the lowlights.
They did fund
Yeah, here it is.
us. In fact, when they did fund us, they realized that we were illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean,
yes, we were.
I'd say it was a gray area.
Yeah, yes, we were. We were illegal immigrants.
That's Elon Musk and his brother, who is Jeffrey Epstein's bestie, by the way, Kimball Musk, talking about how they were both illegal immigrants in the country. Anyway, so everything you're supposed to look for in an interview like this going forward, because like you're trying to win an election, right? You're not just trying to have a yap sesh. So your goal for Donald Trump, if you're Donald Trump's campaign advisor, your goal is to try to put him in unique positions that will potentially show him in a different light to those who maybe have doubts about voting for him, maybe have doubts about voting for him again, or maybe have doubts about voting for him at all, and try to convince those guys. Doing the same stump speech that you've done about 12 million Guatemalan migrants doing heinous rapes with fentanyl, like, is not going to win new voters over. You've already calcified your base of support. Those guys aren't going anywhere, and you're not losing those guys either, but you're not actually gaining any new voters when you do that, especially when you do that on Twitter, right? I think you're missing the point that he had the highest numbers in Twitter history, maybe in the history of the world. Yes, you're right. That's true. There 6 billion people, 8 billion people listened to this interview and they loved it. So that's why when someone asked me earlier, like, do you think this will help Donald Trump or do you think this will hurt Donald Trump? Most things will hurt Donald Trump. Most things will not help Donald Trump. This is one of those things that will end up hurting Donald Trump because for 2 hours, he went uninterrupted and he said a whole bunch of insane shit. Okay? He said a whole bunch of insane nonsense. And obviously the media is only going to focus on the hilarious failures of Twitter, once again, which is a platform that out of all of the major social media platforms that still cannot host a conversation between two people that isn't even like featuring video. I need you to understand something. Twitter Spaces is so busted, okay? How are we still, like, remember when I talked about this last time with the DeSantis thing and people were trying to correct me? Like, my tweets are still very much out there on the platform. I tweeted about it at the time. I was like, there are websites like YouTube that have 1 million concurrent viewers that are live broadcasting, like, things that are happening in real time with video. Like, this guy couldn't even do something that fucking Kick did, okay? Radio as a medium is hundreds of years old at this point, is 100 years old. The notion that, like, you can't do something that radio is able to do, was able to fucking do with, like, way, way worse tech is crazy, okay? Now, Elon said there was a distributed denial of service attack, except turns out that was a lie. Shocking. I know. Many of you will be shocked to find out. Here is The Verge. The rest of X appears to be working normally. However, and a source at the company confirmed to The Verge that there wasn't actually a denial of service attack. Another X staffer said there was a 99% chance that Elon was lying about an attack. The fact that this website literally cannot even work normally with, like, an audio distribution, an audio conversation, not even a video conversation, just an audio conversation is insane to me. This is a dog shit service. He also said hundreds of gigabits a second, which is not a lot for their scale. The other salient part of this conversation is Donald Trump coming across like he has a lisp. Everyone, and I mean even right-wingers, and their takeaway from this, no matter how cultish they are, will be that this motherfucker was slurring his words. It's especially shitty when you're not running against Joe Biden. If you were running against Joe Biden and you fucking were slurring your words, you could still turn around and say, guess what? My opponent, he's brain dead. Okay? He's a vegetable. So what are you going to do? Oh, yeah, you think I'm slurring my words? He can't even say words. Okay? But now he's running against Kamala Harris, much more dynamic, much younger candidate. So obviously that is going to play really poorly for him. He also had that Biden stupid face moment, which I thought was hilarious. Two spoiled billionaire fail sons talking about how the Guatemalan dude trekking for 1,000 miles to come work here for pennies on the dollar is actually unproductive, which, like, was it pissed me the fuck off. And I also talked about how Elon Musk himself was an illegal immigrant for a short period of time. What is this? I try my best to take in information from people with different political opinions. The echo chambers and the bias that exist on the left and right are unreal. It exists on both sides. I wish there was a source of information I could use where the information was unbiased, because Hassan ain't it. Yeah, the only difference between me and everyone else is that I will never lie to you about what my position is. Okay? Of course, I have a bias. Everyone does. The only difference is I'm honest about having a bias, and I will tell you what my position is. Now, I also will do my very best to not lie, to not misguide you, right? And you can look through verified sources that you trust to fact check me if you would like to. And when you do, you will oftentimes find out that I am correct. Anyway, thoughts on him calling Kamala beautiful? He's ace, bro. He's ace, aromantic, and zesty as fuck. Okay, that's it. That was the zestiest moment. This also was in an echo chamber. Chat disagrees with you like every 10 minutes. I know. Sometimes it's very annoying. Another take I had is I don't think that people realize old Trump used to thrive on adversarial interviews. This interview is basically the same as any other boring Sean Hannity conversations Trump has had with less throating. Hannity is the throat goat. Elon Musk could not throat him as hard. He talks so much about the assassination. Oh my God, that was hilarious. When he was talking about Kim Jong-un, it was zesty. Oh, I know, that was zesty as hell. I'm a little disappointed. That he did not glaze Chairman Xi harder. Like they briefly talked about it. He even said, "You have a great relationship with Chairman Xi Jinping," and then they glanced over. Benle mi konuşuyorsun? Ha. Ben hissettim. Gidiyor musun anne? Oh, okay. There were zero mentions of JD Vance. Elon Musk was desperately trying to make the assassination attempt. Come across like it was a fucking conspiracy by the deep state, and Donald Trump refused to do that, which is really funny because, as Izzy said, he has to make it seem like this guy was actually a brilliant shot and like really good at shooting, but like God helped him. You know what I mean? He has to like beef up his enemies in some way. He also does literally personally love the fucking Secret Service that saved his life. Like I'm telling you right now, Donald Trump loves the Secret Service. Okay? He thinks that those women that were standing on top of him were phenomenal. Okay? He has said it many times over. In his mind, it's like, those people saved my fucking life. Okay? He does not give a shit about what his base of support thinks in that regard. Like he knows those people. Okay? He knows those people. He knows those people personally. He fucking loves those people. Okay? This DEI shit ain't cutting it for him. He'll say that about anything else, but he won't say that about the Secret Service. Our statement on whatever that was, statement on Donald Trump's interview with Elon Musk. Donald Trump's extremism and dangerous Project 2025 agenda is a feature, not a glitch of his campaign, which was on full display for those unlucky enough to listen in tonight or during whatever that was on X.com. Trump's entire campaign is in service of people like Elon Musk and himself, self-obsessed rich guys who will sell out the middle class and who cannot run a live stream in the year 2024. Yes, I, on the other hand, can run a live stream in the year 2024. So remember that. What is your opinion and arguments on China? What do you mean? Opinion and arguments on China. Thoughts on Democrats are a bigger threat to America than foreign adversaries? I mean, I think that's a banger line. I say that about Republicans all the time. I mean, I sometimes say that about the Democrats as well. It is true. If you're a Republican, it's perfectly valid for you to say that. I think if you're a Democrat, it's perfectly valid for you to say that as well. I don't know. I mean, I do legitimately think that like the number one terrorists on this planet are the Republican Party, followed closely by the Democratic Party as number two. So, you know, both as in terms of foreign policy and also in terms of domestic policy in general. So other than that, I did run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I did. I love Elon Musk for just showing the world over and over again that like the idea of meritocracy is just like an abject lie, because this guy is such a fucking loser. He is so dumb. Like if you still think after looking at Elon Musk that like rich people, billionaires are worthy of the status and the power and the money that they've gotten, like after all of that, if you still have this belief, if you are still maintaining this belief, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. You have lost your goddamn mind. Okay. He is so bad. He is so fucking bad at his job. Israel's credit rating got downgraded to an A lol. Yeah, I saw that. Do you think Elon's cult members feel that way? Yes, they are. They do, because they're cult members. It's the same as like Trump cult members as well. Are you covering the Wall solo campaign this week? I'm very excited to cover it. Yes. We'll see how he cooks. Yes. Hasan calls Elon Musk unintelligent as his fan base falls 3 standard deviations below median IQ. How does it feel to know Trump is winning in November? Are these actual real people in the comments? Damn, feels bad watching you all cope. Brother, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't think there's any way to reason with you. Like, I don't think I can explain that to you. I mean, you just experienced Elon Musk fail to do something that you are actually enjoying right now. There are more daily active users that are live streaming on this platform at this very moment and watching this platform at this very moment than that one fucking Twitter space. Okay? And it's running. It's running and there's no issue with it. And your favorite billionaire daddy has not figured out how to run that effectively on this platform that he overpaid for because he was forced by a court to purchase it after making a meme-ass purchase. Okay? And he already failed at one time with DeSantis. Do you think Elon is cozying to Trump in the case he needs a pardon for fraud charges in the future? No, I think he's just cozying because he's a fucking billionaire. What do you mean? He's a right-wing billionaire who is obsessed with racist shit.
My shit. I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak, man. I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now. I'm just stroking my shit. I'm horny as fuck, man.
He did say that. It's true. Donald Trump did. He said he's jorking his peanuts too. I heard it. Anyway, billionaire but still thinks he's oppressed by the left or something. That's the other thing. Like, I don't understand how, like, regular 9-to-5ers, I don't understand how, like, dudes who literally have to work Uber jobs on top of their regular jobs in order to make a living sit around and listen to, like, a spoiled billionaire man-child with the thinnest skin of all time talk about how fucking oppressed he is and go, that's my king right there. He is so oppressed. He's looking out for me, the little guy. It's like, bro, he would melt you for biomatter, okay? Without a single care in the world. Like this, like you are so cucked, it makes no sense. Jesus Christ. Those very same people also say that about me, where they're like, you're the billionaire. It's like, out of touch billionaire. Oh, they're over there giggling about firing people, dude, for wanting an honest pay. Blows my fucking mind. I don't get why Elon glazes the right so much. Those are not the people who are even buying Teslas. I hope no one buys Teslas ever again. Oh, the right are certainly buying Cybertrucks. Yeah, I mean, that's a little different. It was fun to watch him defend the oil and gas industry, though. That was cool. Fucking cuck.
Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Ooga chaka, ooga, ooga, ooga.
Kind of weird, JD Vance. Oh, yeah. The Republican vice presidential nominee retweets a former Trump speechwriter who was fired over white nationalist ties. Yeah. It's true. That's sick, man. He's still groiping. JD Vance still groiping, dude. Please tell me I didn't imagine Trump saying another country has an iron dome. Yeah, Israel. That's what he was talking about. JD Vance, he's still groiping. Anyway, I can't believe. Okay, well, I already saw that Trump said this. All right, that's it. That's all I got for today. I'm fucking tired. Another 9-hour broadcast, another fucking half day. You already know. There's going to be a lot of back and forth and a lot of analysis over this entire thing tomorrow as well. Fear not. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate Trump's performance right now? A 7? How? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, no, I see why that's a 7. I see why he'd give that a 7. He's a fucking dick rider. But yeah, we didn't get to watch the kick video, but we'll do it tomorrow. Anyway, love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Oh my God, look who decided to come here. Hello. Hello.
All the shadows trickling in.
Hello.
Has our people hate. Sunny
Bye,
Los
everybody.
Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord at your prop. LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming. There he is again, her son is streaming, her son is streaming.